Chapter 1. Smith could see that Detective Inspector Alison Reeve was alone in her office, and so he wandered on down to admin support, where Jane and Pretty interviewed him about his operation. Was it true that he had nearly died on the table, that his heart had stopped? That was the story that had gone around for a few days. He told them that he had felt unwell afterwards, and that the anaesthetist said he had had a mild reaction. That was all, but somehow they could see that he was being brave about it, that he didn't want to frighten them by telling it like it really was, that they had, in fact, almost lost him. Pretty had to get up and put her arms around him. She patted him on the back and said that they were happy to see him on his feet again and looking so well. She smelled delightfully of perfume and spices, and over her shoulder he could see that Jane had a tear in her eye. Would he like a mug of tea while he waited? It was a very pleasant welcome back to Kingslake Central Police Station. There were ginger biscuits, too. He was on his second one when he saw John Wilson enter D.I. Reeve's office and close the door. That was what he had intended, for Wilson to be there first, and so he would give them a minute or two alone together. If he, Smith, had been sitting comfortably in the detective inspector's office waiting for Wilson, things might have got off to a bad start. The old question of his friendship with Alison Reeve might have got in the way. Now Wilson could have his say first, and the two of them could have a moment of togetherness before Smith arrived 5 minutes later than he should have done, tea in one hand, biscuit in the other, limping a bit and looking as unprofessional as possible. The games we have to play. "Sit down, DC, you haven't missed much." He took the seat next to Wilson, who nodded and then glanced openly at his watch. "Sorry I'm late, ma'am. Do you mean I haven't missed much in the past 2 weeks, or just in the past 2 minutes? She said, "Sadly, I'm sure you haven't missed anything that's gone on in the past fortnight." "But I have had a near-death experience, ma'am. They can be very distracting." The look on Wilson's face might have been interpreted as saying that the experience hadn't been near enough as far as he was concerned. D.I. Reeve said, "A mild reaction to the anaesthetic, that's what I was told." But she was looking at him closely as she said that. Had he been referring to the operation or to something else? She remembered that night in the lighterman's arms, when she realized that something had happened to him in Belfast. He seemed to be his usual self now, and his uncharacteristic lateness to this meeting was probably some sort of ploy. Smith drank some of the tea and finished the ginger nut. Neither of the others had any sort of drink, and he considered offering to fetch them one before they began the briefing, but things had been delayed enough. There was a case, and he wanted to hear about it. Reeve said, "So, if you've finished your breakfast?" He nodded and gave them both a sunny smile. She turned her laptop around. "Don't we do anything on paper any more?" And there was a man's face. He was alive, looking into the camera when it was taken, and it wasn't a mugshot. It was a little blurred, though, and Smith guessed that it was an enlargement from another photograph. He wondered what had been cut from around it, and why, in almost a fortnight, they had not been able to get a better picture. Before he could study the face properly, the detective inspector had pressed a key, and another image appeared. Now the man was dead, eyes glassy and half-closed, the flesh of the cheeks sagging as if he had grown suddenly old, and as pale as the marble of the mortuary slab upon which the body lay. Another press of the key, and Smith could see why he was dead. The back of the head had been crushed, flattened. The hair around the wound had been neatly shaved away, Olive Markham's work, he guessed, so that it could be photographed. There was a mass of congealed blood in the cavity, but little bruising beyond the area of impact. Smith had seen enough of these to know that death had come quickly after the blow. Reeve said, "No doubt you've already had a look at stuff in the incident room. This is Mark Randall, or it was. He was found in this condition 11 days ago in a field near Lowacre, dead for several hours by the time he was found, and died in situ according to the blood work." Smith said, "Found by whom?" Alison Reeve looked at Wilson, clearly inviting him to take over, or at least take a share in the briefing. Smith looked himself then, and saw that Wilson had his notes open and ready. They were organised into numbered sections, typed and printed, and therefore quite unusual. Wilson said, Marie Wilkinson from Lowacre. She's a jogger, runs that way early every morning. There's a public footpath through the estate, and she spotted the body out in the field. Dialed 999 and waited. She didn't go anywhere near it. She told me that she panicked after the call, thinking it might just be a scarecrow fallen over. Smith said, If you left that out there for long, it would attract the crows, wouldn't it? Wilson looked at Reeve, waiting for the nod to continue, which he duly received. We got everything we needed from the scene over the next 2 days. It's all written up, and Chris has already copied it over to your PC, so I won't go into a lot of detail now, if that's okay, ma'am. The image of the Mark Randall's broken skull was still on the screen of the laptop. Smith stared at it for a little longer and then said, I don't think we got absolutely everything we needed, did we? Wilson said, What do you mean? Well, we haven't caught whoever did it, have we? Or are you coming to that? All I meant was that the two of them would never be friends was so obvious it was well known. For one thing, if Detective Sergeant Wilson had a sense of humour at all, it would be so incompatible with that of Detective Sergeant Smith that they would need a team of UN translators on permanent standby. But beyond that, which is after all a common enough situation to be found in every office or workplace in the land, there was another problem, always in the room with them, and certainly a very large example of a pachyderm. It was Detective Sergeant Smith these days, but once upon a time it had been Detective Chief Inspector. The small man holding the I Love My Cat mug with biscuit crumbs on his tie had once led teams on cases much bigger than this one appeared to be. Alison Reeve said, Johnny's right. He and I were on the scene that morning, and as far as I'm concerned, it was well managed. All the details are in the files that he has asked Chris Waters to transfer across to you. We don't need to go through that now. That's not what this meeting is for. We're here to talk, briefly, about the way forward with this. Smith already had 6 questions about the investigation so far, but those could wait. First, it was obvious that his boss was now in incipient Chief Inspector mode, and therefore this meeting was actually about staffing and resources rather than the case itself. Second, he had finally twigged why Wilson had had a proper shave and typed up his notes. Third, even though the politics of structuring, more correctly he would say of constantly restructuring the modern police service, was of no interest to him whatsoever, there was one question that needed to be answered before this went any further. Ma'am, why are we dealing with this? Reeve looked at her laptop screen before she answered. Because someone should not have done that. She had learned more than detective work from him. Yes, ma'am, very good, but it's a straightforward, good old-fashioned murder, isn't it? She looked at the screen again before she responded, as if she needed to be sure. Definitely. So why is King's Lake dealing with it? When I went off 2 weeks ago, the county still had a murder squad. Has it been disbanded in my absence? If so, are the two events connected in some way? I know we've had some funny cases lately, but they weren't as open and shut as this one. He's had more than a nasty bang on the head. Straightforward, good old-fashioned, premeditated murder. Call the murder squad. D.I. Reeve was having to think about the answer, so it must be a good question. Wilson thought he would come to the rescue. He said, Can't say for certain it was premeditated. Someone could have lashed out with the large, heavy implement that just happened to be lying about in the field. Wilson wasn't entirely wrong, of course. Plenty of QCs had made their names and fortunes, finding new and ever more inventive ways through the jungle of semantics that surrounds the notion of premeditated. But for now, Smith was more interested in what Reeve had to say. As far as I am aware, the county does still have a murder squad, but I think that parameters and protocols are changing. She looked at Smith, fully aware of what he would think to such an answer. and he looked at her, fully aware that she would be fully aware. But this is what happens when you spend months preparing for promotion interviews. You end up saying things that you know are nonsense, but you just cannot stop yourself. He shrugged and said, "Oh, fair enough." She wouldn't be able to leave it there, even though she knew exactly what he was doing. "What I mean is this. The specialist squads are having to rationalize like everyone else. As far as the murder lot are concerned, it seems that they will in future focus more on crimes in which there are multiple victims, serial cases, and those with links to organized criminal activity. More local incidents that do not meet those criteria will be returned to districts. Perhaps returned is the wrong word. They won't go to a central squad in the first place." She was looking hard at him again, trying to get him to accept what she had said, or at least to shut up about it for now. But Smith was intrigued. Also, by the way she was talking, that new post would come sooner rather than later, and he might not be able to have such conversations with her for much longer. It was highly unlikely that he would have anything like them with her successor. "Just a couple of points then, ma'am. First, who decides, in the first instance, which ones go to Central? And second," with a glance at her laptop, "I'm not sure I'm comfortable describing that as a local incident." Reeve did not answer him immediately. It was uncanny, but it was less than a week since she had been in a meeting of senior officers, her first, at county headquarters, in which that first question had been hotly debated for more than 2 hours. In some ways it had been an old-fashioned turf war, of course, but it also had wider and more profound implications. A mistaken initial allocation of a case could have endless repercussions. Had Smith heard about that meeting, or had his instincts and experience alone alerted him to the dangers? Wilson was watching and waiting as well, and this was not what she wanted to be doing right now. "Okay, we need to get on, DC. On your second point, you can call it whatever you like. I really don't give a toss as long as we're doing our best to find whoever did it. On the first point, the senior investigating officer in the district will decide whether he or she wishes to call in a specialist squad for assistance, or whether to transfer the entire case to them. So, for us, that will be Detective Superintendent Allen, ma'am?" "Yes, it will." He knew he had reached the limit of her patience and nodded his acceptance. He had given her cause enough to be brusque with him in front of Wilson, and that was useful, whether or not she realized it yet. Indeed, Wilson had a private smirk on his face at this very moment. D.I. Reeve said, "So, John has been running 6 people on this up to now. Chris and Serena will come back to you this morning, DC, but obviously they will have things to be finishing for John. If they have any useful lines, they need to keep on with them for now." She paused, and all 3 of them knew why. Smith said, "Of course, I've no problem with that at all. John's the man up to speed on this." He looked at Wilson and continued, "You can talk to them directly or go through me, John. I really don't mind. It will take me an hour or 2 just to do the reading." Wilson acknowledged the offer as genuine, not an easy one for any officer to make, though it was, by its nature, time-limited. Reeve said, "Good. John, summarize where we are with this, please." When Smith summarized the summary to himself later on, sitting in front of his PC, he concluded that they were somewhere and nowhere. Mark Randall had been a serious devotee of the metal detector for about as long as they had been in existence, and a serial offender as far as the illegal side of that hobby was concerned. He had had a number of convictions for trespass with intent, and was known to uniform as one of the likely lads when Nighthawk activity was being reported on their patch. Smith was on that page of his searches now. Google had first taken him to a species of American bird, the New World's version of the old one's nightjar, but then he had found what he was looking for. An account of the nefarious nighttime deeds of men, always men, desperate to search the sites for which they knew they would never be given permission. It was quite an eye-opener. First, for some of these people it was much closer to an obsession than a hobby. You could even consider it some sort of illness. In his first few months as a young uniformed policeman, he had been involved in a case against egg collectors stealing from the nests of rare waders on the coastal marshes, and he recognized some of the same character traits in these detectorists. Second, there was potentially some serious money involved. The night hawks seemed to be of two kinds: those who were fanatics about the historical value of their finds and who hoarded them in drawers, just like the egg thieves, and those who were looking for pieces to sell to unscrupulous collectors. There was, it seemed, a thriving black market in archaeological artifacts, especially the jewellery and the coins, so there was rivalry involved and possibly money as well. As far as Mark Randall was concerned, Wilson's team, including two of his own, had already dug up some possible motives. Dug up was rather good. Make a note of it for future use. Smith looked around the office. Waters and Butler were out on a job for Wilson, something that had been arranged the Friday before. Wilson had organised interviews of everyone known to be connected to the metal detector business, including the secretary of the perfectly legitimate and respectable local club in King's Lake. That's where they were now, but they should be back soon. Beyond his own small circle of desks, he could see O'Leary and Jefferson of Wilson's own team busily typing away. That's what they had been doing since he arrived here, almost an hour ago. No chatting or looking across at Smith. Wilson had them hard at it, then. He smiled to himself. Wilson's team would have noticed a change around about the time that news of Detective Inspector Reeves' forthcoming promotion went public, no doubt. She had said after the meeting this morning that she needed another private word with him before the end of the day. It might be all change more quickly than anyone expected. If Wilson became the new detective inspector, Smith might finally find out if he was any good at crown green bulls. He had often wondered about that. There was plenty more to read. They had been busy, but he didn't relish the prospect of ploughing through all this, even though he would do so. It was one thing to come in as a new SIO on a case, as he had more than once, and quite another to be trying to catch up like a schoolboy who's had the flu and missed some important lessons. He pressed the keyboard a few times and was back at the file on the victim. Then he sat for some minutes, simply looking at the man's picture, the one taken while he was still alive. The image did not give much away, which in itself might be revealing, but close study always reveals something. Randall hadn't shaved when the photograph was taken, and the hair was cut in no particular style, not the picture of a man much concerned about his appearance. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, but had been 48 on the day of his death. Maybe the picture was a few years old. Why wasn't there a more recent one? The file itself probably had a part of the answer to that. The next of kin was a brother who lived in Lowestoft, which meant there was no wife and presumably no children. No mention of parents or any other family either. Smith focused on the eyes of Mark Randall, and thought, "You were a bit of a loner, son." There was a ring in the left ear, a proper small ring, not a stud. Whether or not that signified anything might depend on when he had done it. On many men it's a statement that fails to say quite what they intended, but it looked right enough on Randall, looked as if it had been there a long time. He was probably straight then. Smith wondered whether the ring was gold. Presumably it wasn't one that he had dug up somewhere. Either way, and even though Randall was a sort of pirate in his own way, the ring wouldn't pay for a funeral these days, and certainly not one that involved a coffin of Irish oak. Anyway, the brother had been interviewed in person competently by Mike Dunn, and nothing stood out except the impression that they had not been close. The usual utterances: "We cannot believe this has happened," "Mark had no enemies, he wouldn't hurt a fly." Yes, he had had a brush or two with the law, but that was only because he had been so passionate about his hobby ever since he was a teenager. That was mildly interesting. Randall had been poking about in fields for at least 30 years. He must have had a pretty good idea of what he was doing then, and was probably some sort of an expert. If so, he wasn't in that particular field by accident. Who might know why he was there? Whether or not he had followed the same process, Wilson had reached a similar conclusion. 2 names had come up, Gareth Stone and Michael Simons. Both were fellow enthusiasts, and both had been linked to Randall in more than one investigation into night hawking. Stone had been convicted alongside Randall in the same magistrates' court in 2010, trespass with intent, theft, failure to declare under the Treasure Act. The magistrates had done their best to throw the book at them, but in the end it had been a fine, a conditional sentence of 24 months, and confiscation of their equipment because it was not a first offence for either of them. Smith tutted in frustration. He really would have liked to interview these 2, but it had already been done, and he couldn't go back and tread on Wilson's toes like that. He would have resented it himself. He checked the logs and saw that Serena Butler had been present when Gareth Stone was questioned. That was something, at any rate. He could interview her instead, if she ever turned up. He looked away from the screen again and glanced around the office. There was still no sign of them. How long does it take to interview the secretary of, what was it, the Kings Lake Historical and Detecting Society? It sounded like something he ought to belong to himself. It might be more interesting than bowls. In the past, he would have been able to sit and read this lot through in a single sitting and retain 100% of the significant detail. Nowadays, well, maybe he still could, but it seemed much more of an effort. He could ask Pretty to print it out for him and take it home and borrow a couple more biscuits. But of one thing he was already certain: the first window had closed. Some thought it was a fortnight and others a week. Smith's experience had taught him that both of those were too generous. He would not say it was more than 5 days. If in that time you had not established clear motive and opportunity, and that meant that you had a list with at least one name on it, then you were onto a different kind of investigation. That window had closed 6 days ago. He was just about to raise the subject of ginger nuts at Pretty's desk when Superintendent Allen appeared, plainly heading for D.I. Reeves' office. Smith kept very still, but it was too little too late. He had been spotted. The superintendent asked him how his foot was now. "My foot, sir, never been better." "Excellent, Smith. Well done. Which one was it?" "Which what, sir?" "Your foot. Which one did they operate on?" "Neither, sir. As I said, they've never been better." "But—" It was inexplicable. However hard he tried with Smith, sooner or later the conversation would reach this point, as if one of them was speaking Swahili without either of them realizing it. Surely it wasn't intentional on Smith's part. No one could confuse a detective superintendent as systematically as this, could they? Pretty took pity and said, "I think it was his knee, sir." "Oh, yes, of course. How is the knee now, DC?" Smith wanted to say it. He really did. "Which one, sir?" But Pretty was giving him exactly the same look as D.I. Reeve would have done in this conversational quicksand, and so he had to relent. "It's very good, sir. The miracles of keyhole surgery." "Well done. So you're back to full fitness." There was always the dim and distant hope that Smith had developed other afflictions that might not be so easily remedied. But no, Smith said he was thinking about training to do the half-marathon for the Police Dependents Trust. Alan said, "Oh, good. Always setting the example, eh? What are you working on?" "The metal detectorist, sir." "Yes, how is that going? There was a lot of local press interest initially." "I'm not up to speed on it, sir, not yet. I'm sure that Detective Inspector Reeve has the overview, or Detective Sergeant Wilson. I think he would be keen to report back to you personally, sir." "Wilson, right. Well, keep at it, Smith. Put your best foot forward. Or your best knee, eh?" And then he was away to Reeves's office with quite a bundle of folders under his arm, which should mean that he would be in there for a few minutes at least, long enough for Smith to have a cigarette outside in the car park without being observed from the 4th floor. Yes, a cigarette on his way to see Olive Markham. He could always be sure of a warm welcome in the police mortuary. Chapter 2. First I hear and then I see with my own eyes that you have escaped the clutches of death once again." She was busy with something, half bent forward over the small table that occupied one wall of her office space, and she had not looked up. He had no idea how Olive Markham had seen anything at all, let alone how she knew who had entered the room behind her. Smith moved forward a little warily, but fascinated as ever by the kind of work that she did. On this occasion, however, it did not involve a body part. She was fixing a new blade into an oddly shaped saw, a sword designed specifically to serrate its way through human bones. Smith said, "Expecting a visitor?" "No, worse, an inspection." He expressed his profound sympathies and watched as she tensioned the blade and then wiped it clean with some sort of antiseptic tissue. When done, she placed it precisely on the table, ready to be taken back into the mortuary where it would hang in its designated space along the white-tiled wall. Her work was immaculate in every sense of the word. She returned to her desk, indicating that he might as well sit down himself. "It might be, of course, that death doesn't actually want you hanging around asking awkward questions. Perhaps you will live to a very great age as a result." "And a very good morning to you, Olive. It's a beautiful day outside." "Yes." "How is your cat?" "Faustus is well. He brought a stoat home yesterday." "For tea?" "In a manner of speaking." "I take it you didn't carry out a post-mortem." "I rarely take my work home with me." It's a phrase that goes back at least as far as the 1970s, but Olive Markham was one of the most together people that he knew. She listened to opera, read 19th-century fiction, taught meditation, and could dismember a human body like a first-class mechanic takes apart the engine of your car. Perhaps that was the way to inner peace for us all. She said, "I heard that you were walking with a stick. What happened? Did some young bearded stranger tell you to pick up your bed and walk without it?" "Not exactly. I'm still in agony, but putting a brave face on it. I have to keep up with these thrusting young officers. If I go walking about with a stick, someone might begin to question my operational effectiveness, and without work, where would I be?" She nodded and smiled, but it was a rather sad smile, as if she was admiring him for telling the truth. "Time to move things on. I came to ask about Mark Randall. The good doctor is at the hospital this morning. You probably won't catch him here until tomorrow." This was part of their ritual. She no longer reminded him that she was merely the senior technician, and the only one since the last round of cutbacks, but she would always introduce the name of Dr. Robinson as the proper authority in these matters. And then Smith would say, "I came to ask you about Mark Randall," to which she would reply, "If I can be of some assistance in the doctor's absence." A single blow from behind, delivered horizontally, not from above, probably by someone of similar height to, or perhaps a little taller than, the victim, a blow delivered with considerable force, a blow that was intended to do considerable damage. Then she pointed out that this was all in the report that was already in his possession. "Yes, I know, it's a gripping read, but there was something I wanted to ask about." "Good. I wouldn't ever want to be considered merely an excuse to have a cigarette on the way over." "You will always mean more to me than that, Olive. It says, a metal object. How do we know that?" "We do not know it. It is an educated guess, nothing more. There were no embedded fragments, but from the way the skull was shattered, we could predict a flat metal weapon. A heavy piece of wood might have produced the same end result, but in a different way. The high number of fine bone fractures around the wound suggest metal. The doctor deduced that it would be flat rather than pointed because of the lack of penetration. The victim received a massive trauma over a large part of the back of the skull, but to no great depth. The cause of death was multiple bone fragments being driven into the brain by the force of the blow. Oh, and the edge of whatever was used broke his neck as well." Opera, 19th-century fiction, and meditation. Smith said, "In the notes it says it was probably a spade." I think the doctor would go as far as possibly a spade. It was one of the officers who suggested that, and Dr. Robinson concurred. Really? Over here? Which one? She frowned before she answered. I don't know, young, tall, a recently broken nose, I would say, speaking professionally, but quite good-looking, speaking unprofessionally. At least two things bothered him at that point. First, in more than a decade, he had never before heard her make any acknowledgment of the male gender that went beyond whether their genitalia had played a part in their demise. And second, he had missed Christopher Waters's first proper visit to the mortuary, a small treat that he had been looking forward to for some time. Oh, him. Terrible taste in women. If he's not careful, it'll be the death of him. He might end up in here because of that, and then you can introduce yourself properly, Olive. She thought it over and then said with a shrug, I've had worse. That was positively disturbing. It was time to be more professional. Anything else about Mr. Randall? Obviously it didn't take too long to establish the cause of death. What shape was he in apart from the broken skull? The liver suggested he was a regular drinker, but there was no trace in the blood. No other drugs, not a smoker. No other injuries, obviously. A little overweight, but averagely fit for his age. She was looking him over then as if she was going to make a comparison, and so he stepped in quickly. And where is he now? Gone. He didn't stay very long. There was no reason to hold up the due process. If he hasn't been already, I imagine he's on the point of cremation somewhere. Funny, really. Undoubtedly. No, I mean a chap like him with his interests. You'd think he'd want to be buried, with some of his bits and pieces, so that someone could dig him up in a few 100 years. To each his own, Sergeant. I fancy being eaten by vultures, but it's rather difficult to arrange in West Norfolk. You could book a holiday just before. It's all in the timing, Olive. I'll bear that in mind. Perhaps there is a small specialist travel agency somewhere. But talking of timing, I will have an inspector here within the hour. Would you mind departing and leaving your servant in peace? On his way back to his desk, he stopped in the shade of the lime tree and admired the morning. There had been continuous sunshine for a fortnight now, and by late afternoon it would be hot again. In the building, men had taken off their ties, and the women were wearing the new tops they had been out and bought over the weekend. No sign of it ending any time soon, the weathermen were saying. Smith put his hands into his pockets and slowed his breathing consciously until he became aware of the coolness beneath the tree and the fragrance of lime blossom, and then the low humming of the bees that sought the nectar hidden amongst it. Slowly and methodically, but without any particular interest, he allowed his mind to examine the circumstances surrounding the death of Mark Randall. There were questions enough to be asked about that. Randall had owned a mobile phone, but it had been found in his rented house, not on his body. Why hadn't he taken it with him on his night-time wanderings? More importantly, how had Randall got to the field at Low Acre where he met his untimely end? It was 10 miles from King's Lake, and he certainly had not walked that with his detector and rucksack. Randall owned 2 vehicles, a Ford Focus Estate and the van he used in his plastering business, but both of those were also found parked at his property, with their keys inside it. If anyone else had driven either of them back, they had also then locked up the house. But the set of house keys was found on the body, and the landlord, who had seen Randall at the property the previous afternoon, had sworn that he had the only other ones. Conceivably more had been cut, but that was unlikely. A bus? Someone should check, but Smith was certain that if there ever had been a service to Low Acre late in the evening, it, too, was now ancient history. A taxi? Not if Randall had been intent on once again trespassing with intent. So someone gave him a lift, someone who knew what he was about. After that conclusion, the questions began to form side-shoots, like the tips of the branches above him, becoming more slender and less able to support much weight at all. Who had driven the vehicle that took Randall to the field? Had there been at least 2 Nighthawks out in the darkness? Or had the second person waited and watched as Randall went about his work? If so, where were they now? Why hadn't they come forward? The answer to that might seem obvious, but Smith knew that it was not necessarily so. And the most significant question of all, where was the murder weapon? According to the file, the fields, hedgerows, and footpaths within a radius of half a mile from the body had been searched by a team of officers, beginning on the afternoon of the discovery and then into the second day. The stream that borders the Abbeyfield estate is shallow, but the deeper areas had been waded through, and the medieval fish pond near to the road, where any vehicle involved might have been parked, had been examined with the appropriate equipment. Low Acre is a lovely hamlet, and the well-heeled residents have the greatest respect for it. There hadn't even been a rusty bicycle in that fish pond. He began to walk, out of the shade and into the sun. And the motive? Randall's detector was top of the range, worth several £100, and it lay on the field a few feet away from the body. The only fingerprints found on it had been Randall's own. Not worth a murder conviction, but someone trying to make it look like a robbery might have removed it, and they had not done so. The photographs in the file showed a newly dug hole in front of Randall's body. Had he found something significant? Was that what was missing? All these questions and speculations had been made by others. Reeve and Wilson had done a thorough job, and as far as Smith was concerned, that made it Wilson's case. He was happy to take a back seat on this one. But then, as he climbed the stairs, no pain, not even a twinge, he did have a thought of his own. What might it have been, buried there in the field? Had anyone thought to ask? What was the history of the site? The owners of the land had been interviewed, naturally, but only briefly and in a routine manner, according to the file. The monks had expressed their sorrow at such a tragedy, but had been able to shed no light upon it. He had not actually read the name in the reports, but if it was still the same man in charge, that might be something he could do. Brother Jeremy would surely remember him. "So where do you think he is?" Detective Constable Serena Butler looked at her watch before she answered. 11 o'clock, canteen, bacon sandwich? Detective Constable Christopher Waters sat down in front of his computer, pressed a couple of buttons to wake it up, and watched the screen perform its usual leisurely sequence of manoeuvres. As far as he could tell, the whole station was still running on low-speed narrowband, and sometimes he thought it would be quicker to go home to his flat and log on from there. He said, "Perhaps he hasn't come back to work. Maybe he needs more time off after all." He held up his own lower appendage to make sure that she didn't miss the joke. She was sitting at her own desk now and shaking her head. "He'll be back. I'm betting that being stuck at home was driving him round the bend." Waters said, "In that case, have you got the present?" She reached into the bottom drawer and took it out. He would have left it in the original bag, but Serena had wrapped it thoroughly in shiny red paper and attached a little gold label, too. He said, "What did you write?" "We missed you. Think of us whenever you use this." Waters smiled and watched as she got up, went across to Smith's desk and placed it in front of his keyboard. Then she said, "He's going to know who chose it. He won't have forgotten that phone call you had." "I hope so. But he's going to know who wrapped it up and wrote on the card as well. We will be sentenced equally as co-conspirators." Back at her desk, Serena said, "Who's going to write up this morning? It should be you, really, as the junior officer. You need the experience. And besides, Wilson likes you." Waters said, "You did most of the talking. I had to take control, or we would have been there until Wednesday. I know history's meant to be boring, but that was off the scale. Mr. Usborne needs help. We'll end up investigating him for making someone yawn themselves to death." Waters had drifted off as usual. "You're wrong about history. It doesn't have to be boring. I had a teacher who made it all come alive, Mrs. Curry. When she taught us about the English Civil War, it was like a drama series. We couldn't wait to get in there to find out what happened next." Butler gave him a worried look and said, "I thought everyone already knew. Mrs. Curry was the main reason I went to uni, to read history." God! Serena was examining her face in a small compact mirror, and it was impossible to say whether her exclamation was related to what she had just found there, or to Waters's choice of degree subject. "What about you? Where did you go to school?" "I didn't quite a lot of the time, and I can't remember much about when I did. It wasn't just history that was boring. I quite liked science, and I didn't have to try very hard in maths." "Where was that?" She put the mirror away and began turning on her own computer, answering without looking at him. "A bog-standard Midlands Comprehensive." "You must have passed your exams, though." "I expect so." Butler had put up the barriers that he had seen before whenever anyone asked about her past. Her amused contempt for his academic qualifications wasn't unique in the force by any means, even today, but he could imagine her being one of those clever, difficult girls who made Thursday afternoons a misery for all but the most hardened of teachers. She didn't have his pieces of paper then, but she had other qualities that he was still afraid might be more valuable in a police detective. She had an exceptional capacity for doubting everything and everyone, and she got people, especially, he suspected, men. Waters knew that she had a past in the police force, that she had come to Kingslake under a cloud, and he guessed that everything he had just thought about her was only a part of a rather complicated picture. But she was typing away now, probably using the writing of the report as a means of avoiding further conversation. "What's this?" They turned simultaneously in surprise, and saw Smith standing a few feet away and pointing at his desk. Somehow he had opened the creaky door and crossed the room without them realizing he was there. "Hello, sir. It's a welcome-back present from your team." Serena could also be absolutely charming when she turned on her smile, and Waters saw the cross look on Smith's face soften a little. "Oh, right. Only you have to be a bit careful about surprise packages when you've just come back from where I've come back from." Serena laughed, and Waters realized that she must know more about where Smith had been than he did himself. Smith was at the desk now. He picked up the parcel, felt the weight of it, and frowned. The gift was exceedingly light for its size, and Waters wondered whether he would guess before he opened it. The fingers examined it briefly, and there was a look at both of them, a look that they recognized. He knew something was up. Then he unwrapped it slowly and deliberately. When that was done, he held it out at arm's length and admired it in silence for a long 4 or 5 seconds. Smith said, "This really is very thoughtful of you both." He turned it upside down, and Waters could see that Serena had cut the label flap off the box and stuck it on the bottom. Smith read it aloud. "Disposable cardboard pulp 1.3-litre slipper bedpan." Waters could see that Serena's face was absolutely straight, but he wasn't sure what expression was on his own. Practical joking was endemic among some of the teams at Kingslake. Waters had developed enough self-confidence and understanding of his sergeant to engage in the banter that was a part of a detective's daily life, but this was the first time he had been involved in taking the mickey quite so proactively. Smith turned the bedpan up the right way again and placed it on his desk, still looking at it thoughtfully. 1.3 litres, that's a lot when you think about it, isn't it? Serena said, "That avoids spillages. But we thought it was ideal for you, sir. It does take a lot of pee, and we know you can't employ that Swedish nurse forever." Smith looked at Waters then, recalling the telephone conversation they had had a fortnight ago, before he went to Belfast, when he had Waters believing that he would be laid up in bed for weeks after having some cartilage removed from his knee. "Yes, I thought that's where this was coming from. Well, Detective Constables, thank you very much. I can assure you that if I do ever have occasion to use this item, I will most definitely be thinking of you both." Detective Sergeant Wilson was coming across from the other side of the large open-plan office. He growled a good morning at no one in particular, and then caught sight of the object on Smith's desk. After a good stare at it, and a look at each of them, he said to Smith, "Are you sure you haven't come back a bit too early?" Waters glanced at Serena, but she had already turned back to her report of the morning's interview. It was one thing to make a joke or two within their team, but quite another to provide ammunition for DS John Wilson. Smith said, "Yes, I should be all right. It's just a precaution. I was explaining to them that I'm leaving a few of these around at strategic points in case of emergency, so that they can fetch one in case I'm incapacitated." Wilson hesitated just long enough to realize that they had all seen him do so, and just long enough for Smith to go on. "With the old official retirement age becoming a thing of the past, we're all going to have to make some adjustments and allowances, I think." It is remarkable how much can still be conveyed with just 2 words of Anglo-Saxon. Wilson managed to convey a great deal with them. In the silence that followed, Waters could see Serena Butler's face trying not to laugh at itself in the monitor screen, and that made him look away himself at Jefferson and O'Leary, who were watching from the other side of the office. Then he heard Wilson say curtly to Smith, "A word, outside." "This isn't still about the bedpan, is it?" "No," said Wilson. He was handing the 2 members of Smith's team back to him this morning as soon as he had the report from their interview with Mr. Usborne of the Historical and Detecting Society. Assuming that Smith himself was now up to speed with the case that they were all to be working on, he, Smith, could then check in with D.I. Reeve again and see what she wanted him to do next. Wilson was back to his usual brusque and off-hand self, at least where Smith was concerned, and on the point of turning away when Smith stopped him with a word. "John?" "What?" "I don't need to speak to Allison. You've got a handle on this, I'm sure. Tell me what you're thinking, and I'll work around you on it." That was the closest Smith had come to offering the peace pipe since the row over the Macpherson case almost 2 years ago. He had hoped that after the 4 of them, Wilson and himself, Mike Dunn and John Murray, had taken out the 2 Albanians at Honey Hill Cottage, things might at least have got back onto an even keel. Now Wilson was watching him warily, saying nothing. Smith said, "I can't say fairer than that. You've been working it. It's your case." Wilson said, "I'm looking at the other 2 detectorists, his mates. There's a lot that doesn't ring true. I'll be pulling them in later today or tomorrow morning." "What sort of thing isn't ringing true?" "Phones. And there's a witness statement describing someone very like Gareth Stone at Randall's place early the next morning. He never mentioned that when we spoke to him last week." "Sounds decent. Is there anything I can tidy up?" Wilson was hesitating again, and Smith waited, trying to look as sincere as he felt. "OK. Badger diggers were another possibility. There's been some on the estate this year. There's the Spade connection, which your boy Waters made, obviously, but no motive. I've had someone look into it. I can pass on to you what there is later today, if you want." "Good, we'll take that. How far did you get with the Friars?" Wilson managed a smile. "I didn't succeed in getting any of them into the frame. We weren't there long, just informing them what was going to happen next. I don't know how much they understood. From a different planet, aren't they?" Smith nodded, but it was unclear whether or not he was agreeing with that. "I could have another go. I think I know the bloke in charge. At least I used to. Someone might have remembered something." "Suit yourself." "Before you go, how did those 2 behave?" He was looking back through the glass panel into the office. "Honestly? Definitely. She's an awkward cow sometimes." "I take it you are referring to Detective Constable Serena Butler?" Wilson knew Smith well enough not to be troubled by that. "The lad is all right. If ever you think he needs some proper management and career development, let me know. Rest assured, John, you are top of my list for that." Wilson was away this time, his broad back turned to Smith, the hairline across his neck as sharp as the razor that had shaved it. Had they just managed, after all that, to get back to where they had begun? It was impossible to say. Chapter 3. Brother Jeremy stepped out of his office for a moment, onto the terrace and into the sunshine. He thought to himself, busy old fool, unruly son, but this was no foolishness in truth. It was a simply beautiful day. Behind him, and to his right, stood Abbeyfield House, One might have said Abbeyfield House still stood, for it had been there, parts of it, for more than 500 years. There had been additions and subtractions through the centuries, but now, today, he thought, the place seems to have come to terms with itself. It would be difficult to imagine it more fetching and peaceful than it was here and now in this glorious English summer. The great lawns and vast acres of parkland had long gone, of course, along with the aristocratic family that had owned this portion of the county, but there was still a lawn of good size stretching down to the gate, and on it a few of the remaining trees, some proper English oaks, an evergreen home oak, 2 huge sycamores, and some of those obscure foreign conifers that landowners once thought added an air of distinction to their country residence. In front of him, Brother Jeremy could see through the hedges the land of the old estate that sloped gently away, good, rich farmland, looked after sympathetically by the Harper family now, decent, God-fearing people, pillars of the parish church in Lowacre. Beyond the village, where their fields were flatter, they farmed intensively, but up here there were only pastures and meadows, some still with their spring and summer retinues of wild flowers. He had never discussed the matter with the Harpers, but liked to think that they managed the land this way out of a sense of respect for the history and charm of the Abbeyfield estate. And finally, away to his left, for his office was in the very corner room of the ancient building, 2 meadows sloped down a little more steeply to the Laveney, the stream that was their boundary, and which had been the boundary of the Abbeyfield estate since time immemorial. The water sprang out of the chalk beneath these gentle hills 5 miles to the northwest, and by the time it reached Lowacre it had become, to Brother Jeremy at least, and perhaps to 1 or 2 others, a wonder, with its intimate, secret bends beneath the alder trees, its easy glides of shallow, sparkling water, its long green tresses of waving weeds, even a small population of wild brown trout that no one was ever given permission to angle for, though he had no doubt that a few were taken illicitly every season. And there were kingfishers too. After this afternoon's weekly meeting, if there was time, he would go down to see the kingfishers. The friar turned away from the scene before him, aware that he was indulging himself more than he had intended, and then caught the smell of the coming luncheon in his nostrils. He examined the sudden desire for food within himself, smiling at the foolishness of his stomach, which seemed to have forgotten that he had recently chosen to fast on Mondays. "Be hungry," he said to that part of himself. "Be as hungry as you like, for the will is only a muscle, and the more I use it, the stronger it becomes. When penances become pleasures, we know that we have taken steps that bring us closer to God." The sound of a vehicle, then, on the road beyond the hedges, out of sight but climbing towards the gates, the engine note rising as it did so, the gearbox being shifted from 3rd into 2nd as they approached the final bend. He could not remember whether visitors were expected. Brother Paul was responsible for that now, and making a good job of it. Perhaps there was a booking into the conference-room or the retreat. Either way, it need not concern him as guardian of the Society of St. Francis. He stepped back into his cool, dim room, his place of work for today, but watched through the open double doors, idly curious still about the visitors. Now he could hear the sound of wheels on the gravel. The gates would be open, of course, to welcome the travellers and the tourists who often found their way to Abbeyfield as a listed building of interest, and that meant that the vehicle would shortly appear on the far side of the lawn. He squinted a little against the brilliance of the sun, and then Brother Jeremy could just make out a car edging its way slowly around towards the front entrance, maroon-coloured, not new, not the hire car of wealthy American tourists then, just an old Peugeot saloon that pulled up on the square of gravel close to the open doorway. 2 men got out and looked at the building. One of them was quite tall and young, blonde-haired in the bright light, and the other was rather short, quite a lot older, and vaguely familiar. Brother Jeremy stayed there in his room and got on with the accounts. He had not been able to recall the man, but After more than 20 years at Abbeyfield, many faces had come and gone. It might be nothing that he need be concerned in, and sooner or later the younger men would have to learn to manage without him. Nevertheless, it was not more than 3 or 4 minutes before he heard voices and footsteps approaching along the passageway that led to his room, followed by the inevitable knocking at his door. He clicked save on the spreadsheet, got up and went to open it himself. He was not a managing director or a headmaster after all, but a servant, like everyone else. As the 3 of them entered the room, Brother Paul said, "Brother Jeremy, the police are here. This is Sergeant Smith, and this—" He had forgotten and looked embarrassed. The older policeman looked around at them all and said helpfully, with a smile, "Isn't?" Waters introduced himself, and Brother Paul disappeared gratefully back into the passageway. He was very young, it seemed, no older than Waters himself, but already he wore the brown robe and white rope of the First Order of the Society of St. Francis, as did, of course, the guardian of the Abbeyfield Friary. They continued to stand as Brother Jeremy greeted them properly and said that this must be about the sad business of the body that had been found in the field by the river the week before last. "It is," said the older detective, returning the look of puzzled recognition on the face of the friar with a reassuring smile, as if to say not to worry, you'll remember me shortly. Brother Jeremy said, "We have met before, Sergeant, but for the life on me, I do apologize. Was it here? Have you visited us before on another matter?" "No, it wasn't here at Abbeyfield, sir. Try the West Luffenham Community College." "Oh, going back a few years, 6 or 7 of them at least. We did outreach there for a while, drugs education, when Brother Dougal was here with us. And I, of course, did a little teaching one term with some 6th formers, lyrical elements in the poetry of John Donne." "That's it, sir. I think you've almost cracked it." "Sergeant Smith, you say? It was a Sheila Smith whose class I was taking. Not really teaching. She found out about my past life from Brother Dougal and invited me in to talk to them. It was an absolute pleasure. But when did you and I—" "There was a reception one evening when the new 6th form building was opened. That's when we met, sir." Of course it was. He remembered now. He stepped forward and they shook hands, smiling, and Smith steeled himself because it was inevitable now. "And how is Sheila, Sergeant? Still at Luffenham?" "I'm afraid not. She passed away a little over 3 years ago now." There was a moment of silence. Then the friar reached out again and took Smith's hand between both of his own. He said, "I am most sorry to hear that, deeply sorry. I remember her as an inspiring teacher. A terrible loss." They sat down then at the friar's invitation, but something was still troubling him. After a moment he said, "Sergeant Smith, you might have to forgive my memory, which is not what it was, but surely I recall that you were a rather senior officer. I seem to remember that coming up in the conversation that evening, but I might be wrong." Waters watched and listened as Smith explained that Brother Jeremy's memory had not failed him in the slightest, and not for the first time Waters heard Smith explaining it in such a way that might suggest that he, Smith, had been the victim of some dreadful fall from grace, instead of simply choosing to get the elevator down to the 2nd floor. Leaving people with that suspicion seemed to amuse the detective sergeant, but there had no doubt been times when it worked in his favour during an investigation, an aging policeman on the way down being perceived as less of a threat, perhaps, than an enthusiastic young one on the rise. "And now, gentlemen, how can we help with your inquiries? Is there news?" "At this point it's customary to say that our inquiries are ongoing," said Smith, "which basically means that we haven't arrested anyone yet. There is an active line of inquiry, and we thought that it would be useful to come and have another word with your people."
"May I ask to what end? We were all told together about what had happened. Another sergeant came out and spoke to us. He was very businesslike and said that we would not be troubled any more than necessary. He thought that we had simply been unfortunate in having the poor man discovered on land that belongs to the friary."
Smith said with the briefest of glances at Waters, "I'd have to agree that it was unfortunate, sir, but I'm not sure that it was simply so. In view of what Mark Randall appears to have been doing in that field, he was not on friary land by chance, was he?"
"I'm not sure that I understand you, Sergeant. I apologize for that. I realize that you sometimes have to view the world very differently to the rest of us. Please explain."
And Waters thought he was an academic, Brother Jeremy, judging by his comment about his past life and the fact that Sheila Smith had called him as an expert witness concerning the poetry of John Donne, and he is the senior man here too, for a while, by the behaviour of Brother Paul towards him. I wonder why he's having problems following what D.C. is saying. But then it might be true. Waters knew that he himself did look at the world differently now, after a year confronting the surprising readiness of others to break the law when it was to their advantage. Sometimes they didn't even need that excuse. Smith said, "Of course I'll explain. Mr. Randall was a metal detectorist, a hard-core one, if you'll forgive the expression. He was a treasure hunter. That's why he was on Abbeyfield land. This site, this whole area, has a long history of archaeological finds, doesn't it?"
"Ah, I see your point now. Yes, of course it does. And I have no doubt that Mr. Randall knew that, if he was, as you say, hard-core. I'm sorry to say that he isn't the first of his kind to be found on the estate."
"No, that's right. Just the first one to be found murdered, sir."
"It sounds brutal when you put it that way, Sergeant."
"I'd describe it as a fairly brutal murder. Did you read about it in the local newspaper or see it on the local news?"
We were aware of it, obviously. Personally, I did not dwell on the details. In our work, we see enough of man's inhumanity to man. To have it demonstrated to us here, in our home, is indeed unfortunate."
"But not simply so." Waters saw the wry smile at the corners of the Franciscan's mouth before he spoke again.
"No, obviously not. How can we be of assistance?"
Waters took notes as Brother Jeremy talked, and Smith listened. The treasure hunters had been a regular nuisance for several years. It seemed to come in waves, he said. There would be nothing for a month or two, sometimes longer, and then various individuals would be seen hanging about the lanes and tracks, and vans would be found parked in gateways where they had no business. 2 years ago they had disturbed the nests of stone curlews that had been made on the Harper's land. The RSPB wardens had tried to detain them as egg collectors, and there had been considerable unpleasantness that night, with threats of violence and retribution. Brother Jeremy had said then,
"It is hard to believe what lurks beneath the surface of our tranquil home sometimes. People don't realize, except for gentlemen like yourselves, who are probably only too aware of it."
"What's the attraction, though?" Smith had said. "Have they ever found anything of real significance?"
"Who are they?" said the friar. "We do not know what these nighthawks might have taken over the years, and that is just part of the problem. They destroy the historical record when they steal artifacts. But what keeps them coming back, I suspect, is the low-acre hare. Surely you have heard of this?"
Smith looked at Waters straight away, as if he must bear the full responsibility for either hearing or not hearing of the low-acre hare. After all, he had a degree in history. Explaining that his interest was in modern European political movements beginning in the late 19th century would cut no ice whatsoever. It was simpler to confess to ignorance immediately, and so he did. Smith looked appropriately disappointed on behalf of the West Norfolk Division and asked Brother Jeremy to explain. It was, or rather it is, a golden hare, literally a hare made of gold. The eyes are made from red glass that is thought to be Roman. The Anglo-Saxons, said the friar, were already recycling. The hare stands on its back legs, as they do today in the fields of spring, and the ears form a loop through which the golden chain or leather thong would have passed. because the whole thing would have been a pendant for a lady of the highest status. It was large for an Anglo-Saxon piece. The friar showed perhaps 3 inches between his finger and thumb, and now rested in the British Museum. Smith said, "Do you have any idea of its value if it were ever to be sold?"
"Its monetary value? Not really, but I imagine it would be considerable."
Waters said, "How was it found?"
"Oh, legitimately, by a local vicar who was an enthusiast. It must be at least 30 years since, perhaps 40, long before my time here. I don't know whether he was using a detector or simply doing a little excavation. It wasn't Sutton Hoo," with a glance at Waters to see if he had managed to hear of that one, "but it is the best known of several important finds in the area. Some years ago we had the Time Team researchers here for a couple of days, though no programme was subsequently made. So we are on the map, archaeologically speaking, and that is why we suffer these intrusions from time to time."
Smith was quiet, thinking all this over, as if he found it interesting. He probably does, thought Waters. You notice that, if you spend any amount of time in his company, he gets interested in things to the point where sometimes he seems to have forgotten that there is a case to be worked. The route back to the business in hand can be a circuitous one. Then he saw that Smith was looking at him with the "do you want to have a go" expression. Waters said, "When was the last time there were nighthawks around, before the discovery of Mr. Randall?" Brother Jeremy furrowed his brow before he answered,
"That we know of? Oh, that would be back in April, I think. Yes, towards the end of April."
Smith had refocused quickly. "April? Just a couple of months ago? What happened?"
"Nothing of any great moment. Joan Harper telephoned me to say that someone had been seen on one of the lower fields. The usual thing, wandering about, looking at the ground as they do. She was alerting us. The Harpers might have had a word with them, I don't know."
Smith said, "I'm not clear as to who owns the land, sir. Is it all one estate? Does it all belong to your society?" The friar laughed in a kindly enough way at that.
"If only, Sergeant. The Harper family owns most of what was the original estate, bought piece by piece over many years, I believe. The ownership of the house here and the grounds and our few fields is so complicated that even I don't fully understand it. In short, there is some sort of trust which has to ensure that some sort of Christian organization is active here. This has been a site of worship for more than 1,000 years, and one of the last of the Devereux family wanted that to continue, even when they had to relinquish Abbeyfield themselves. The history is quite fascinating. Writing it down might be my retirement project."
Waters said, "Wasn't there a Benedictine monastery here at one time?" Smith shot Waters a startled look, but one which also managed to convey that the honour of the West Norfolk Division had been restored by this intervention.
"There was, Constable. A small one, admittedly, and mostly gone. The stone was used in other parts of the house later on, but we have 2 walls, a corner and a window space remaining. If you would like to see any of this before you leave—"
Smith said, "Very kind of you to offer, sir. Coming back to this incident in April, was it on the same field where Mr. Randall's body was found?"
"Either that one or the adjacent one. We, that is the Trust, own 2 fields this side of the King's Lake Road, but we don't farm them. They are sublet to the Harpers. Is this significant, Sergeant?"
"Well, that's it, sir. We don't know and never do until other bits of the jigsaw turn up. Sorry about the worn-out metaphor. It seems a bit of a coincidence that the same field, more or less, had detectorists just a few weeks apart, but maybe it isn't. If they're anything like the serious egg collectors, their intelligence will be very good. Some of them are fanatics and extremely knowledgeable as a result, but, to be frank, we're just dotting I's and crossing T's today. As I said earlier, this is a good line of inquiry already underway. If you could just tell us how many brothers you have in residence, my colleague will write down their names and we'll have a quick word with them. Then we'll leave you in peace." There were 7 brothers, Smith made a very good joke about finding 7 brides, but Waters had no idea what he was talking about. Smith was in a generous mood and explained that it wasn't entirely Waters's fault that he was so ignorant. First computer games and now this satellite and subscription television business meant that few young people were experiencing Sunday afternoons when there was nothing else to watch but a classic Hollywood musical. But only 7, Waters had repeated. Not much of a monastery, is it? No, said Smith as they sat outside it in the car, the windows wound down, letting out some of the heat that had accumulated inside drift away. It isn't. But that's nothing to do with how many men are in it. They're not monks, so it isn't a monastery at all. Brother Jeremy told us that twice. They are friars, so this is a friary. Have you got something else on your mind? What was that text about that you read just now when you thought I wasn't looking? Nothing on God's green earth would have persuaded Waters to reveal the contents of the text, but you always had the feeling with Smith that he had already half-guessed correctly. Waters said, "Nothing important, just someone cancelling for tonight." Someone? Smith knew perfectly well who it was. In a moment he would make a joke about Catherine needing a night off from beating him up or teaching self-defence to a class of Royal Marines. He decided not to answer. "Never mind, I think I've got some of those classic musicals on DVD. You could pop round and we could watch some. High Society, Singing in the Rain, White Christmas." White Christmas in this heat? Smith gave a vague as if he was reconsidering his choices, but this was all idle nonsense. Waters knew that Smith was underneath it, processing what they had learned from the friars, and wondering whether there was anything else to be followed up while they were out here. It might make sense to call at the farm owned by the Harper family, but Smith had been right. Waters was having a little difficulty focusing. The text had been from Catherine. She wasn't exactly cancelling tonight, just rearranging. "It's the heat," she had written. "It's making me feel funny again. You know how this heat makes me feel funny. Be here by 7, or else." And Smith wanted to talk about prehistoric musicals. "I've just remembered I've got to water all the containers tonight, so you can't come round, sorry. So we've had a word with 5 of the brothers, which leaves 2 to go. One was outreaching, is that actually a word, in Lake, and the other is on some sort of retreat where? Essex, somewhere near Southend. Right, well, from my memories of Southend, they ought to be doing it the other way round. It's the Southend people that need to be going on retreat, permanently if they've got any sense." "Seriously, DC, are you really going to follow up on those 2? None of the others knew anything. They're in a bit of a bubble, aren't they? I'm sure it's a very nice bubble, but—" Smith was silent, seemingly considering Waters's view, but equally he might be wondering why Waters hadn't learned one of the fundamental lessons yet. Sensing his mistake, instead of retreating himself, Waters pushed on with it. "This brother Andrew, the one who's in Essex, wasn't even here when Randall was killed. Jeremy told us that." There was another pause before Smith, slowly and quietly, "What Brother Jeremy actually said was that he thought Brother Andrew had left a day or 2 before, but he'd have to check. He didn't check while we were there, and I chose not to pursue at this point." "But you're going to? Are we going to Essex?" "Not now, no, but we should speak to him just to complete the set." Waters gave a slight shake of his head, another mistake that he couldn't stop himself from making. Smith was looking at him directly now. "No, I don't think I'm on to anything. Yes, you and I are only colouring in the background this morning, but if you're going to dot the I's and cross the T's, do all of them, every time. Because on the 500th time that you do that, you find that suddenly the meaning of a whole paragraph changes. You said you wanted to quit the fast-track program and learn this job the old-fashioned way. This is the old-fashioned way." He wasn't angry. He didn't even seem annoyed, but there could be something a little unnerving in him sometimes. You could be larking around, even taking the mickey out of his harmless eccentricities, and he would be going along with it until some silliness might affect the doing of the job, and then you noticed that he had a stiletto in his hand. Waters said, "While we're out here, we might as well go and speak to the Harpers." "That's where we're going, and on the way you can tell me what John Wilson's got. He wasn't very forthcoming earlier on. If it's sound, we might be able to cancel Southend after all. It's not as if anybody actually wants to go there." Chapter 4. "Phones," was all that Wilson had said, but when Waters explained, as they turned right out of Abbeyfield and took the Low Acre Road, it did seem to be a sound line of inquiry. Randall's mobile, the one found in his house when it was searched by the police on the afternoon following his death, showed a number of missed calls beginning shortly after midnight, with the last one being made 5 minutes before 2 in the morning. How many calls, Smith had asked, and Waters said he thought there had been 7. That's what he had heard. He hadn't seen the phone for himself. Smith said it would be interesting to know whether they had been evenly spaced out. Waters frowned and asked why. It would tell us something about the state of mind of the person doing the ringing. Were the calls all from the same number? Yes, apparently, and no, they couldn't trace it easily because it had been a pay-and-go phone. That's where it had got interesting yesterday evening. Jefferson and O'Leary had paid Gareth Stone another visit with some follow-up questions about his mate Mark Randall, and they had asked for his mobile number, for the purposes of elimination, obviously. He hadn't been able to tell them without taking it out and looking. Why is that, they had said? Bad memory or a new phone? After some toing and froing, he admitted it was a new phone, another pay-and-go, just like his old one. What had happened to the old one? Accidentally dropped it into a bucket of water. Smith looked askance at that, and Waters explained that Stone was a plasterer by trade. If he was a stupid one, it was conceivable. So Jefferson and O'Leary had said, "What did you do with the old one, Gareth? Threw it into a skip somewhere. And when did all this take place? Not sure exactly. I don't keep a diary, do I? Just approximately will do, Gareth. We just need to eliminate you from our inquiries." And then, because they would find out anyway from the new mobile he had just produced, unless he could make that disappear as well in front of their eyes, he admitted that it had been about a fortnight ago, probably just after Mark died. Smith slowed the car a little to read the sign by the road ahead, and then began to indicate left. The sign said Flint's Farm in bold letters, and then underneath in smaller ones, Harper Farms. There was another sign then that asked drivers not to exceed 15 miles an hour. Smith put the car into third and obeyed it. He said, "Observation number 1. Simon O'Leary has either found God or had a nasty bang on the head. Observation number 2. If Mr. Stone isn't already sitting and sweating in one of our interview rooms as we speak, he ought to be. Even hearing it all third hand, it isn't looking good, especially if they can tie him into being at Randall's place the next morning." Waters said, "That's the bit I don't get. Why do that? If you'd just killed someone in, some sort of fight over an artifact or something, the last thing you'd do is risk being seen at their property. What was he after? Fighting over artifacts. That's a bit dry, isn't it? I see this as more like Treasure Island. Murdering varmints after a hoard of buried doubloons." He said that last thing with a very passable West Country accent. Waters gave him a sideways glance and thought, "I'm not imagining it. He's been in a funny mood ever since he got back. Maybe he did have a reaction to the anaesthetic. Treasure Island?" But it was the regular Smith who then said, "What was he after? Randall's phone, most likely. Listen, we came out here to ask about badger digging and forgot. Funny that Brother Jeremy never mentioned it either. Make sure you do when we meet these people. But look at this place, isn't it lovely?" The ground was rising a little again as they climbed the next of the gently rolling hills that make up the West Norfolk countryside. The road had begun a wide bend to the right, and on that side was a field of rapeseed in full chrome-yellow flower, so tall that they could not see beyond it. On the other, successive acres of wheat, barley, feed beans, and sugar beet dropped away in subtly different shades of green. Between the fields there were hedgerows and tall hedgerow trees, oak, ash, and maple, that told anyone with an eye to see that this farm was run by people who saw more in the landscape than a profit margin. As they began the decline from the top of the hill, they entered an avenue of cherry trees, not the flowering sort from the Far East, but the native Europeans, and some were heavily in fruit. Ahead of them now was the farmhouse and its attendant cluster of sheds and barns. Smith said, "Flint's Farm. Any idea why it's called that?" No. Is it something to do with pirates again?" It took Smith a moment to make the connection. "Very good. I still forget sometimes that you're even more educated than you look. No, it's my guess that it's geology and early history. Where the chalk outcrops, it's sometimes full of flint nodules. In the Stone Age they dug them up to make axe-heads and arrows. Ones from Norfolk and Suffolk have been found all over Europe. Have you never been to Grimes' graves?" "No." "Well, if you're a good boy, I'll take you one weekend. You can tick it off in your I Spy book of ancient history. Here we are." He pulled up and parked the car on the gravel in front of a sprawling, double-fronted house. The brick was old and sandy red in colour, but the front of the building was smothered in Virginia creeper. Then Smith ducked his head so that he could see the whole house through the windscreen, and nodded approvingly. The front door and windows were of traditional construction in white-painted wood. Plastic would have been completely wrong here. Waters said, "My what sort of book?" "I Spy. It's how we used to educate our children. They had to go out into the real world and look at real things. I once got 35 points for the Flying Scotsman." He could only conclude that Waters's silence was of the awestruck variety, and got out of the car, saying, "Come on, round the back. People like this never use the front door." Joan Harper had her back to them as she washed the flour from her hands. She said, "I'm sorry, I just assumed it was about the diesel thieves again. I'd forgotten about the poor man in the field. I hope that doesn't sound too callous." They were already sitting at the table in the centre of the kitchen, a table so old and so heavy that 5 or 6 good men would be needed to move it any distance at all, and the kettle on the range was already beginning to hiss. Smith could see jars on shelves in an open cupboard that must be home-made preserves, and his mouth watered a little at the thought. From the low beams above their heads were hanging bunches of lavender and dried herbs. Despite the warmth of the day outside, he imagined for a moment this room at Christmas time. It was a comforting thought. He said, "Not at all, Mrs. Harper. I know there's been a spate of it again. Have you been hit yourselves?" She turned around, wiping her hands on a tea-towel. "Not this time, but it's a constant worry and an expense. New gates and then new ditches, so they can't just drive around them in their off-roaders. Dummy tanks, cameras, security lights. We pay for it all, and if they do get past that lot, the losses are uninsurable." "Not exactly the pastoral idyll, is it?" She shrugged and said, "Tea for the both of you?" Joan Harper was 60, maybe 65, and although she was small and a little stooped now, Smith recognized her kind. She had shrugged off every calamity that life had thrown at her, put the kettle on the range, and got on with things. The far end of the table was covered with the bureaucratic insanity that modern agriculture demands: grant forms, subsidy applications, produce marketing records, fertilizer, pesticide and herbicide usage notifications, and a myriad of other requests for data and more data. But these papers were organized into neat piles. There was a calculator at the ready and a laptop blinking patiently. This was her doing too, but in a moment, if needed, she would be out, ready to drive a tractor, mend a fence, or clear a drain. The farming was her life, and when it was gone from her, for whatever reason, she would die, quietly, and without a lot of fuss. Smith said, "Yes, please, a dash of milk for me. My colleague will have 2 sugars." She looked at Waters and smiled as if she understood. Then she turned back to the job and produced a proper brown ceramic teapot, a little white jug for the milk, and some bone china teacups and saucers from the kitchen dresser. She had company after all. Smith was delighted. She said, "So how is Brother Jeremy?" After Smith told her that the friar was in good health, she talked about the phone call that she had made to him in April. With a brief examination of the farmer's weekly calendar that was hanging on the wall, she was able to tell them within a couple of days when this must have been. If they needed to know exactly, she said, she could tell from her telephone bill. Smith declined that offer, but accepted the one that involved cheese scone and a pat of butter. "Did you see the vehicle yourself, Mrs. Harper?" "No, it was my son Stephen. He was pulling a sprayer up from the 40 acres, and so he couldn't stop and speak to them there and then. He would have blocked the lane. He came up to the farm and took the Range Rover back down, but they had gone. I called Jeremy anyway, as we do." Smith said, "The countryside watch." She had not sat down with them at the table, but continued the conversation from various points around the kitchen as she tidied and wiped and straightened things. "I suppose so. I mean no disrespect, Sergeant, but for most of this sort of thing we've learned not to rely too much on people like yourselves. I imagine the town keeps you busy enough." She was right, of course. He had heard the same thoughts expressed with considerable disrespect over the years, but on those occasions, too, the speakers had been justified enough. The countryside was always the poor relation when it came to police manpower and resources. Always, that is, until somebody finds a body. "Mrs. Harper, a moment ago you said that your son couldn't speak to them there and then. Did he see more than one person hanging around that day?" She didn't know. If they needed more detail, they would need to speak to Stephen themselves. "He was here on the farm, down at the potato store." Then she crossed the kitchen and went into a small room, an office off to their left. They heard a click and a brief crackle before she spoke into a short-wave radio. A voice came back, indistinct, so that Smith could not make out all the words, but distinct enough to hear the curtness of a busy man who thinks that he has better things to do. Mrs. Harper had only said that the police would like a word. She had not told her son what the word would be about. While they waited, Smith asked about the running of the farm, and she told them that her husband Ted and Stephen managed the business between them. They had 2 other sons and a daughter, but all had left for brighter lights now. She said it without bitterness, with something of a smile, but Smith knew that they had been fortunate to keep even one of their 4 children involved. Family farms are a rarity now. When Mr. and Mrs. Harper passed away, it was more than likely that the land would be divided 4 ways. Stephen would never raise the capital to buy out the others, and so their shares would be sold on the open market. A quarter of it would not be viable as an arable farming enterprise. Ownership would pass to a pension fund or an anonymous foreign buyer, and a management company would hire in contractors to do the work. The trees and hedgerows would disappear soon afterwards. They heard steps outside, and Mrs. Harper shouted, "Boots!" A male voice muttered something, and then the door opened. Stephen Harper looked directly at the 2 visitors, gave the slightest of nods, and then went across to the sink. His hands were grimy with silt from the potato store. He kept his back to them for a long time while he washed and dried his fingers one by one meticulously. Waters looked at Smith, but Smith's attention never left the thin, wiry, overalled figure in front of them. Joan Harper said, "Tea? There's a fresh one in the pot." "Depends how long we're going to be." Harper turned at last and looked at them again. He looked pointedly down at the table, at the teacups and plates and the crumbs of cheese scones. "Nice work if you can get it." "Stephen!" Smith returned the younger man's stare as he said, "It's fine, Mrs. Harper. We don't often receive such hospitality while we're working, not these days, and I'll be the first to admit that we make the most of it when we do. I've never eaten a better cheese scone." She said, "Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Would you like another one, Sergeant?" Harper was watching intently. Smith smiled at their hostess, and then, smile maintained, he looked back at her son. "Yes, please." As she fetched 2 more, Waters, it seemed, being young and tall, would be fed without question, Harper sniffed and went to pour his own tea. He took a large mug down from the rack behind the tiled work surface. Like his mother, he showed no sign of sitting down at the table with them. In fact, thought Smith, he'd probably chop off one of his little fingers rather than do so. Nevertheless, it was Stephen Harper who moved things on. "What's this about, then? Someone complained about mud on the road again?" Joan Harper closed her eyes, but when she looked at Smith, she could see enough to keep her peace. Smith said, "No, wrong time of the year for that, really, isn't it? Wrong sort of weather as well." Harper took a mouthful of tea and said nothing more. "Anyway, Detective Constable Waters and I are filling in some background on what happened to Mr. Mark Randall a couple of weeks ago. He was the man found dead not far from Abbey Field, a metal detectorist, one of those night hawks that I understand you have trouble with yourselves sometimes. Brother Jeremy told us that back in April Mrs. Harper called him and said that you had seen someone hanging around who looked like they might be in that line of business. Do you recall that, Mr. Harper?" "Yes." "Where exactly was that?" "On the 25-acre. Mrs. Harper stepped in then, which was a good thing. If Stephen Harper became any more unhelpful, Smith might need to call in the emergency squad from Community Relations. She said, "It's one of our own fields back towards the river, on the right as you go back towards Abbey Field." "Thank you. How many people did you see there that day, Mr. Harper?" "Just the one." "And what was he doing? I'm assuming that it was a man." "From what I could see it was, poking about, like they do." "With a metal detector?" "No." Harper drank some more tea. His mother looked a little lost, somewhere between annoyance and embarrassment, and there was tension in the room. The person least affected by it seemed to be Smith himself. He took another bite of the cheese scone, and then they all had to wait while he finished chewing it. "So, how do we know, Mr. Harper, that he wasn't some chap just answering the call of nature? Begging your pardon, Mrs. Harper. By the way, what sort of cheese do you make these with? They are delicious." She looked at him as if she must have misheard, and then she said, "It's an extra-mature farmhouse cheddar." Harper said, "No, he was a little way out in the field. They walk about as if they've lost a pound coin. He was one of them." "It wasn't Mr. Randall by any chance?" "No." "You seem sure about that. So you got a good look at him?" "Good enough." "From how far away, roughly? You were in the tractor on the road, and he was a little way out in the field. How far away was he from you?" For the first time, Harper had to think about his answer, and he took long enough for all 3 of them to be looking at him by the time he finally gave it. 50 yards, maybe 60. Smith said, "So there's nothing wrong with your eyesight, Mr. Harper." With a thumb and 2 fingers he dabbed together the remaining crumbs on the plate, and then he ate them. Waters was actually afraid that Smith would smack his lips or make the Italian kissing gesture when the taste of food is exquisite. Waters spoke for the first time then. "Can I ask what sort of vehicle he had, Mr. Harper?" "A white van, transit sort of thing." "Any distinctive marks? Anything unusual about it?" "No." There was a short pause in the proceedings, and then, after the customary frown, Smith said, "Can I ask how you knew it wasn't Mark Randall that you saw there in April? You seem quite definite about that, but if you'd never met Mr. Randall, and obviously you would have told someone if you had, how do you know it wasn't him in the field?" Stephen Harper had stopped swinging at every ball. In fact, the constant probing away at his off-stump had brought him into a much more defensive frame of mind altogether. As he answered this time, he looked at his mother for some sort of support. "His picture was on the news and in the local rag. I expect we've still got that somewhere. We usually do. Of course I would have said something if it had been the same bloke, but it wasn't. We get 2 or 3 of this lot hanging around every month at the moment. It was nothing unusual, me seeing someone in the field." Mrs. Harper said, "We have got that paper, Sergeant." Smith said, "And when you went back in the Range Rover, there was no sign of him?" Stephen Harper shook his head, looking now away from his mother and into the distance beyond Smith's left shoulder. "Did you have a ride round, see if he was on another field somewhere?" Another shake of the head, and again Harper not quite meeting his eye. "And no one from Kingslake Police was told about it when they came to see you? I'm assuming that someone did, of course, what with Mr. Randall being found on your land." Mother and son exchanged glances before Joan Harper said, "Well, no, they didn't actually come to see us. You're the first ones, Sergeant. It's not our land, it's Friary land. We only rent it from them. They'd have gone to see Brother Jeremy as the landowner." Smith got up from the table then, taking the others a little by surprise. "Good. I think we're done for now. What I would say is, if you have any of these characters about from now on, please do let us know. Don't put yourselves at risk, but any information might be useful, vehicle numbers, that sort of thing. D.C. Waters will now remove a page from his notebook and write my number on it for you. Thank you for your assistance, especially about the extra-mature farmhouse cheddar." Gordon Bennett. Smith was holding onto the steering wheel, hands at the correct position, 10-2, and staring ahead as if they were travelling at 90 miles an hour and approaching a tight bend instead of still being parked at the front of the farmhouse. A wood-pigeon murmured contentedly in the trees behind them, and another clattered noisily into and then out of the ancient creeper that covered the headquarters of Flint's farm. Waters said, "What's up?" "So I don't mean you personally, yet. You speak to the man who owns the field, but who never, in all likelihood, never sets foot in it, and who has most definitely never driven a tractor around it, and you don't interview the people who do all those things and more on at least a weekly basis. It's a murder scene, and the people who go there most frequently haven't been spoken to until today. I repeat, Gordon bloody Bennett." Even as he said it, Waters knew that to do so could be a near-fatal error. "I think they just assumed—" Smith's head turned slowly towards him. "You're not in kindergarten any more. We should have learned our alphabet by now. You also need to learn that those above you will often forget it, but that if you're going to be successful at solving cases as opposed to climbing greasy poles, you cannot afford to forget it. A, B, C." Waters wondered if Smith was waiting for him to say it aloud, but as Smith no doubt knew that was not necessary, the well-worn phrase became just a little more well-worn, a little more shiny, as it went around a few times in his mind. Assume nothing. Believe no one. Check everything. Detective Inspector Reeve and Detective Sergeant Wilson had at some point missed at least 2 of the 3, and Detective Sergeant D.C. Smith seemed to be genuinely cross about it. Not for the first time, Waters wondered what it had been like to work for Smith when he had been a detective chief inspector. Inspirational, exciting, and hilarious were all words that he had heard used to describe the experience, and Waters's own father had known him in those times as well as anyone, but there must have been moments, too, for some of those officers when it was pretty scary. Still, in this particular case, no harm had been done, he concluded. Obviously, it was useful to know that there had been other Nighthawks about, but... "So, what did you personally do? You and Serena didn't get to come out here?" "No, we did backgrounds, traced his vehicles, checked his records." "Nothing going on in his bank?" "Serena did that. Nothing much in his bank most of the time." "How far back did she go?" "A year, I think." The annoyance was gone. Smith was thinking now. Waters said, "Should we go back further? I know it might be making an assumption, but whatever he was up to, if he was up to anything, didn't make him any money, DC." "No, but always think motive. Motive, motive, motive. Find the motive, and you're close to the villain of the piece. And you know it's sex or money 90% of the time. 20% of the time it's sex and money, but probably not in a field after dark. Somebody found a reason to come up behind him as he was detecting away and clout him so hard with a spade that it shattered his skull. Why? Had he found something? There was a hole dug in the ground in front of him, wasn't there? I could see it in the photographs. 2 holes. The deduction is that he had been working that area of ground intensively. Maybe he found something. Could have been a squabble over that. 2 of them there working together until one decides to keep all the loot. Be handy in that case to know about other recent incidents of illegal metal detecting in the area, wouldn't it? It was a point well made, and Waters felt no need to answer. Smith said, "You still forgot to ask about badger digging. This is a disappointment, as I'm told it was you who connected the possible murder weapon to both nefarious after-dark activities." "Sorry, Sergeant. You know what this means, don't you?" "I expect it means we'll have to come back and eat more homemade cheese scones, Sergeant." Smith was getting out of the car, and Waters thought, "I shouldn't have mentioned that. He's going straight back for them now." But Smith walked around the front of the passenger's side and said, "You drive. I'm going to take in the scenery." Waters had the Peugeot running and reversed when Smith raised a hand slightly to stop him. "Talking of homemade cheese scones, what did you make of Stephen Harper?" "I think he might have had an unfortunate experience with us at some point. Maybe it was just a mud-on-the-road complaint. He's worth a log-in, I'd say." "Me too. Did he just lie to us?" Waters thought long enough for Smith to have turned to look, waiting for his answer. "I think he might not have told us the whole truth. I'm not sure why I think that." "Good distinction nonetheless. You have begun to redeem yourself, Deep Waters. Drive on and spare the horses. We'll be stuck in an office soon enough." But when they had rounded the corner of the farmhouse and were pulling away towards the avenue of cherry trees, they could see a figure waiting in the pool of shade beneath the first one. Waters eased off on the pedal and looked at Smith. Smith said, "Talk of the devil." Chapter 5. When Stephen Harper was in the back seat and the door was closed, Waters drove on until they were halfway around the first bend and the farmhouse was out of sight. That had been at Harper's request. After the noise of the engine died away, there was a moment when nobody spoke, and with the windows still wound down, they could hear bird-song, one bird in particular giving an unfamiliar, high-fluted whistle over and over in the cherry-tree branches above. Smith thought about Joe Everson then. She would have been able to tell him the name of that bird. Then he turned around to Harper. "Right then, sir. Can we take it that you have remembered something that might be of use to us?" Waters had turned around as well, so that he could see Stephen Harper. Smith's opening had been as unthreatening as possible, and quite deliberately so, because Harper was looking distinctly uncomfortable and out of place in the back seat of a policeman's car. For a moment Waters wondered whether he was going to confess to something dreadful. Harper said, "I did speak to him, the bloke in the field." Smith did not react at all, other than to say, "Go on. I expect this was when you went back in the Range Rover?" Harper nodded and said, "He was just about to draw off in the van. I pulled in behind so he couldn't." "And then you had a few words with him?" Harper was silent. Smith said, "Was it any more than words, Mr. Harper? Did you come to blows?" "No, I never touched him. He started mouthing off, and I did." "You threatened him? Told him if you saw him around again he'd get more than a bollocking?" "Yes, that was pretty much it." "And you never told your mother because—" "Didn't want to worry her. We've been confronted before, the diesel thieves and all that. She'd go ballistic if she thought I'd been fighting them on the side of the road." Smith turned away from him and caught Waters' eye in the process. Harper wasn't a teenager still frightened of his mother's tongue. He must be close to 30. On the other hand, having met Mrs. Harper, what he had said made some sense. He could see why the son wouldn't want to let her down. Still, with his back to Harper, looking through the windscreen at the alternating patches of sunlight and shadow below the trees on the road before them, Smith said, Anything else?" It definitely wasn't this Mark Randall. That's why I was so certain in the house. I was up close to him. It wasn't the bloke who got done in. Waters made a point of taking out his notebook and a pen. Harper had to go on the record now, having voluntarily got into the car. With Smith still apparently in a state of contemplation, Waters said, "Can you give us a description, Mr. Harper?" Medium height, medium build, a bit older than himself, so probably in his late 30s or early 40s, short, thinning hair and slightly gingery, face a bit blotchy and sort of reddish. Couldn't say about his eyes, you don't notice the colour of men's eyes, but he had paint on his hands, white paint, like he'd been at work somewhere nearby and had stopped off at the field while he was in the area. And there were splashes of paint on his jeans as well. Smith hadn't moved, but Waters knew that he was listening to that and leaving it to himself to follow it up. Waters said, "Why working nearby, Mr. Harper? He might have been doing his own place up." "No, when I let him out he reversed back at me as close as he dare, revving and trying to scare me. I could see in the back of the van he had buckets and brushes, all the gear." "I asked you before whether the van had any distinguishing marks." "It didn't, if you mean outside. Ordinary white van, not new. It had done a few miles." "You didn't make a note of the registration?" Harper shook his head. "No, that's what we usually do, but things had got a bit tense, hadn't they? I was making sure he didn't actually run me over." Waters waited then, but Smith still said nothing. He closed the notebook and said, "Thanks for this, Mr. Harper. It was a couple of months ago now, but would you know this man if you saw him again? Would you recognize him? If we asked you to come into Kingslake and look at some photographs, perhaps?" Yes, he would. There had been no hesitation about that. Then Smith turned back to Harper and said, "How do you feel about these detectorists coming onto your land?" It was a different sort of question to the ones that he had just been answering, and Harper looked nonplussed for a moment. "Well, they damage the crops, they dig holes when stuff is barely through. Have you got rabbits on your land, Mr. Harper?" Harper glanced at Waters as if to say, "Can't we carry on with the sensible questions?" No help was forthcoming, and so he answered, "Of course, plenty." "Rabbits dig holes all around your fields every night. I can't imagine that the damage 1 or 2 metal detectorists a month do even comes close to that, does it? To be honest, Mr. Harper, it's why we, the police that is, aren't going to get involved most of the time. A few holes in a field? Hardly the great train robbery, is it?" There was a different, a darker expression on the farmer's face now. He said, "They're taking things that don't belong to them. Out here we still call that theft." "You mean the artifacts? Mostly a few old coins, isn't it? I should think all the good finds have been made by now, and anyway, even though it might be on your land, it doesn't belong to you either, does it? Treasure trove laws and all that." "Not the bloody point. They don't even ask. I know that as far as you lot are concerned, the laws of trespass no longer exist, but living out here, they do, or they should. People have no respect." "No respect for what's mine and what's thine." "You said it. We have diesel thieves, organised gangs nicking £50,000 machines, poachers, hare coursers, motorbikes and quads ridden through crops. It goes on, and it's hardly worth reporting. You can't blame us if we deal with ourselves." Harper was genuinely angry and probably no longer aware that he was sitting in the back of a police car trying to correct the lies that he had told them earlier on. Smith said, "I cannot condone it, Mr. Harper, but I can understand your frustration." The bird was still calling up in the cherry trees, closer now and still completely unfamiliar. Smith leaned to his left and peered up into the sunlit foliage for a few seconds before turning back to Stephen Harper. "That's an unusual call, isn't it? Do you know what that bird is, Mr. Harper?" "Yes." The silence grew and became an obvious one. Eventually Smith's raised eyebrows settled on the occupant of the back seat. "I do, but I'm not supposed to say." Smith stared a moment longer, and then said to Waters, "I suppose we could arrest him for withholding information from the police." Harper said, "I'm not joking. If you see a bloke with a beard on your way out with binoculars, he's an RSPB special warden. It's a golden oriole. They've nested in a poplar plantation further down the valley before, but we've got a pair up here this year." Smith looked impressed. "Golden oriole. Sounds rare, doesn't it? 2 or 3 pairs in Britain most years. Really, goodness me, how did the RSPB get involved?" "We called them. They're guarding the nest site now. They came out straight away." Smith accepted the dig with good grace and a genuine smile before he continued, "And back to the matter in hand, Mr. Harper. Would I be right in thinking that if you did see a van parked in a gateway after dark and you thought that one of these nighthawks was in a field that belonged to you, you would go and investigate, assuming that Mrs. Harper wasn't with you at the time?" For all his temper, Harper was not a fool, and Waters saw him realize where this might be going. Nevertheless, he answered directly, "Yes." "And have you ever done so?" "No." "Good. If at some future point I asked you to tell me where you were on the night of Wednesday, the 19th of June, you wouldn't have any difficulty with that?" "No." "Fair enough. Mrs. Harper has our phone numbers, so if anything else crops up, give us a ring. D.C. Waters." "While you're here, Mr. Harper, can I ask you about badger digging?" "Oh, yes, you can add that to the list. We thought it had stopped after the court case 2 years ago, but this spring it's happened again. Nobody's caught them at it, but we've found 2 sets dug out. I'm no fan of the badger, but these are evil bastards, excuse me." "What's wrong with badgers? Is it the TB?" "No, we're an arable farm." Smith shook his head at the sad ignorance of people with degrees in history. Harper continued, "Badgers will dig into the sides of ditches and go under the field. When something heavy like a combine goes over, it can collapse. Digging out a sunk combine is no bloody joke. We sometimes encourage them to move on somewhere else, but we don't hurt them. They're protected anyway." Smith said, "These 2 sets that were interfered with, when and where?" Harper pointed up and to his left. "One was on the edge of the wood at the top there, and the other was down near the river. We only noticed that they'd been dug this week." "The river near the Friary?" "Yes, back at Abbeyfield. There's a set on a bend where the riverbank is high. Been there as long as I can remember." "Really? I didn't know they had such permanent homes." "And there he is," thought Waters, getting interested again. "Now it's wildlife. First golden orioles, and now badgers. He'll be collecting butterflies next." Smith said, "Is that on the edge of the same field as where Mark Randall was found?" Harper seemed a little surprised that this visitor from the town had grasped the local geography so quickly. "No, the one next door. We rent 2 fields from the Friary down there." "Yes, so Mrs. Harper said. And that set has been dug out how recently, would you say?" "Within the past fortnight. I've been down there regular this summer. I'd have noticed if it were before that." Smith thanked Stephen Harper for his help then. No mention was made of the fact that he had not done so when he first had the opportunity. Harper got out, and they watched him walk back to the farm in their respective mirrors, his boots clumping on the dusty road, his big hands and strong wrists poking out from the sleeves of the green overalls. When he was out of sight, Waters waited for the order to start the car, excited, and allowing himself to feel excited now, because he knew they had something. But Smith settled back in the car seat, eyes half closed, as if he was about to take a snooze. Waters said, "Well, what do you think?" "I think that we're going to sit here for another 5 minutes. What are the chances that we'll ever get to hear one of these again? A golden oriole." On the way back to Kingslake Central, Serena Butler called Smith on his mobile. She said that she was just checking in, but he knew that she was really asking about what they were doing and what there was to be done. She was always bored if she had to sit at a desk for very long. He told her to stay there. They would be back in 15 minutes, and he needed to speak to her about Gareth Stone. She had been present at one of his interviews, hadn't she? Yes, the first one. Why? He didn't tell her, but said to get everything they had on Stone together. Anyone from Wilson's team in the office? Apparently Mike Dunn was at his desk typing away. "He'll do," said Smith. He won't mind keeping you company until we get there." She made the usual dismissive remark, but Smith had a 50-pence bet with himself that when he walked in the two of them would be sharing a desk. As they climbed the stairs, Waters said, "Should we call Sergeant Wilson before we start?" "And tell him what?" "No, we'll put something together properly, and then we'll have something proper to hand over. We're certainly not waiting until he's back in. From what I remember, he's possibly with Gareth Stone this afternoon, so we need to look sharp." Serena and Mike Dunn were sharing her desk. Smith wondered whether he should give them some fatherly advice. Maggie Henderson and John Murray had never shown each other affection at work, and they had still ended up with a baby. Instead, he told Waters to get Gareth Stone's file up on the screen and told the other two where they had just been. "Serena, describe Gareth Stone."
"Medium height, slightly overweight, sort of rounded shoulders, sandy-coloured hair, a bit thin on top.
He doesn't like looking you in the eye, and his eyes are a bit too close together." "Too close together for what?"
"I don't know, but they are."
9 times out of 10, Smith would have pursued that conversational hare, but not today. Instead, he glanced across at Waters, who said, reading from the screen, "Painter and decorator, self-employed, runs his business from home, which is at Worthinghoe." Serena said, "That's where we spoke to him, more or less. His wife was at home. He was doing a job a couple of streets away, and she sent us there. What's happened?" When one first began to work with him, Smith's lines of questioning could seem peculiar, to say the least, but Serena Butler had been around long enough now to show no surprise when, instead of answering her, he said, "What did she say? Did she ask why we wanted a word with him?"
"No, just told us where he was."
Smith's eyebrows performed a range of the usual manoeuvres, and in the pause Serena said to herself as much as anyone,
"Which is a bit odd when you think about it."
Smith said, either she already knew, or she thought she did, or she couldn't be bothered. "What was she like?"
"Ordinary."
"Ah, that explains it." And Serena had been around too long to be concerned by a remark like that, either. She looked at Mike Dunn and then repeated,
"So what happened?"
"Almost there. I've only skimmed through the notes so far. What did he say about Abbeyfield, the Low Acre area? Presumably he was asked whether he knew it, whether he'd been doing any detecting there."
"Yes, John asked him. He said he didn't know it personally, but he'd heard of it from other detectorists. He said he didn't know that Mark Randall was working it."
"So he didn't hesitate about knowing Randall?"
Waters interrupted. "He couldn't, could he? We've got their names together on a written warning sheet from 2 years ago. They've definitely operated together in the past."
Smith had thought before that Detective Constable Butler was at her most attractive when she was cross. She was staring fixedly at him now, and he said, "You're going to ask me what's happened, aren't you?" Mike Dunn was leaning back in his chair so that he could not see his face, smiling at Smith and at the same time shaking his head in warning. Smith said, "I think we can put Gareth Stone in a field between Low Acre and the Abbeyfield Friary a couple of months ago. We have a witness who got up close and personal, and who also had a good look in the back of the van, which contained a load of decorating gear. So he's fibbed about that, and he's fibbed about his submersible phone experiences. And isn't there another witness who can place him at Randall's place the next morning? Mike, where's your boss at this moment?" "They went out to Worthinghoe." "Someone needs to get on the blower then. Tell him what's turned up." He was on his feet already, heading for the door. When he reached it, he turned around, and the three of them were still looking at each other, undecided. "Preferably today." Through the window, as he set off for Detective Inspector Reeves' office, he could see that it was Waters who had a phone in his hand. Whether he had been volunteered or whether he had seized the initiative was not clear.
"Just a couple of things, DC. You might as well sit down."
Oh dear, he needed to be sitting down. This was it, then. She was about to tell him that she was on her way, and that a new D.I. would be doing it differently from next Monday. Detective Inspector John Wilson? Perhaps he should see Olive again before he left for home and find out how to fake the symptoms of a heart attack. Or maybe he would have one for real. Either way, it could be curtains at last. Detective Superintendent Allen would hire a marquee and a bouncy castle. First thing, I don't have the paperwork yet, but we're about to get an answer on Richard Ford from Uniform. It should be this week. Is it what we expected? Yes. Would you like to break the news to him? You did sort of encourage him a bit. Yes, I'll tell the poor sod as soon as it's confirmed. Thanks. Second thing, this comes from Detective Superintendent Allen. He had known her use other names, less formal ones for senior officers, such as Superintendent Allen, in the past, but recently she was using the polite full titles every time, perhaps because she herself had just acquired a new one. As a professional courtesy, he has been informed that one of his officers might be approached by a law practice concerning a possible seeking of leave to appeal on behalf of their client. The officer concerned is you. I don't know whether you have any idea which of your many victims might be considering doing such a thing. Reeve looked slightly uncomfortable, as if she didn't actually want to tell him and was hoping that he would guess, as if she would rather not say the name. It would hardly be a guess, though. This was the rumour that had reached him through Joe Everson months ago. Marco Andretti. She nodded and said, "Any idea what it's about?" "Yes. How did the fourth girl's body get onto the beach? They've looked at this before and couldn't make it run. At least that's my guess. There might be something else, but if it was straightforward evidential, it would have come through the force by now. Or it should have done, who knows. Hot new lawyer, administrative error at the CPS, shortage of Category 3 prison spaces. Maybe it's just his turn to have a go." "I don't think you have anything to worry about. The first 3 were watertight. So was the fourth, apart from the fact that by then someone else was involved. The fact that we couldn't nail them does not put Andretti's part in it into question. Besides, if they're only planning to seek leave, no one else is obliged to participate, least of all me. At least that's what the law used to say." "I think you're right. Superintendent Allen is just letting you know, as a professional courtesy." "Yes, ma'am. Please pass on my thanks." She drew a long breath then and said, "I was going to let you go until you said that. Now you can bring me up to date on Mark Randall, but don't be too long. Maggie tells me you have a visit to make on your way home, DC." What could he do but look resigned? No man stands a chance against the conspiracy of good women. Chapter 6. This was a new face. It stayed further away than the other 2, and it hung above him for a long time without making any noise. The eyes were a different colour, lighter, but they stayed on him, looking back into his own until he stopped moving his hands and stopped calling for her. After a time he reached up towards it, but it wouldn't come any closer, and then he could hear the other voices, the familiar ones, making the pleased sound, and so he smiled at the new face, because it must be safe. She said, "Well, DC?" The face looked away for a moment and said to them, "Well, it's definitely a baby." There were shouts, loud noises that ended the smile, but the face was still there, and then it looked back at him and made more noises. "And I've definitely seen worse-looking ones." She appeared then and began to fuss over him, and the new face went away. John Murray said, "Well, if you could drop in about this time every evening for the next few months, it would be a big help. He stopped crying as soon as you looked at him, DC." Smith acknowledged that he probably did have some sort of unexplained power over small children and dogs, but Maggie Henderson, still at the cot, said that the poor mite was probably just frightened that he would be charged if he did not fall silent. "And that's good as well," Smith said. "They should all be taught that they have the right to remain silent, and that it's often a very good idea to exercise it." She shook her head, smiling down at William David Murray, pretending to be rearranging the little blue blanket so that she could touch him again. Smith had sensed the transformation beginning in her months ago, but now it was complete. She was no longer a detective constable who was having a baby. She was a mother who used to be a detective constable. Once upon a time he would have been annoyed for a moment or two because Maggie had been a very safe pair of hands, someone who could bring a different set of skills to bear, especially in the interview room. But now, after Belfast, well, things change in unexpected ways. He would not be surprised if she never came back to Kingslake Central. Being a mother and police is never easy, even when the children are older. She might find something more compatible so that she could be there when he came home from school, that sort of thing. It was not a sacrifice, but a simple reordering of priorities, as Detective Superintendent Allen might say. John and Maggie already knew that William David would be their only child. The doctors had made that very clear. When John Murray moved away into the kitchen to pour the tea, Smith followed him. "So, Dad, how does it feel now?" "The same as I said in the Lightermans, only more so. There was this gap in your life that you didn't know was there. I'm talking about the bloke's point of view, because women always know it's there. I've realised that. Anyway, there's this gap. You don't know it's there, and then something fills it, and you can't ever go back. You can't even imagine doing that. I don't know how men leave their families, their kids. Sorry. Why, I've dealt with worse parent bores than you'll ever be, John. Of course, Maggie might turn out to be the worst, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Murray laughed and said that he would be sure to let her know what Smith was prepared for. But there was something else, something in the way that he was not willing to make eye contact, that made Smith pursue it as if Murray was a suspect. And eventually John Murray said, "I don't want to go on about it, DC, because I know it's something that you and Sheila struggled with. I know you tried for years, and we didn't. It was just accidental, completely out of the blue, and it doesn't seem fair. We've talked about it, Maggie and me. You and Sheila would have been great parents. I suppose this has made us realize what other people miss out on. We're sorry it didn't happen for you." Murray could go for whole days at the station without saying half as many words as that, and he frequently did so. Hormones, Smith concluded, are the strangest things, but he knew, too, that there was more to it. He could see that there was more to it now that Murray was finally looking at him and waiting for some sort of response. In all the world there was no more than a handful of people that he might tell about what he had found in Belfast, and 2 of them were here in this apartment with him now. There was a moment then when he thought he might do so, when the idea of doing so excited him, and then he knew that this was not the time. "John, when it comes to the big things, like that little tiny thing in there, I've learned that the only sensible approach is que sera. And all manner of things shall be well. That too." "Things?" "No, thing. It was one of Sheila's favourite quotations. Don't ask me where it comes from, I don't have a clue, but it always breaks the ice at parties." "Yes, DC, I can see it going down a storm. So, moving on, what's next for the Murray Hendersons?" Funny you should say that. We might, not really, hyphenate your surnames." "Not exactly. Now that William's here, we thought we might, for his benefit. It would make the legal stuff easier if we tied the knot." Smith seemed to stagger a little and placed a hand on the kitchen table to steady himself. "Good God, man, I know you've just had a baby, but keep a sense of proportion. Marry the woman, you hardly know her. Obviously, I'm not talking in the biblical sense there, but..." Murray was pouring the milk into the tea. He knew Smith's views on this matter, but the hormones had affected his memory as well, and looking down with a smile. Smith said, "Seriously, John, congratulations. When do I get to kiss the bride?" Nick, the postman, had pushed a card through his letterbox. It was the usual tick-box thing, but on the back he had written, "Hello, Mr. Smith. Package round the back at your conservatory door." £10 in an envelope at Christmas, and you receive executive service all the year round. As a uniformed officer, Smith had learned from more experienced hands that people like postmen, paper boys, and milkmen, now almost extinct of course, were priceless sources of information, and the habit of cultivating them had never left him. And besides all that, Nick was a good sort. It was a well-padded envelope, not quite A4 in size, and there was a Northern Ireland postmark. He took it into the kitchen and felt around it with some care, but he had already guessed what it must be, and so he slit one end open with a filleting knife. Leah Wisby had kept her word, and more. The photograph had been covered in bubble wrap, which had been sellotaped in place. He cut through that as well with the point of the blade, and then the frame was in his hands, a good, proper, heavy silver frame. On her phone she had captured that brief moment when he stood with Catty and Dermot on the hill at Glanbheog, and they were smiling, Catty and Dermot, as they talked about Bran O'Neill, what he had been and what he would have become. Leah had captured those few seconds in which the three of them had been close on the green hillside under the blue Irish sky, and she had sent the moment to him as she had promised. A small compensation, perhaps, for what he had agreed to do in that final phone call with her, but a compensation nonetheless. He stood at first on the breakfast bar in the kitchen, but that could not be its permanent home. Then he went into the lounge, and it looked promising on the low shelf beside the fireplace, but this room already contained pictures of Sheila and himself, and of Sheila alone. She had never met him, Dermot, of course, and it was too late now. An old song came into his mind, his mother singing it in her fine contralto voice that no one but her family ever heard, a song by the crooner Jim Reeves called "When Two Worlds Collide." Finally he took the picture upstairs into his music room, cleared a small shelf of manuscripts and songbooks, and gave the frame pride of place in the centre of it. They were still smiling on the sunny hillside in County Meath, and always would be, thanks to Leah. Smith picked up his Taylor acoustic then, sat on the stool facing them, and played from memory the chords of Raglan Road, humming the melody quietly and remembering the words. On a quiet street, where old ghosts meet, he could see her walking now. Downstairs he made himself a Spanish omelette the proper way, cooking the new potatoes and onions slowly in an expensive olive oil for half an hour before adding the eggs and the chopped flat-leaf parsley, spending several minutes with the pan, shaping it into the required cushion of deliciousness. Living alone, it was too easy to snack, to eat out of packets, to cook only the simplest of things. Periodically he had to straighten his back and give himself a good talking to about this. It was exactly like weight training. Afterwards the sense of virtue and the determination to carry on like this in future, forever and forever, or at least until life gets in the way again. He had managed to watch the first half of a documentary about the tragedy of Greece and the euro, when Waters called him with the news that Gareth Stone had been arrested about an hour ago. Stone had gone to Kingslake Central unwillingly to answer further questions. When he attempted to assert his right to leave, Wilson had detained him as being under suspicion of involvement in the murder of Mark Randall. Wilson had told Mike Dunn that the news that Stone could be placed near Abbeyfield a couple of months ago, after he had denied yet again that he had ever been there, had been very useful, key in his decision to arrest Gareth Stone. Waters thought that Smith would like to know that. Smith said, "Good, just a bit of routine plodding, but you should get some of the credit for it. You should contact Stephen Harper in the morning and warn him that his identification evidence probably will be required. D.I. Reeve might even favour an old-fashioned line-up." Smith hadn't felt that this was his case from the start, but he could not help going through the obvious now that Waters was on the phone. "Do you know if Stone made his telephone call?" "Yes, he called his wife." Right. If it were me, I'd have put some eyeballs on her this evening. That's where Mike was, still is as far as I know. He said there was no sign of anything unusual, no bonfires or people turning up. Good. And I assume that everyone is going to be busy turning the place over early tomorrow morning. Mike says so. He thinks we'll all be involved, or at least Serena and I will be. All hands on deck, that sort of thing. The smile on Smith's face was a fleeting one. That's why Waters had called, breaking the news to him gently. But he really didn't mind Wilson taking his people again. Wilson had done it as Smith would have done, delaying the arrest so that his 24 hours gave him as much daylight as possible tomorrow. And, of course, in these situations the arresting officer wants as much certainty as he can get. Arrests can be, and sometimes are, tactical, but nobody wants to get into the habit of de-arresting suspects. Stone seemed to have told too many lies, and Wilson had made a good call as far as Smith was concerned. During the pause in the conversation he had heard another voice in the background, a female voice in another room. Smith listened harder, and it came again, this time calling Waters's first name in a lazy and rather seductive way. Smith looked at his watch, 9 p.m., and said, "So, if you've got an early start, hadn't you better get back to bed?" There was a short intermission while Waters worked out what must have just happened and probably blushed. Then he said, "So what time are you in tomorrow, DC?" 8 o'clock. "I think there's an early briefing." 8 o'clock unless I hear differently." "Okay, I'll see you then." "Yes." Waters still could not quite end the call for some reason. Catherine Diver might do the job for him if he wasn't careful, and so Smith said, "Try and get some sleep," and pressed the red button himself. Waters had taken a gamble with his career and had something to prove. He didn't need too many distractions, especially tall, blonde, assertive ones. Smith thought back to being 23, and at first it seemed to be only 25-mile yomps over Scottish mountains and dropping from helicopters into dark Norwegian fjords. But then, thinking about it, there had been night-time exercises of other kinds, too. As long as he didn't actually fall asleep while on duty, Waters was bright enough to survive. And if there were more serious concerns, Smith could always have a word with his dad, with whom Smith had a standing invitation to play snooker at the family mansion. Doing that, having a word, was unlikely, of course, but, like it or not, other people's lives grow up around us like briars, and sometimes we cannot help getting caught up in them. He wouldn't be late to bed himself, then, in case there was an early start and a long day ahead. In the music-room he looked again at the photograph and wondered whether he should go to Bran O'Neill's funeral after all. If he did so, there would be complications, and he had to be honest about why he might be going. Would it be to say goodbye to an old friend, or to say hello to someone else? In sending the photograph, Leah Wisby had kept her part of the bargain, and now surely he must do the same. Then he went through to the box-room that was his home office and wondered whether he would keep notes on this case, the murder of Mark Randall. These Alich notebooks were the duplicate history of his own cases, going back to the very beginning of his time as a detective. But this was not his case, and he could summon up little enthusiasm for it. More needed to be done, obviously, but Gareth Stone was a good prospect and would have been under strong suspicion without Smith's small input today. He sat down at the desk and thought about Stephen Harper. Opportunity in abundance, and motive too, if his feelings about the intrusions onto their farm were anything to go by. If the case against Gareth Stone faltered, Harper was one to speak to again. His father, Ted Harper, they had not seen. Business with the bank, his wife had said. But he was another potential witness. And then there were the missing friars, 2 of them. Men who lived in close proximity to the place where Randall's body had been found, and who might have seen or heard something. Perhaps they, too, had seen Stone's vehicle parked in the area. It wouldn't be much, but sometimes you don't need much to start the avalanche that sweeps a suspect's case away. Sometimes just removing or adding a pebble will do it. Finally, still making mental notes rather than written ones, he remembered the badger diggers who Stephen Harper had told them must have been active within the past fortnight or thereabouts, yet more people who might have seen or heard something out there in the darkness on the night that Mark Randall died. Finding them, of course, would be difficult, if not impossible, but Harper had mentioned a case 2 years ago. That was a starting point. Lots of loose ends, then, that few others would be bothered with if they were given the go-ahead to charge Gareth Stone. Smith could amuse himself for a couple of days tying these up, and it would give him the perfect excuse to keep out of the way. He went through to his bedroom and opened the window wide, the heat of the day having accumulated upstairs. It would be a difficult night for sleeping. There was still cloud overhead, but it had lifted and thinned, leaving a radiance from the full moon above it that would mean the night would not become properly dark either. In the gloaming the garden looked a little ghostly, and the white roses seemed to glimmer, as if they were giving off sunlight that they had stored up during the hot afternoon. They were strongly scented, those white roses, an old variety they had bought from a tiny out-of-the-way nursery in the Cambridgeshire fens on one of their Sunday afternoon drives, and he was half tempted to go down again just to breathe it in. Why are scents stronger in the darkness? And don't they say that the sense of smell is the last of the senses to go as one shuffles off this mortal coil? Dear me, what a melancholy sort of evening it had become. Might as well finish it off in style, then, he decided as he got ready for bed. Joe Everson had been in his thoughts several times today, ever since he had heard that bird at Flint's farm. She knew her birds, of course, and he wondered whether she had ever heard one in England. It would have been reason enough to text her or even to call, but there had been nothing for some weeks now. If they had kept in touch, a call about an unusual bird would have seemed natural enough, but now, after such a long silence, it would seem odd and contrived. Odd he could accept, but not contrived as well. "Better to face the facts here, Smith," he told himself in Major Agassiz's voice. "This bird has well and truly flown. And that oriole might have gone as well, what with all the people milling about the Norfolk countryside after dark." Chapter 7. Desk Sergeant Charlie Hills was by nature a two-fingered typist, but sometimes when the muse was upon him and there were words to be produced that contained lots of A's, E's, and S's, the middle finger of his left hand would join the party. He typed assessment with some panache, therefore, but then had to stop and count the S's, undoing any gains he had made in the time taken. And all the while he knew that D.C. Smith was watching him from the office behind the counter to which the public of Kingslake brought their worries and concerns, their criticisms and complaints, their lost dogs, their found driving licenses, and disused air rifles. He always said that it was the sheer variety of what could come over that counter that kept him so enthusiastic about the job, and the colleagues, of course, like Smith, who was now attempting to put the kettle on quietly so that he could steal another mug of tea. Smith would disguise this theft by poking his head out at any moment and asking whether Charlie would like one as well, and if he answered yes, as he would, Smith would then ask whether he would like a biscuit with it. At that point, Charlie would have to reveal where the latest hiding place was, and that would mean finding another hiding place, or he would, in a couple of days, find an empty packet instead with a cryptic message inside it. "Charlie, can I make you a mug of tea?" "Yes, the biscuits are behind the old typewriter on the bottom shelf of the cupboard. I've counted them, so don't stick any in your pocket for later." A voice called back, "That's the trouble with the world today. There's a distinct lack of trust in it." Without looking up or desisting from his two-fingered typing, Charlie Hills muttered, "My problem is a distinct lack of biscuits about twice a week." But Smith had heard him nonetheless. "Charlie, I've told you time and again, I'm on a diet. You need to widen the search for the culprits." Charlie looked down at his own expansive middle regions and said, "And I've told you that I'd believe you if you had an ounce to lose in the first place. Diet my backside." Smith was in the doorway then, seemingly examining the said region. "Yes, I see what you mean, Charlie. I'm not sure that there is a diet to address that area in particular. I'd say it's more a question of doing some appropriate exercises. Have you considered forward lunges?" What Charlie had considered was unprintable, but by now Smith was ready to move the conversation forward into the realm of work. He brought the 2 mugs of tea out to Charlie's desk and produced the packet of shortcake biscuits from his jacket pocket. Taking one out, he examined it carefully for structural weaknesses before dipping it into the tea. Charlie's taste in tea bags was awful, and this was the only way to make it drinkable. Then he looked up and said, "Badger digging. What's that, a toast?" "No, it's when some blokes with shovels and dogs—" But then Charlie's withering look altered the direction of the conversation. Smith told him that he had just been reading about a case of it in the Low Acre area 2 years ago. 3 men had been convicted and fined. Had Charlie heard of anything since? These matters were invariably dealt with by uniform. "No, not come to my attention, DC. Is this about your dead detectorist?" "Yes, sort of. But he's not mine, Charlie. Mark Randall and I had nothing in common and we're not going to get any closer as a result of his demise. I've just been doing some background reading. Anyone up there after dark might be a useful witness. As they are unlikely to volunteer their services, however, I wondered whether it might be worth paying a visit." Charlie Hills took 2 biscuits. They were not very big, and that way he might end up having consumed at least half of the packet for a change. "As I said, I've heard nothing about it. I remember processing those people when they were brought in. Unpleasant sorts. Hard to believe it still goes on in this day and age, isn't it? But the last I heard, you've got a good prospect for Mr. Randall anyway." Charlie's "the last I heard" was disingenuous, to say the least. He knew more about the criminal history of King's Lake and more about the criminal history of its police force than anyone else in the building. If the computer servers ever went down, and Smith for one was certain that it was more of a matter of when than if, they would need to find a way of downloading what Charlie Hills was carrying around inside his head. Yes, Gareth Stone is either terminally dishonest or very guilty. I haven't looked at his interview tapes yet, but there's a hive of activity upstairs. They're organising a day trip out to his place as we speak. Probably only be you and me left in the building. Charlie halted the progress of another buttery shortcake towards his mouth. "You not invited?" "No, too many cooks and all that. It's John Wilson's show, and good luck to him. I'm just a sweeper-upper on this one." "The DI all right with that?" "Yes, she'll have her hands full with the CPS today, depending on what they can find at Stone's place. They've got until 8 o'clock tonight to charge him. If I can find another witness to his vehicle, or him being in the area recently, it might help." Charlie Hills shrugged and then turned to look into the foyer. A door had opened, but he could see that it was 2 uniformed women using the public entrance. When he turned back, Smith was on his feet, finishing the mug of tea. Smith said, "So, I'm off on my Todd, out to the Abbeyfield Friary. A pleasant drive, might even do a bit of bird-watching. Did you know I found a golden oriole, Charlie? I could be a natural-born twitcher." "I'd always assumed you might be a natural-born twit, so it's possible, DC. Anything on Richard Ford yet?" Which meant that Charlie had heard the decision had been made, even though the paperwork was still to arrive. "Yes, but it's not official, so mum's the word." "What we expected?" "Yes." "Bugger. He's a good lad." "Yes, that's sort of the point, isn't it? Anyway, I'm off. See you later, Charles." No parting insult or barbed compliment. DC seemed to be in something of a hurry to get out into the fresh air. Charlie went back to his typing and thought to himself, why not? We've done our shares, the old campaigners. We deserve an easy day now and then. It was a few minutes before he realized that the packet of buttery shortcake had also gone for a ride. The Peugeot had parked in the same spot, and the driver did not sit in it for very long, but by the time he arrived at the friary's entrance doors, Brother Jeremy had appeared to greet him in person. The guardian asked whether there was any news, and whether the detective sergeant had further questions that he might help to answer. Yes and no, was the response. There was some news. A man had been arrested and might be charged later that day, and the questions would be for the two young men to whom Smith had not been able to speak on his first visit. If his memory served him well, brothers Joe and Andrew.
"Your memory serves you very well, Sergeant. Joe is here this morning, working in the greenhouses, I expect. I'll take you to him."
The building had the inner coolness that comes only with centuries. The warmth of the morning had not penetrated the thick stone walls. Smith followed through the passages until they arrived back in the sunshine, a spacious courtyard with a herb garden at its centre and two lean-to glass houses forming an L shape along the south and west-facing walls. There were two men tending tomato and pepper plants, one that Smith recognized from his last visit, and one that he did not. Brother Joe was in his early 40s, overweight, and sweating with the heat under the glass. Both men had taken off their robes, and Joe's yellow T-shirt was damp on his back and under the arms. When Smith was introduced as a policeman, Brother Joe made no attempt to conceal his surprise and concern. Brother Jeremy said,
"I mentioned it, Joe. They are making general inquiries about the poor soul who was found in Asher's Field. That's all."
And Smith thought he takes his role as a guardian seriously. Thinking about it, he was present at all the other brief interviews, taking us round, introducing us personally, and then listening as we spoke to the friars. Smith said to him, "Thank you, sir. I'll just need 5 minutes with Joe. Will you be back in your office when I've done?" It was there, the moment of hesitation that Smith had been probing for, and the guardian said that he would, if the detective sergeant thought that he would be able to find his way there again. The detective sergeant didn't seem to have much doubt that he would be able to do so. They went outside and stood by the herb garden. There were thymes and mints and rosemaries, all in full flower, and the hum of bees was constant, making the sunshine itself seem drowsy, though it was not yet 10 o'clock in the morning. Smith asked Brother Joe what sort of outreach work he did in King's Lake, and then listened with obvious interest to the answer. Joe worked with the homeless and the street sleepers, putting them in touch with what services were available after the cuts to support for the few charities that were involved in the sector. When he could not help them, he just spent time with them. Someone to listen was often as useful as a blanket or a flask of tomato soup. When the policeman didn't respond straight away, Joe said, "It is surprising, I realize that. Not a lot of people know there's a problem in King's Lake." Smith said, "I have seen it for myself. You mean down Waterfall Road and the old dock area, and at the back of the Millennium Arcade. That's half derelict already. There's only one shelter offering any beds at all, isn't there? St. Anne's, and it's going part-time. I work there on Monday, Tuesday and Thursday evenings. But not many people want to support wasters, do they? Not very sexy, is it?" There was a low wall around the herb garden, and Smith sat on it. He made no attempt to answer the friar's question until Brother Joe himself followed suit. "You're right, of course. That's how most people perceive it. And there's also the fact that we get more calls for help from charities than we ever used to. More every day, judging by my letterbox, and now it's all emails as well. People's charity gets pretty thinly spread, which in itself says a lot about the kind of society we have created. Abused children, battered wives, sick people all competing for pennies, crumbs from the table. And that's before you think about the environmental disaster that's happening all around us." Smith looked about the courtyard, a sunlit, sheltered, idyllic sort of place on an English June morning, and Brother Joe followed his thoughts. For the first time there was a lighter note in his words as he continued, "All right, this doesn't look too disastrous. It's a haven, and sometimes I feel guilty about coming back here after I've spent a day on the streets. I know you haven't come to listen to my speeches. Jeremy said you had a few questions." There were butterflies among the flowers, too. Smith recognized red admirals and peacocks. He watched them and thought, Brother Joe, you have a past. You haven't been living in a friary since you were 20. You're too angry. You know too much about what's going on in the world out there, the world of underpasses and alleyways, stinking stairwells, the backstreet dead ends littered with fast food wrappers and plastic bottle, the urban cemeteries where used syringes shine like little fallen stars in the uncut grass, the graveyards of hope. Brother Joe was reaching out because something had reached into him. "No," he said when Smith finally asked his questions. He didn't wander around Abbeyfield much, especially after dark. He wasn't much of a country boy, not like Brother Jeremy, who knew all about the birds, who had made a proper study of the kingfishers down by the river, and Brother Andrew, who had tried at one time or another to get all of them out to watch his beloved badgers. They were the people most likely to have seen any strangers hanging around, but obviously the detective sergeant had spoken to them already. Smith said, "After yourself, Brother Andrew is the last on the list. I think he's away on a retreat somewhere. Is that something that you all do?" "Yes, from time to time, but some of us use it more than others. I go if I'm reminded to. I tend to get caught up in the world and don't spend enough time in contemplation." Joe said that as if it was a confession, but Smith could see that he did not mean it that way. It might even be some sort of criticism of those who did spend too long, in his opinion, conversing with God about the world, instead of doing something to put it right. "Of course," Smith said, "if Brother Andrew has been gone for a while, there might be no point in my contacting him at all. If he was away before the body was found in your field, say—" Joe understood that another question had been asked, and frowned before he answered it. "I can't say exactly, but it must have been about the time the police arrived that he went. A couple of weeks ago. I know he had a taxi that arrived before breakfast. I remember thinking that he must be getting an early train from Kingslake." "And it was a taxi from Kingslake?" "I honestly can't remember that, but that's what we usually do. We only run one car between us at the Friary. It's a form of abstinence." Brother Joe had a sense of humour, and Smith acknowledged it with a smile. "I don't suppose you keep an actual record of who is off where and when, just so that I can avoid bothering Brother Andrew if it isn't necessary?" "Jeremy is very organised, Sergeant, but I'm not sure of anything like that, and I don't think he'd want to know all the details of the places I go sometimes." Smith stood up and thanked him for his help. As they walked back towards the greenhouses, he took out a card and offered it to the friar. "This is me. I can imagine that there are occasions down on Waterfall Road when you and your clients end up having to deal with the boys in blue. If you ever need anyone to, I don't know, put in a word, you could give me a ring." Brother Joe took it and said he appreciated that offer. As he watched the detective walk away, he thought, that wasn't so bad. I expected a bit of a grilling and ended up having a nice chat in the sunshine. Funny sort of policeman.
"We all have a past, Sergeant, and Brother Joe is no exception."
Jeremy was opening the French doors from his office, and the warmth of the morning swept into the dim room. Perhaps he was really trying to cool down the garden outside. Smith made no further comment, and the guardian of the friary continued with, "Suffice it to say that Joe knows that whereof he speaks so eloquently." In some respects, it seems, a friary is no different to a police station or any other organisation in which people of diverse characters and backgrounds come together for some common purpose. Even here at Abbeyfields, Smith reflected, you don't need to be around for long before you notice the unfinished sentences, the little disapprovals, the rivalries and jealousies. No doubt Brother Joe and his politics were a problem for the Guardian from time to time. Back at his desk now, Jeremy said,
"Was Joe able to offer you any assistance?"
"Yes, he was, if only to eliminate himself as a potential witness. That's really all I'm doing here today. But he tells me that you yourself are often out and about in the countryside, something about the kingfishers along the river." Brother Jeremy smiled in acknowledgment, giving no sign that he might be a little aggrieved at Joe's revelations about his own preoccupations. Yes, he said, he had studied these birds for several years now. Did the sergeant have an interest himself? Smith's hand consisted of a single card. Presumably it was a good one, but he decided this was not the time to play the Golden Oriole. He would look foolish if Brother Jeremy chose to continue the game. "Not really, sir, just a passing acquaintance with the things I see in my garden. But I did wonder again whether you had noticed any odd vehicles parked up or people hanging about the fields any time before Mr. Randall's body was discovered. Even weeks before might be relevant. People often don't realize that what seems trivial to them can be vital in a police investigation." The friar nodded and made a show of thinking back before he answered, or at least that's how it appeared to Smith.
"No, Sergeant, I can recall nothing like that. I'm sorry."
"Not at all. Negatives are often as useful to us as positives, strange as that might seem. Brother Joe also mentioned that Andrew is a fan of the local badgers. He likes to go out and watch them, I believe, so it really would be useful for me to have a word with him, if only, as I say, for the purposes of elimination. Do you know when he will be back from his retreat? Or would it make more sense for me to go down to Suffolk and have a word with him there?" If Brother Jeremy had laughed aloud then and said,
"Well, what a tenacious fellow you are,"
the words would only have expressed what was written all over his face. As it was, his answer itself was a model of measurement and calm.
"We do not set arbitrary limits on the time we spend in meditation and retreat. Andrew will know when he is to return, though I have to say that I think it most unlikely he will be of any assistance to you."
Smith nodded slowly, as if he was after all about to accept that on this occasion he had been defeated by circumstances and the Guardian's access to a higher authority, and then he said, "The thing is, my boss. She's such a stickler for detail, and I've already told her exactly how many people here at Abbeyfields I need to speak to sew the whole thing up. If I don't finish the job, she'll be down on me like the proverbial ton of you-know-whats. Anyway, Brother Joe tells me that Andrew left in a taxi, and that it might even have been on the morning that the body was found, or maybe the morning after. He said you use taxis regularly to get to and from the station. Is that a particular firm in King's Lake? Would you have a record of the bookings you make with them? Of course, being only a fortnight ago, I realise that they might not have sent in their account yet." The friar waved a hand vaguely over the desk in front of him, on which there were a few papers and files.
"Somewhere here will be a record, Sergeant. I don't know if you want me to look for it now."
He made no move to do so, and the detective in front of him said nothing.
"And as you rightly say, we won't have received an account to cover that period yet. When we do so, and if you still wish to see it, you may of course do so. We have nothing to hide. If your stickler of a boss would like a copy, I will gladly send it."
Smith returned the friar's smile and said, "Thank you, sir. I'll let you know. And which firm is it that you use?"
"ABC."
"Thank you. If you could have a word with Brother Andrew when he's not actually retreating, and say that I would like to speak to him at some point, I would appreciate that." They seemed to be done now. Smith put the notebook that he had not used back into his inside pocket, and Brother Jeremy leaned back in his chair. After a moment he said, more conversationally now, "And you say that someone might be charged later on today, Sergeant?" "That's right, sir."
"Well, good work on your behalf, I'm sure. I don't envy you, what with some of the people that you have to deal with in matters like this."
Smith had stood up. "We get to deal with all sorts, some good, some bad, and some worse than that. Which ones were you referring to?" The Guardian laughed as he answered,
These cruel men that dig out and torment wild animals, it's no surprise if they sometimes turn on their own, is it, that they would kill a man as easily as they might a badger or a dog." Smith was silent for a moment, looking past the friar and out into the trees beyond the lawns. Then his eyes came back thoughtfully to the man in front of him. "As it happens, it's not one of the badger diggers that we've arrested, sir. It's another one of the metal detectorists." "Oh, I am sorry. I had just—" "Just what?" thought Smith. "Assumed? Why would you do that?" He nodded then and thanked the friar for his cooperation this morning. Once out of the room, making his way through the dim interiors back towards the entrance that had seen great men come and go over the centuries, he went over it again methodically, certain that he had not made a mistake. Why would Brother Jeremy have assumed that they had arrested one of the diggers of badgers? Smith had said nothing about them today or on the first visit. What had put the idea in Brother Jeremy's head? Back at his car, Smith opened the door and left it wide, allowing the heat to escape. He sat in the driver's seat, and the frown returned to his forehead. He looked into the rear-view mirror and tried to relax it away, but it was still there. Maybe he needed Botox. Had Brother Jeremy been in conversation with Stephen Harper? The idea could have come to him that way, but somehow he didn't see them as bosom pals. If it hadn't come from there, then where? He spent another minute or two examining the nature of the assumption that the friar had just made. Was it an unreasonable one, that the metal detectorist had happened across some men digging badgers, that there had been some sort of an altercation resulting in an exchange of blows, one of which killed Mark Randall? Superficially it was reasonable enough, but it did not fit all the facts. Randall had been found in the middle of a field, face down, felled by a single blow. He stopped his thoughts there and refocused. Where exactly in the field had Randall's body been found? He didn't know. He was investigating a murder without having been at the scene of the crime. Move on for now, after taking note of that fact. Randall had appeared to have been actively at work when he was struck heavily once from behind, not what one would expect if he had been involved in some sort of argument with ruffians engaged in an even more illegal enterprise. Presumably someone had come quietly from behind and struck him down. Then 10 minutes had passed, and he was no further forward, literally. He started the car and glanced around before pulling away. Brother Jeremy was standing on the terrace outside his office, no doubt watching and wondering why the detective was still there. The friar was too far away for Smith to see his face. For a moment Smith was tempted, go back to him and ask him outright, and then he drew away, drove down the hill onto the Low Acre Road, and pulled into the first available gateway. It would be handy if Stephen Harper came along in one of his tractors now, but he wouldn't gamble on being that lucky. He took out his mobile and dialed Waters. Yes, he had put Harper's number into his notebook, and he read it out to Smith, but why did he need it? Smith could hear other voices, and Waters had already told him that they were still at Gareth Stone's place, or, more correctly, at the lock-up he used to store the materials for his decorating business. They had had a successful morning. He could hear that, too, in Waters's voice. It was like that in the beginning, the excitement, the chase and the capture. That's what keeps most people in the job, that and the sense that this will never be routine. Detectives are often like soldiers in that way, not much use for anything else in Civvy Street once they are out of the job. In the end, of course, it too does become routine. Smith had examined this more than once. Did he ever feel that old excitement nowadays? Or was it more a sense, a rather sad sense of being right once again, being right about the fact that people are as misguided, mean, or malevolent as they ever were? This was about Belfast again. He wasn't yet back on an even keel. He asked Waters what they had found.
We've got some tools with sandy soil on, a couple of trowels and a small spade, not blood-stained, before you ask. Also a pair of boots with what looks like the same soil. Phil Jefferson has done some forensics training, and he reckons this will match up with the area near Lowacre. That's all been bagged ready to go. We've taken a wheel off his van, and that should also provide a matching sample. There's no way he can argue he wasn't in that area recently. Good. What else? There obviously was more. Reading Waters when he was excited was about as challenging as Janet and John go shopping with Mummy. Serena went through his wallet when we were at the house. She found a till receipt for a mobile phone top-up voucher. She phoned this through to Central, and they got back to us a few minutes ago. It ties up to the number that was ringing Randall that night. It was Stone who was calling him. Dear me, that put a smile on Sergeant Wilson's face, didn't it? Waters didn't answer that directly. After a pause he said, "I think we'll have enough to charge him, won't we?" "It's not looking good for him. Remind me, what's his alibi?" "He says he spent the evening at Michael Simons's place. They had a couple of cans and were looking at maps, planning where to go next with their detectors. He says he went straight home at about midnight." "And what does his missus say?" "Says she was asleep and didn't hear him come in." "Very supportive. Do they share a bed?" There was a pause before Waters said, "I don't know whether anyone asked, to be honest." "Minor detail by the look of it. Well done to the pair of you. You haven't let the side down, or so it would appear." Waters said, "So why are you after Stephen Harper? Is it for D.I. Reeve? She isn't here, by the way. Does she want a line-up for Stone?" "No idea, no. I just fancied a bit of a ramble in the countryside. As Mr. Harper seems to farm most of it, I thought I'd ask him to accompany me. I might be getting into this bird-watching thing. Did you know I found a golden oriole?" "Yes, I was there." "So you were. You could mention it to Charlie Hills, though. I don't think he believed me. Anyway, keep up the good work. Hello, there's a tractor coming down the road." He could picture Waters's expression before he said, "That's nice, DC. Is it a shiny new red one?" "No, a dirty big green one. I'm just wondering whether it might be—" "And it is. Would you believe it? Got to go." "DC, what?" Waters heard a shout above the noise of an engine getting louder before the phone fell silent. Chapter 8. I didn't come down to here myself. There were those tapes up, and there was a patrol car parked on the headland, other vehicles as well. A Land Rover, I remember. But you could see from the road what was going on, where it was going on. I pulled over and was going in to find out what had happened, but I called my mother on the phone first, and she already knew, so I kept out of it. The body must have been lying just about there. Stephen Harper pointed to a spot maybe 30 yards out into the field, but Smith would have found it easily enough without him if he had come this way alone. There was a thin, patchy crop of barley growing here, poor this year, lack of rain on this flinty soil, Harper had told him, and where the officers, the police surgeon, and then the scenes of crime people had carried out their operations, it had been thoroughly flattened. The vegetation on the margin of the field also bore many signs of activity, and there was a sloping bank down towards the River Laveney. More than one pair of feet had made their way down towards the river as the search for the murder weapon began. Smith had taken off his jacket and carried it over one shoulder, hooked onto his thumb. He should have left it in his car. He looked across the field to the place where Mark Randall had been found. The woman who was jogging had done well to notice the body, though presumably the green leaves of the barley would have been a little less tall a fortnight ago, despite the lack of rain. She was from Lowacre, the file said, but from which direction had she come? He wondered whether anyone had asked. The footpath upon which they were standing was a public one, signposted at the field entrance, and he asked Harper where it went on to from here. "It follows the river for another 300 yards, then it goes up the hill around the big pasture, round the back of the friary, and comes out on the lane that runs between Lowacre and Upper Mill." "So it runs close to the friary?" "Right along the back wall." The buildings were not visible through the trees that bordered this field, but Smith could see where the friary must be. on the land that sloped gradually up from the valley of the little river behind them. Looking then again across the barley field, back in the direction of the road where they had parked the car and the tractor, he saw that it was shimmering in the heat haze. Peaceful here, not an engine to be heard. Smith said, "Mrs. Harper, how did she already know what was going on that morning? I assume that someone must have told her." Harper looked a little taken aback, as if he was uncertain how to answer without incriminating his own mother. Smith waved it away. "Not important. I ask all sorts of random questions. So, we haven't passed this Badger's set yet, unless my field craft is even worse than I thought. You'd have told me anyway, yes? Keep going if you want to see where it is." After another 50 yards, the path began to diverge from the river, leaving a small island of gently rising ground between the water and its own well-worn course. Ancient elder bushes and nettles grew thickly there, and when they reached it, Smith could see the pathways made in and out of it by animals. Harper pointed out the mounds of earth that the Badgers had excavated, and by pushing in a few feet, they were able to see entrances into the ground. Smith was surprised by the scale of the earthworks as it became apparent. Put some wooden doors over the entrances, and it could belong to a colony of hobbits. He said, "So was all this soil dug out by badger diggers?" Harper laughed, though not unkindly. "No, this is all the badger's work. If you have to look at the paws on one that's been run over, you'll see how they manage it. The diggers had to go around the other side, where it's more hidden from view. Go back onto the path and I'll show you." The path looped around the copse of elder bushes and back towards the river. The set was extensive and seemed to run right under the hill, with entrances on both sides of it, but here Smith could see immediately that it had been interfered with. Instead of the neat mounds of earth produced by the animals, there were 3 or 4 large heaps of fresh soil, where men had dug into the slope, leaving gaping, jagged holes like wounds. One was deep enough for someone to crawl right inside and be hidden entirely from view. Harper was silent, and a quick glance showed that he was angry at what was in front of them, even though it was not the first time that he had seen it. Smith felt it too. This was a mean and spiteful act, the digging out of such animals, never mind what the men concerned had intended to do with them afterwards. "So will the Badgers have deserted the set after all this?" Harper said, "Not a chance. Stubborn buggers they are. It's hard enough to shift one out of a new digging they've made in a dike. You'd have to blow this up with dynamite to get rid of them completely. This is an ancient set. My dad reckons it's been here for centuries." The two of them stood and looked on in silence for a few more moments. Then Smith remembered something that Brother Jeremy had said when he was introducing Smith to Brother Joe. "Up at the friary, they told me this is called Asher's Field. Is that right? Who was Asher?" "Yes, that's an old name as well. He was a priest or something to do with one of the churches or monasteries on the hill. There's a lot of history all around here. On the other side of the hill, towards Upper Mill, there's the site of a Roman villa. You can still pick up flint arrowheads on these fields here if you look hard enough." Smith walked back onto the footpath, and Harper followed him. No wonder it attracts these treasure hunters. But the chances of finding something like that low-acre hare again must be remote. You can't imagine that anyone would find something worth dying or killing for. There was no question in that, but the policeman seemed to be waiting for some sort of response from Stephen Harper. "We don't object to them looking if they've asked permission, and it won't do any damage to crops. To be honest, it would be handy if someone did find a hoard. What with the price of wheat these past few years, we could do with some of the cash." Smith nodded and looked at his watch. "Have you got a few more minutes, Mr. Harper?" "Yes. Why?" "I'd just like to carry on along this path a little further. If you could show me the way, I would be grateful." As Harper had said earlier, after another 100 yards or so, the footpath left the river and began to climb the hillside on their left, which was steeper than it first appeared, steep enough to produce something of a sweat in the heat. They paused in the shade of an ancient hawthorn, more a tree than a bush, and Smith hung up his jacket on one of its branches. They were coming back in a few minutes, he said. No need to carry it about. Not a high-crime area, is it? And Harper had smiled at the irony. And Smith thought, we must look like an odd couple all right, me in my shirt and tie, him in his overalls and boots. He had wondered about Stephen Harper, it was true, but there was nothing now that concerned him. His thoughts had moved in quite another direction. As the hill levelled out, they came to an old brick wall, that soft reddish brick so characteristic of parts of North Norfolk. The wall was a good 8 feet in height and ran alongside the footpath for a surprising distance. Smith didn't need to ask whether this was at the back of Abbeyfields. At approximately the midway point there was a solid wooden door with an iron handle but no locks or bolts. Smith took hold of the handle and pushed, pulled, and twisted it to no discernible effect. It was firmly secured from the other side, just as one might have expected. Harper said, "It's not far round to the front if you wanted to go in." "No, thank you. 1 visit from me per day is quite enough for most people." Smith leaned in towards the gate and examined the upper hinge, the knuckles of which were visible where the door had shrunk a little way from the frame over the years. Then he crouched and studied the ground in front of the door. He said, "Well, it may be the back door, but someone makes good use of it." Smith stood up, and Harper said, "It's the quickest way down to the riverside, which is the prettiest walk, I suppose. We see them about now and then." "Them?" "Father Jeremy, usually along the river. I've seen him sitting on the river bank a time or two." Smith nodded and thought, Father Jeremy. The Harpers, or at least Stephen Harper, didn't have much to do with the friary then. He said, "Anyone else?" "There's a younger one that I don't know. Only ever seen him from a distance, but he walks miles sometimes. I've seen him right down on our fen fields beyond Lowacre. Always has his robe on, the full robe. Sometimes he has the hood up as well. Looks proper medieval. If you met him in the half-light, you could get a fright." Smith looked up and down the footpath as if he was anticipating that very sight, and then said, "So the lady who was out jogging and found the body would have come this way too, either from the Upper Mill Road and down, or up from where we parked the cars." "Marie, that was, from Lowacre. We know Marie. She runs out to Upper Mill and then comes back this way early most mornings. She's a very fit woman." Smith could not resist a glance, but Harper was quite serious and straight-faced. There was something almost naive about him that sat oddly with his responsibilities and his obvious dedication to the family business and the farming life. In the past someone would have found him a wife, a farmer's daughter, but perhaps there were very few of those available nowadays for such a young man. It was a pity. Back at the vehicles, Smith thanked him again for his time and told him that someone had been arrested on suspicion of being involved in the murder of Mark Randall. He felt he owed Harper that much. There wasn't much surprise shown, but he would enjoy relaying the news to his mother, and it was also a way of reminding him that he might at some point be needed to identify the man he had confronted back in April. Harper said, "So it was him, was it? The man that we have arrested and the man you met might be one and the same, Mr. Harper. I couldn't say much more than that." John Wilson was saying, "So if that interview goes as planned," when the door to the briefing room opened and Smith walked in. Every detective currently working the Randall case was there, along with Detective Inspector Reeve and Detective Superintendent Allen. Smith had the feeling that the meeting had been underway for several minutes, but he had received no text or call asking him to be there. Perhaps he wasn't meant to be there, but he put up a hand in apology and took the first available chair. Wilson waited long enough for it to be noted that the interruption had been an inconvenient one, and then he continued, "So what we do next is to lean on Michael Simons. He's in interview room 3, and I've given him just enough to think about to make him start to sweat. I'll show him that we know how many lies Gareth has been caught out in already, and ask him to reconsider the alibi he's given him. If he won't, and we can show that Stone never was at his place that night, Simons might be looking at a conspiracy charge himself." D.I. Reeve said, "John, we would have trouble make that one stick." "Yes, I know that, ma'am, but Simons doesn't." And D.S. Allen nodded his approval. Smith could not disagree. Putting the alibi under pressure in that way was exactly what he would have done himself. Reeve said, "Again, well done to everyone for this morning's efforts. You know getting the soil sample results will take a while, but the top-up voucher receipt is an ace as far as I'm concerned. I can't wait to hear how he's going to explain that." Reeve looked at Serena Butler, and others followed her example. After an awkward first few months, Serena's star was beginning to rise again. She had been on the verge of promotion to detective sergeant before her transfer under awkward circumstances from Longmarsh. Smith wondered how long she would leave it before making the application again. She caught his eye now and frowned, mainly because she was embarrassed by the attention. Superintendent Allen said, "And let me add my congratulations. It isn't often we get a result as quickly as this, and yes, I know it isn't technically a result yet, but sound work has been done here. A real team effort. Well done, John." "Thank you, sir." D.I. Reeve said, "We haven't disclosed the top-up receipt to Stone yet, but I think it will be worth letting him know that we are questioning Michael Simons. John, who are you going to take in with you when you interview Simons?" When a senior officer gives you that choice, you know that they think you're doing well, that you've earned the right to reward another member of your team. If she did not think that, she might have taken the second interviewer role herself. Wilson looked around at everyone but Serena, and then said, "Detective Constable Butler, ma'am." No one could argue after what had already been said. It would be seen as deserved after what she had contributed already. But Smith waited for the look from Wilson, and it came, eventually. Just an upward, sideways glance that said, "Yes, even the awkward squad in your team are working with me now." "Anything to add before we finish, Sergeant?" Superintendent Allen had not been able to resist the opportunity to shine the spotlight in Smith's direction. Rather than give him the opportunity to say in as many words, "So what exactly have you been doing this morning," while the rest, led by Wilson, have been covering themselves in glory, Smith gave a clear, factual account of his movements in the past 3 hours. It was followed by a short silence. Then Allen said, looking first at D.I. Reeve and then at Wilson, "We have already spoken to the people at the Friary, haven't we? That was done immediately on the day the body was discovered. And they had witnessed nothing?" Wilson answered, "Yes, sir, but Sergeant Smith thought he knew the person in charge, sir. He thought he might be able to find out if anything had been missed, sir." "And had anything been missed?" Every face was now watching Smith and waiting for the answer. What Allen was doing was out of order, to the point of being unprofessional. But Smith knew that he had given the man this opportunity as well as reasons enough to exploit it. Usually the best way around trouble is straight through it, and so he said brightly, "Too soon to say, sir." Allen said with an edge, "Ah, of course. No doubt you will let us know in good time. And then, after your visit to the Friary, you went for a walk in the countryside with a farmer, a Mr. Harper. Is he pertinent to the investigation, Detective Inspector, as far as we ordinary mortals are aware?" After a pause, Reeve said, "Not as far as I am aware, sir, no doubt." "A sharp focus is what gets results," said Allen, looking around at the assembled detectives. "With everyone in the team facing and pulling in the same direction. Sharp focus, concentration, and collaboration. Goals are scored by individuals, but they are made by teams. Remember that." As he got up, and if he had then walked around the table, shaken Wilson's hand, and embraced him, Smith would not have been astonished. He felt a little sorry for Chris Waters and Serena Butler, though. Allen's words had embarrassed them, and they would not look at him for the moment. John Murray would have found a way of surreptitiously poking his middle finger into the air, and Maggie Henderson would have sniffed as if the room suddenly had a most unpleasant odour in it. But John and Maggie were not here. There was a lot of concentration and collaboration in the air then, as people left the room in twos and threes, Serena with Wilson, listening to his plans for the interview they were about to begin, and Waters with Mike Dunn, who was the only person who caught Smith's eye on the way out and winked one of his own. Alison Reeve stayed behind until everyone else had departed. When Smith said nothing, she said, "Ouch, Alan, he'll have to try harder than that. I know, but you've come back as soon as you could, DC. If you need a bit more time, it can be arranged, you know that. I had a fairly minor operation on my knee." "Okay." Reeve looked at him, looked away, and then back again. Smith said, "If you agree with him, the superintendent, you only have to say, if you think I've lost my focus." "DC, I would never, you know that. But since you came back, you've been a bit remote. I know it wasn't the operation. You went to Belfast. Did something happen? Is something bothering you?" He was quiet for a moment before he said, "Yes, I suppose so." "What is it, DC?" He was standing by the table. When he put out a hand and leaned against it a little, she thought, "This is it. He's going to tell me something awful. I knew it." "Okay, as you've asked me, you're the senior investigating officer in this case. Why would you even have a dork like that in the room for a briefing? You didn't invite him, did you? Tell me you didn't invite him." "No, I did not invite him. He invited himself. Occasionally he takes an interest in what I'm doing. I think it's called being my boss." "Exactly, and that's what you have to discourage. It's called learning to manage upwards, I believe. Not that I'm au fait with all the modern theories. In my time, we just made sure that we kept them distracted with a rattle while we got on with the job." She was annoyed, and he thought, "I must just be having one of those days." Reeve said, "Well, in case you've forgotten, I'll soon be one of them myself." "Still time to change your mind about that, ma'am." "Oh, like you did." She wasn't annoyed, she was really annoyed. He raised both palms in the universal gesture of submission and smiled, something like an apology. This was not a bridge he was ready to burn. He said, "Sorry if you think I've put you on the spot with the superintendent, even if he is a dork. As my boss, would you like to direct my labours for the rest of this day? I feel a sudden need to collaborate, ma'am." She didn't believe him for a moment, but he had done enough to put out the fire. "Can you watch the video as they interview Michael Simons? I was going to do that myself, but as you're here, let me know what you think when it's done. And then you ought to write up what you've been doing this morning anyway, just in case he, Superintendent Allen." And then after a pause she said, "What exactly is a dork?" "I don't exactly know, but I'm very sorry I said it." "Why?" "Because it's an Americanism." "True. That's not like you at all, DC." She had left the room and half closed the door before she stopped outside and reversed the sequence of events. She looked at him hard before she spoke. "You haven't actually got something, have you?" "What's this? You trying to get me back on the sick list?" "No, idiot. I mean to do with this case. You haven't found something. You haven't, God forbid, got a feeling about it." Smith thought back to his earlier encounter with the superintendent, and then said even more brightly, "Too soon to say, ma'am." Chapter 9. When they put down those old parquet floors donkeys years ago, they could never have imagined that they would be the best things from which to clear up vomit. Plenty of water, plenty of J's fluid, and a few swills with a mop, and it was gone. Whoever had been on duty last night hadn't done much of a job, and he smelled it as soon as he came into the hall, but he had not complained. They were always short of volunteers, especially so at this time of the year. Come Christmas time, there would be a surge of Christian charity, otherwise known as Protestant guilt, and all sorts would turn up for a week or two, bright-eyed, burning with a newly discovered desire to fulfill the 11th commandment, but the flame had invariably guttered and gone out by the end of January. Joseph Ritz got down on his knees then, and with an old towel wiped away the remaining water, because whoever had thrown up had done so just inside the doorway, and the water was a health and safety hazard. He wondered whether they had been sick on their way in or on their way out, and he had to smile at the health and safety thing as well. The last thing the clients of St. Anne's had to worry about was slipping over and landing their backsides. Still, If they did so, they could make a claim these days, and that might be one way out of the abyss, as long as they could still get legal aid. All done, the idle thoughts came to an end as well, and he sat back on his heels, still on his knees. Bars of evening sunlight streamed through the windows high in the wall behind him, and formed his own shadow in front, the shadow of a kneeling man. It would be easy to close his eyes and enjoy a moment of contemplation, but he did not do so. Instead, he kept them open and thought about his own path to this place and this moment, long and winding, steep and narrow at times, through thorns and deserts, and lonely, as it has to be. Not praying, he didn't pray nearly as much as the rest of them and had stopped worrying about that, and not even talking to God. Not telling God anything, but showing him something. Showing him that the vomit can be cleaned away, washed away with a little water and some jays. He had been hearing voices, real ones, for a minute or so, and was not surprised when his name was called by Billy McCann, the words, "Brother Joe," echoing around the hall. Billy stood in the doorway at the far end, afraid to come in and disturb what he imagined were devotions. "What is it, Billy? Are we in business already? Do we have a customer?" "We do not, Joe. It's the police here, asking for you." Police, with heavy emphasis on the first syllable and light on the second, the way they say it in Glasgow. Joe got to his feet, smoothed down the robe, and picked up the mop and bucket. Police, twice in one day. It must be some sort of a sign. "Oh, it's you again." "I'm afraid so. The proverbial bad penny at times, one of the hazards of my line of work. I can see you have a few of your own." The detective nodded down at the cleaning equipment. Brother Joe said, "If I told you someone knocked over a vase of flowers, you wouldn't believe me, would you?" "Not without some sort of corroboration, sir. No, I wouldn't." Joe set off again, crossing the anteroom of the old Methodist chapel, and then turning left along a short passageway that took them out into the open air. There was a tap on the outside wall, and he turned it on, sluicing out the bucket and rinsing the mop in it at the same time. Smith had followed him, and now stood watching the operation, his hands in his pockets. Joe glanced up at him as he worked, and noticed that the man's tie had disappeared into a pocket somewhere, and that he had rolled up his shirt-sleeves, as if he was about to do some serious work of his own. They might as well get on with it, then. "Let me guess, Sergeant, you've had a look at your records and found something interesting. The photo is a bit out of date, and the last address is wrong, but the name is unusual, so you've come back to ask if this is the same Joseph Ritz." "Yes, it is." "Next question, have I murdered anyone in the past fortnight?" "No. I was convicted of fraud. The other thing, bound over to keep the peace, was after I'd been on the streets a while. A few lads were having a laugh tormenting an old dear who was sleeping in a doorway. I got involved and got another conviction for my trouble. Because I failed to declare all this in our first interview, you have returned to give me a proper grilling. How did I do?" Most of this had been said without looking at his visitor. Instead, he had been concentrating on squeezing the last of the water from the mop, pushing down hard and twisting it into the metal bucket. The only way he could get it much drier would be to hang it up on a washing line. "As a guess, it was appalling. I didn't know any of that, sir, but thank you for sharing." Brother Joe relented and let the mop rest in peace in the bucket. "Sorry, I feel stupid now." "So do I. Every day. I think it's an important part of growing up. The main thing is to be honest about our feelings." Joe Ritz, fraudster and friar, looked more carefully at the detective then, at the dead straight face, the clear blue eyes, the closely shaved cheeks, and the scar that he suspected was not the result of a childhood accident. It was as difficult to guess his exact age as it was to tell whether he had been at all serious in anything that he had just said. The friar held up the mop and bucket. "I'll put these away, and then I'm going out the back for a smoke." You're welcome to join me." They sat on a low wall at the rear of the building. There was a patch of asphalt that had been there a long time and that would last a long time more because there was no way of driving a vehicle round to park on it, and beyond the wall was an area of rough ground, long grass and low brambles that extended to an overgrown hedge. Joe had taken out a packet of rolling tobacco, but it disappeared when Smith offered him a tailor-made instead. If you have lived on the street, you've learned to make the most of such opportunities. Then he told his story simply and unaffectedly, like a truth that has been well rehearsed. He had owned a specialist plastics fabrication business, making mostly medical things, nice premises on a business park, and going places for several years, until the credit crisis in 2008 caught him out. He had a creative young accountant who could hide things for a month or two just to get over the worst of it, but then a month or two became 6 months, and then a year. He, Joe, made nothing out of that. In fact, he put all of his remaining capital in to save the business, because by then he was employing more than 20 people, mostly young and all with mortgages to pay. When the end came, of course, it was Joseph Ritz's signature on the falsified accounts that mattered, and the judge had said that there was far too much of this going on now, and an example must be made. The 6 months was easy, he said. The real sentence began when he came out and found that his house had been repossessed and that his marriage was over. His wife's parents had found her somewhere to live on condition that she divorced him and cut all ties, especially those involving the 2 children. If you've done time, you don't have a particularly strong case for demanding access. There was a pause in his storytelling at that point, and then he summarized the final descent into homelessness with a handful of sentences. Without blame or bitterness, and as far as Smith could tell, without drink or drugs, Brother Joe had found himself walking the streets. "Literally," he said, "that's where I found out that I wasn't who I thought I was. I went walkabout like an aborigine until I was someone else. The things that can happen to you on the streets are unbelievable. So I was standing outside a seaman's mission in Bristol, wearing an overcoat I pinched out of a recycled clothing bin, and carrying the world as I knew it then in a couple of plastic bags, and a man came out, looked at me, and said, 'Come inside.' I said I'd never been on anything bigger than a rowing boat in all my life, and he said, 'But we're all sailors, brother, come inside.' And I did." Smith offered him another cigarette, and Joe took it with a hand that was trembling a little. It looked as if he hadn't told that story for a while. "So what about your children now?" "Recently I made sure that they know where I am and what I am. It's up to them now. My guess is you'll hear from them. They'll come and find you." Smith had not taken another cigarette himself. He watched the friar smoking the second one more meditatively, and thought how peculiar it looked, the man of God in his universally recognized robe, puffing away on the wall as if the 2 of them were behind the bike sheds at junior school. Joe said, "What about you? Kids?" It was the first time since Belfast that anyone had asked him that. It might have taken years. He might never have been asked it at all, but it had happened in just 3 weeks. A simple enough question asked thousands of times a day around the world, but answering it honestly would be like taking a vow, making some sort of pledge, saying, "I do." And to top it all, he had been asked it by some sort of priest. "Yes, I have a son, all grown up now. A bit of a hotshot businessman himself." "Oh, well, good. Tell him to keep his accounts straight." Billy McCann came to the open doorway and looked out at them for a moment before disappearing back inside. Joe put out the cigarette and dropped the stub on the tarmac where the remains of other roll-ups lay. He said, "I don't know why I told you all that stuff. and I've no idea why it was you came to see me. Was it something I said earlier today?"
"Not really. I wanted to ask you about the retreat down in Essex. Have you been there yourself?"
"No, not on a retreat. I've visited it. If you want to know the details, you need to speak to Jeremy, Brother Jeremy. Anyone can go, not just Franciscans, so if you're feeling the need, Sergeant." It was after 8 o'clock, and the two shadows on the tarmac were beginning to lengthen. Waterfall Road isn't far from the river, and looking north, Smith could see the apartment block where Ma Budge lived, and beyond that the 3 cranes that stand sentinel over the original docks. He thought to himself, "The time has come, Brother Joe, to ask you a different kind of question. I did mention it to your boss, but he wasn't very forthcoming, so I thought I'd try you instead. How would you describe your relationship with Brother Jeremy? If you throw a lighted match into a box of fireworks, there is no telling which one will go off first. Joe's face was a picture. My boss is up there," pointing skywards, "or in here," with a jab at his chest, "not sitting in his study at Abbeyfields. My boss doesn't spend most of his days photographing birds and writing bloody nature poetry." Smith said, "Sorry, I thought, being Franciscans, you were all into the nature thing, talking to the animals, everything equal under God's heaven, the Garden of Eden." He smiled then because he could see Joe slowing himself down, Joe realizing that he had been played a little. "Well, my garden's a bit like this," indicating the waste ground in front of them, "and I seem to spend a lot of my time weeding it. Jeremy probably sees the world differently to me. He was some sort of academic, taught literature in a university. But he's a smart bloke and the friary runs well." Joe stopped himself there and looked pointedly at Smith, making it clear that he had made an effort to rebalance matters as far as the guardian of Abbeyfields was concerned. "What about Brother Andrew? What about him? Does he have the same sort of background?" "I don't know. He hasn't been at the friary that long. A few months, not a year. I wouldn't say he's really opened up, not to me anyway." "Why are you asking about Andrew?" "Just curiosity, really. He's the only person I've yet to speak to who might be a witness to the comings and goings around Low Acre." "Would you say he's close to Jeremy?" The penultimate sentence and the final question were as blatant a non sequitur as Smith was ever likely to construct, and he knew it perfectly well. Joseph Ritz looked back at him and was met by a level, blue and unblinking stare. The silence lasted a full 5 minutes. "Yes, he is. They have the same interest in the whole natural world thing. They wander around together and talk about trees. I heard them doing that not long ago. But I still don't—" "And the retreat in Essex, you say that anyone can go? Can you just turn up? 'Hello, my head's exploding, can I bunk down here for a few days?' Or is it more organised and you have to book up, sort of planning your crisis in advance?" Brother Joe found his smile again. "It isn't a crisis centre, it's organised. You'd arrange a stay in advance. These places are busy nowadays. A lot of people out there aren't leading the happiest of lives, Sergeant. You have to have noticed that in your line of work." "Indeed." Smith got up from the wall, straightened his trousers, and slipped the packet of cigarettes into one pocket and the lighter into the other. Then he said, "Anyway, I won't keep you any longer. Thanks for taking the time, and for your help." Joe was on his feet now. "My help? I can't see that I gave you much of that. Was there anything else?" "No, I'm just colouring in the background, as we say. We don't really say that, though. I made it up. But what you're doing is important. So keep up the good work. At the moment I'm mopping up somebody's sick." Smith put out a hand as if to show that he wasn't afraid of that, and when Brother Joe took it, Smith said, "Welcome to the club." This time he managed to drive all the way home. He had been halfway there earlier in the evening before turning the car around and heading out to Waterfall Road. Late in the afternoon, after watching Michael Simons's interview, reporting to Detective Inspector Reeve and completing his paperwork that didn't involve any paper anymore, he had phoned Dolores Argyris. Dolores was very large, very Greek, and very much the presiding genius of ABC taxis. When she realized who was on the other end of the line, she said that if he needed a taxi, she would bring it herself, that they would drive it to Athens, where she would then give him the best time of his life. Smith had the feeling that this would not involve visiting the Acropolis very much. When he asked whether she still wrote down every booking in the great book that recorded the comings and goings of the citizens of King's Lake, he had feared for a moment that it had been replaced by a spreadsheet. She said, "So, once again all you want of Dolores is her book. You tease, you flirt with her, but it is all about this book. I curse this book. I burn this book. How about that, Mr. D.C.? Dolly, then I would have to come and arrest you for arson, or willfully destroying evidence or something." "Arrest me? Yes, put me into the handcuffs, you wicked man!" But in the end, Smith had fought his way courageously through the dark and tangled undergrowth of Dolores Argyris's passions — it would have taken longer if he had gone in person — and found his answer. No, that collection at the Abbey Fields Friary had not been prearranged. There had been a phone call on the morning of the 19th of June asking for an immediate pickup to go to the station. In fact, and then Smith could hear Dolly turning the pages. He realized that everything she had told him up to that point had come from her memory. "Yes, first job of the day. He leave a message on my machine. I call him back and do the job. You want to know what I charge?" "No thanks, Dolly. You wouldn't still have that message, would you?" "Course not. What you think this is, library? I delete them every day. Why you investigate these holy men? I got diesel stolen every day. You come to Dolores and investigate this normal business. I pay all my taxes. What sort of service do I get?" Obviously not the sort you want, thought Smith as he made his escape. If his memory served him well, and it usually did even now, the taxi firm opened for business at 8 in the morning. Someone from Abbey Fields had been in quite a hurry to catch an early train if they had left a call-me-back message before that. But seriously, Smith, so what? It's a minor mystery. He had only observed the first part of Michael Simons's interview that afternoon, but 5 minutes had been enough for him. When John Wilson explained how many lies they had already found in what Gareth Stone had told them, and then Serena had made the point about conspiracy once they had charged Gareth — she didn't say with murder, but it was hanging heavily in the air by then — Simons had turned pale and sweaty. Serena had done something then that Maggie Henderson would have been proud of. She reached across and put her hand on Michael Simons's arm. She said, "If Gareth has threatened you, Michael, we understand. We see that all the time. What I want you to see is just how serious this might be now. Take your time. Think about it carefully. If you have any questions, we will answer them truthfully." Wilson looked askance at her, but then, even on the video screen, Smith could see the tears welling up in Simons's eyes. When he could talk, he said that he would like to speak to a solicitor after all, and that's when you know you've got them, people like Michael Simons. So Stone was lying and Simons was lying. Night hawking was plainly a secretive, competitive business that could involve sizable sums of money, and that provides a motive. Gareth Stone knew the victim well, the case in most murders, of course, and could not account for his movements that night, whereas they now had evidence that he was familiar with the locality where the body was found. That is pretty close to opportunity being established. Stone's 24 hours were just about over, but they certainly had enough to get additional time, and plenty of calls to the Crown Prosecution Service had produced a go-ahead and charge result on less than they already had. Serena Butler was probably still at work, and he could call her and find out the latest. In fact, he was a little surprised that she had not let him know something. Maybe she thought there was no point after the afternoon's rather awkward briefing meeting. After he had parked the car and before going into the house, he checked his phone to see if he had missed a call or a message from her, and found that he had not. There was, however, a much more surprising text message.
"Hello. Busy? Can you take a call? Joe."
Smith had sent back no and yes. He had time to make a sandwich and a cup of tea, and to get to his table on the patio before his mobile began to ring. There were the usual greetings and pleasantries, followed by a silence that was not usual with her. There is no magic in intuition. It is analysis with shortcuts, founded, in Smith's case at least, on too many years successfully assuming the worst. His intuition was telling him that something was wrong. "How is Germany?" "Just as one imagines it, prosperous and annoyingly efficient." "And the weather? Even hotter than it is here, I suppose?"
"I don't know. I'm not there. I'm here."
"Oh, right." He was genuinely surprised. Her last plan had been to spend the first part of the summer vacation in Munich preparing for the autumn term's lecturing. Maybe she had completed that, but there was still something wrong. "What's up?" 2 words, but it seemed a curiously intimate question as soon as he had asked it, and more full of assumptions than he had realized or had time to examine before she answered him immediately, "My dad died." Almost 3 weeks ago, just before he left for Belfast. She had almost called him, she said, but then she remembered that he had worries of his own, what with going into hospital, and after that there had been so much to do because it had been so unexpected. He was fit and well, her dad, a sprightly 73, still as keen as ever on his beautiful garden. You'd have loved it, she said to Smith. And that's where Joe's mother had found him, collapsed onto his hands and knees. He lived for 3 more days, long enough for Joe to get back from Germany and spend the final 2 at his bedside, before his heart gave out for good. Mrs. Everson had entered the state of protective numbness some call shock, and all the arrangements, a wonderfully neutral word, she said, had fallen to Joe. "And how's your mum now?"
"She's improving, coming to terms with it finally."
"Well, I know there's nothing I can do, but—"
"Actually, there might be, David. That's one of the reasons I called."
Earlier that afternoon she had spoken to Shirley Salmon at Pine Hills to see whether Smith's static caravan had been booked out to anyone for the coming weekend. Shirley had told her that it was not, but she did not know, of course, whether Smith himself intended to use it, hence the text message and this phone call. She wanted to get her aunt away and out of the house for a few days, and the Norfolk coast would be ideal. But obviously, if he already had plans, he might have gone down, as he did most weekends, if the weather was good and the caravan was free, but that hardly constituted plans, and her need was much more pressing. It was free, and she could use the caravan for as long as she liked. She thanked him, but would not accept it as his guest. She would go back to Shirley and make a proper booking, despite his protests. He wondered why. Was it a way of keeping a certain distance in their friendship, a certain formality? Or was she unwilling to be thought of as taking advantage of a friendship? He said, "Not the best time of year for fishing, though. You might catch an eel if you're lucky."
"I doubt we'll be doing any. I just need to get her walking in the woods and along the beaches. The doctor gave her something to help her sleep, but she won't take them, so I thought fresh air and exercise might help, and a change of scene. She hasn't left the house properly since it happened."
"Because he's still there, I suppose?"
"Yes."
He felt her own emotion then in that single word, and wondered whether he had said the wrong thing. But then she said something surprising.
"I knew you would understand."
"Oh, well, we've all lost people."
They were great friends for 60 years, and then he's gone. You look away from someone and look back and they've disappeared. I can't imagine it.
He didn't need to try, of course, and after a moment she realized that. She said,
"Sorry, wrapped up in my own concerns. I didn't mean to be insensitive.
You're looking out for your family. That's what we do. I don't mean to sound like a soap opera, but in the end, it's about that, isn't it? Everything else, as they used to say, is just toothpaste. I'm not going mad, am I? They did used to say that in an advert or something."
She almost laughed at last, and reminded him that being so much younger, they had yet to establish quite how much, she might not remember the same advertisements as he did. "But you're right. At times like this you realize it is about family and friends."
"Well, enjoy the caravan. If there is anything else you need, just ring me." He was saying goodbye then, but she was not.
"I wouldn't want to deprive you of the whole weekend. This might be the only summer we have this year. You could come down and say hello. I've told her all about you. I think that she would like to meet you. Say you will come. Sunday afternoon?"
Chapter 10. The duty solicitor had done her job properly. She had advised Michael Simons that if he retracted the alibi that he had given Gareth Stone and told the truth now, there was little likelihood that he would be given anything more than a ticking off. That's what he did. He had not seen Stone on that Monday evening at all. Instead, he had spent it with a girlfriend in Lakenham. It was a bit awkward, because although she was his girlfriend, she was someone else's wife, and she might be reluctant to admit it, but that's where he was on the 17th of June. Gareth had phoned him on the Tuesday morning, saying he'd been out night-hawking and might need a bit of cover. He hadn't said anything about Mark Randall, and Simons had agreed a story with him. When the police first contacted Simons, they hadn't said what it was about, and so he had assumed that it was about night-hawking. When he realized the truth, that they were looking into the death of Mark Randall, it was too late. He had already lied to them. Yes, Gareth Stone had been to see him since, several times, and had sworn that he had had nothing to do with what happened to Randall. At that point, of course, the interview with Simons had taken a new direction. What exactly had Gareth told him about where he was that night? He would have told him something, if only to convince Simons that he had not just alibied a murderer. He might even have told him the truth. Simons did not hesitate for a moment. Telling the truth after weeks of lying can come as a profound relief, even to the very guilty, and by now the interviewing officers were convinced that Michael Simons wasn't guilty of much more than gullibility. Stone, Simons said, had told him that the two of them, himself and Mark, had gone out to Lowacre that night in Stone's van. They had planned to work 2 different fields for a couple of hours and meet up at 1 in the morning. Gareth said that he dropped Mark off at a gateway to one of the fields by the river near the Abbey, and then drove on another 1/2 mile to a field that he had been working himself on and off for a month. He went back to the gateway for 1 o'clock as they had agreed, but Mark never showed up. Stone called him several times on his phone, but there was no answer. He went some way down the path, but could not find him. It was pitch dark, because they had chosen a night with no moon on purpose, as you do. And Stone said he wasn't going to wander about with a torch, shouting his name, asking for trouble. He waited until 2 o'clock, and then left. Stone said he woke up early thinking about this, and so he drove over to Mark's house, but there was no sign of him there. He got worried then and went back out to Lowacre after dropping off some decorating gear at the next place he was working. When he drove up the Lowacre road at about 10 o'clock, there were already police vehicles parked in the field where he had dropped off Mark Randall. He carried on by, circled back to Lake and phoned Simons, as he had already told them. When Detective Sergeant Wilson had said to Simons then, "So what do you think happened to Mark Randall, Michael?"
Simons had said he had no sodding idea, but Gareth was not a killer, he knew that much, and Wilson had said, "No, they almost never are." Smith heard it all second and third hand, of course. By the time he had arrived at the station on the Tuesday morning, Reeve had contacted the CPS again and been told that they could charge Gareth Stone with the murder of Mark Randall. Wilson had done so at 7:30, just half an hour before Smith turned up to be told the story by Serena Butler and Waters. Smith could see that they were both pleased and excited to have been part of it all, and they wanted to know what he thought about it. He told them that he thought they had done well, and that Detective Sergeant Wilson thought the same thing. He managed to avoid repeating Wilson's earlier comment that D.C. Butler could be an awkward cow at times. Since then he had heard how well she had performed in the interviews, and it was she, of course, who had made the connection between Gareth Stone and the calls received on Mark Randall's phone. And it was good for them both to have worked in another team and to have seen that there is, to coin a phrase, more than one way to skin a cat. The charging of suspects is not an exact science, however much we would like to believe otherwise. Sometimes you do it using an element of intuition, or what Charlie Hills still called a hunch. In the telephone call to the CPS, you can lay it on thickly, convincing them that it's simply a matter of time before you have all the pieces in place, and they're not stupid either. Sometimes, as they well know, it's easier to find those last pieces once you have charged a suspect. Sometimes the prosecution service lawyer will give you the go-ahead simply on the basis that they backed you before and you won, like a favourite nag in the 2:30 at Kempton Park. Smith didn't voice these doubts to Butler and Waters because he wasn't sure that they were actually doubts at all, and because he did not want to be suspected himself of trying to take any of the shine off what Wilson had achieved. The two of them would be busy writing up for an hour or so, and he let them get on with it. He switched on his own desktop and did some routine housekeeping, wondering what he would find himself doing next. He might even have to go to D.I. Reeve and ask, which was something that rarely happened. Usually he just sort of knew, but these were not usual times. He thought about his meeting last night with Joseph Ritz then. He had gone home, been distracted by the call from Joe, and gone to bed without writing anything down in his own notebooks. That surely was a sign that he wasn't really onto anything himself, and that brought him back to Gareth Stone. The case against him was a decent one, but you have to see it as it will appear in several months' time, and from the defence QC's and then the jury's perspectives. The van had now been impounded, and forensics would literally go over it with a microscope. They would quite probably find evidence that Mark Randall had been in it, but that would prove nothing. The two men were known associates. There would almost certainly be no blood, because Randall had been struck down and died in the field. There was no reason to question the evidence already gathered in that respect. Forensics might be able to put Stone in that same field, but he had told Michael Simons a story that would account for that. If Stone now, with his alibi gone, told the same story to the police, if he said, "Okay, this is what really happened, I just panicked when Gareth didn't show up," how were they, the police, going to prove otherwise? They had opportunity covered, and they had half a motive, the obsessive nature of the activity, the potential monetary value of the fines, but they needed something else. They needed the murder weapon. He was staring vacantly at the screen, as if he might find the item by Googling for it, when Detective Inspector Reeve came into the room, and he did not notice her. She spoke his name twice, standing near to his desk, and the first he knew of it was that Christopher Waters caught his attention by waving a hand and then pointing to the senior officer in the room. There were smiles and jokey comments then. Did someone say he was having a senior moment? And Smith felt just a flicker of irritation at it all.
The inspector was dishing out the next lot of tasks on the Randall case. Waters was to go out with Mike Dunn and liaise with the forensics people who were going to take Gareth Stone's life apart, starting with his home, in about an hour's time. There had to be officers on hand to catalogue every process and possible find. Serena Butler was to contact and then meet with Michael Simon's lady friend and get her to confirm his own alibi. Under the circumstances, she might find it easier to do so with a female police officer. Reeve was coming to Smith's role with increasing reluctance, and he thought, she's going to take me off this. She could at least show mercy and do so in the privacy of her own room, when O'Leary entered the office from the far side door and came quickly across. "Sorry, ma'am. Message from Sergeant Wilson." "Go on, Simon." "It's Gareth Stone, ma'am. He's asking to be interviewed again." Reeve looked around at them with a smile and said, "Here we go." "Ma'am, Simon, Sergeant Wilson thought that it would be good to have the same two officers in front of him." In other words, awkward cow or not, John Wilson was asking for Serena to sit in with him on what would be a crucial interview in the case. Reeve said, after just 2 or 3 seconds' thought, "He's right. Serena, go and find John. Have you got the details of Michael Simons' love life? Pass them over to D.C. You don't mind, do you, D.C.? Be a nice ride out to Lakenham for you." A nice ride out to Lakenham. She was taking the mickey, of course, reminding him of the embarrassing moment with Superintendent Allen where he, Smith, had described his ramble with Stephen Harper, and if you dish it out, then you have to be prepared to take it sometimes. But what would it be next? Filing? 20, even 10 years ago, that was a way of getting the old boys who could no longer cut it over the finishing line, the prize for doing so being the generous pension, but these days there wasn't any filing to be done. As Smith drove out of King's Lake, he thought, "It's as if that bloody surgeon removed more than a few bits of cartilage from under my kneecap." But hand on heart, he couldn't blame Mr. Constant. The operation that had affected his ability to focus had been carried out across the water, and for the first time he wondered whether its after-effects might be permanent. Driving, however, had always been something that helped him to think, and so he did not hurry to get to Lakenham. This murder weapon business, then. Staring at his monitor screen earlier, he had been struck by something, not in the way Mark Randall had been, obviously, but it had left him a little dazed nonetheless. He might be wrong, and he would therefore need to check this, but surely metal detectorists do not carry large shovels about. They dig their finds up, yes, but they would use trowels, that sort of thing. The machines don't detect 3 feet down, do they? Mark Randall had not been battered to death with a hand trowel. If Dr. Robinson and Olive Markham were correct, and a heavy shovel was the murder weapon, its whereabouts now was not the only matter in question. One had to ask why Gareth Stone, as a painter and decorator, would have had such an implement in his van. If the killing had been premeditated, then it might have been Stone's weapon of choice, though it was far from an obvious one, and if not premeditated, assuming that Randall was struck exactly where he died, then Gareth Stone would have had to have carried the shovel out to the field before something caused him to attack Randall with it. Which brings me, Smith thought, back to square one. Why would a metal detectorist carry a heavy shovel out into a field? They use trowels, that sort of thing. Smith became conscious that he was driving even more slowly, not wanting to get to Lakenham yet. A lorry hooted its horn behind and then passed him on a wide bend. Smith took the hint and pulled over into a lay-by that conveniently appeared on his left. He turned off the engine and wound down both the driver's and the passenger's windows. Beyond the grass verge there was woodland, oak trees casting a deep shade in which he could make out nothing because of the sunlight above. He thought, there are probably deer in this wood. Deers and new ideas are very similar. Approach them too directly, too quickly, and they run away.
At my age, I might be too slow and clumsy to find them again, so better go carefully. I've never met Gareth Stone in person. All I've done is watch him for a few minutes on a video link. From that I could not tell whether he killed Mark Randall, but this murder weapon business is really bothering me now. Wilson is experienced and Reeve is clever. They will see that this matters. It's not my case and it's not my place, but where is this bloody shovel, and why was it there in the bloody first place? Bridget Jones bore not even a passing resemblance to her more famous namesake. When Smith had called her before leaving Lake, she had asked that he did not come to her home. She said that she would meet him in the car park of the Green Man, and when he checked that against her home address, he could see that she didn't need to travel very far, about a mile. If the pub was one of her regular haunts, she might still be recognized, be seen getting into a strange man's car, but that was her business. She was waiting for him in an old red Ford car. He drew up alongside and spoke to her through the still-open side window, and then she got out and came round to get into his front passenger seat. Within a minute the landlord of the Green Man had appeared at the pub's rear entrance and had stood scowling at them for some seconds before going back inside, and Smith thought he's had all sorts of trouble in this car park before. Various possibilities crossed his mind. The landlord might call the police, who might turn up in a squad car and start asking awkward questions. Definitely one for Detective Superintendent Allen. Another interesting possibility was that when Michael Simons had said girlfriend, he might have been using the term loosely, because, meeting a detective for questioning or not, Bridget had dressed for the occasion. Whereas the red miniskirt might have been able to justify itself by reference to the prevailing weather, the above-the-knee black suede boots most certainly could not. Somehow she managed to cross her generous thighs in the confined space that a middle-aged Peugeot offers, and then she pouted a little as if to say that this was not really her idea of a suitable venue for a first date, but never mind. And here we are, thought Smith, sitting in my car, me and Mrs. Jones. Yes, she had been seeing Michael Simons for a while, and they were in love. Her husband worked nights, that's why we couldn't meet at my place, she said, as if Smith himself was another potential boyfriend. And he, Michael that is, usually came round on a Monday and sometimes Thursdays as well. He had been with her most of the night of the 17th of June. When Smith had asked whether anyone else would be able to confirm that, she gave him what he had to assume was her naughtiest grin, and asked him exactly what sort of a girl did he think she was. The best course of action then was undoubtedly to make no attempt to answer, and he took it. He explained that the matter under investigation was a serious one, and that at present he only had her word for it, that she knew Michael Simons. People under suspicion had been known to pay for such alibis. He knew that the mention of payment was a risk in so many ways, but she responded decently enough this time. She took out her phone, pressed and flicked it a few times, and held it up, showing a picture, a selfie of the two of them. It was Michael Simons, without a doubt. She said, "I've got some more pictures if you'd like to see them." He declined, and remembered his conversation with Dolly Argyris yesterday. Is it me, he thought, or have most of the women in the world gone mad? Maybe it's both. They've gone mad because of me. He glanced at himself in the rear-view mirror, but could detect no obvious changes that might explain this phenomenon. Mrs. Jones said, "Are you going to make me give evidence?" "I'd rather not, but I know you can force me if you want to." "Will there be a court case, in the papers and everything?" Smith remembered Gareth Stone wanting to be interviewed again, and said a silent prayer of thanks before telling Bridget Jones that he didn't think it would come to that. She looked a little disappointed, and he had to tell her 3 times that she was free to go. When he called the station, he was put through to Alison Reeve. He gave her the short version of his Bridget Jones story, which concluded with him saying that as far as he was concerned, Michael Simons's second version of what he was doing on the night of Monday the 17th of June was the true one. Reeve thanked him a little more than she needed, and he knew it was because she felt guilty about sending him out on such an errand. But if she thought that was compensation enough, well, another think was on its way. When she asked him if he was coming straight back to King's Lake, he said that he was not. "Okay, is there something else you'd like to check out?" "No, but it is another fine morning. I thought I might pootle down to Huntston." "And do what exactly?" "There's a nice little tea-room at the old end of the seafront. A pot of tea for one and a tea-cake would be very pleasant. There are bound to be some coaches in today, you know, the senior citizens' excursions. They'll pop into the tea-room and we'll get chatting. We might even end up having a round of crazy golf." "That's fine, DC. Take the whole day. There will probably be bingo in the evening." "Thank you, ma'am." He waited then, and eventually she said, "I didn't really hurt your feelings, did I?" "No, it's just me. I've got things going on. I know I have." "Work?" "No, nothing you need to worry about." "You can still talk to me. It doesn't have to be about work. What happened while you were away?" This was turning out to be an unexpectedly odd conversation. Smith said, "Thanks, I do know that, but I'm still straightening a few things out. I haven't talked about it to anyone yet. Oh, except for a Franciscan friar, who I don't know from Adam, who turned out to be an ex-con. Never mind all that. What's Gareth Stone saying now?" Exactly the same story that he had told Michael Simons. It was so close, she said, that they might need to interview Simons again to see if they could find anything that did not tarry. Smith said that he thought that might be a good idea as long as he did not have to re-interview Mrs. Bridget Jones. And then, to his surprise, Reeve asked him what he thought of it all, the overall position of the case against Stone. She was feeling it now, the pressure that comes with being the senior investigating officer in a murder case. After a pause for thought that he made no attempt to hide, Smith said, "His second version of events is a good one, and I mean good in the sense that it accounts for most of what we've got that makes us want to put him in the frame. His story now allows him all the opportunity in the world, but where's the motive? We can put forward various possibilities, but without something solid, we might have trouble making it stick. And then, well, you've already been over this 100 times in your head. Where is the weapon?" He did not go into his earlier thoughts about this. Why that weapon, if indeed it was a spade? To be brutal, at this stage, any weapon would do, as long as it had Mark Randall's blood on it. Had forensics taken any possibilities away? "Chris and Mike aren't back yet, so I haven't seen the list, but I think they would have called me if anything obvious had turned up. John is confident that we will find something that breaks his latest story, but I wish it wasn't so close to what he told Michael Simons the next day. He's not that clever, Gareth Stone, to have thought of a story 3 weeks ago that answers all the questions we're asking him now. That's what bothers me, DC." And me, he thought. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but had they gone too soon? Had Wilson convinced his inspector that they had their man simply because they had caught him out in one lie? Smith had seen plenty of juries persuaded by the accused's admission that he or she had simply panicked when first questioned. If Stone's second story had differed in some meaningful way from what he had told Michael Simons, all well and good, but it did not, it seemed. So now he had to say this: "There is a possible explanation for why his second story is giving you such a pain in the backside, ma'am." The silence told him that she already knew it. After it, she said, "Yes, I know, but you can say it anyway." "Okay, then, because it's the truth." Chapter 11. Various people talked it over in twos and threes for the rest of that afternoon, but came to no conclusion, and so a briefing was arranged for 8:15 the following morning, Thursday the 4th of July. Everyone would be there, though Smith did express the opinion, nothing more, that further contributions from anyone above the rank of detective inspector at this stage might not be helpful, and Alison Reeve gave a nod of silent agreement. Smith had given himself a stern briefing the previous evening. It was time to get back into a proper routine. He didn't like the thought that D.I. Reeve was having to spend time asking how one of her sergeants was feeling instead of focusing on what was potentially a very awkward case. It was one thing to be a little out of sync himself, but quite another to allow that to affect the work of the King's Lake team. He began by heading out to the garage and exercising for 50 minutes, first on the treadmill and then with the free weights, and then going back into the kitchen and making a meal of fresh salad and fruit ingredients. No caffeine this evening, and early to bed, early to rise. He set his alarm for 5:50 and fell asleep with a virtuous smile on his face. So far, so good. At 6 the following morning he was seated on his meditation bench, and it was 6:40 before he came back to find himself still there, but more relaxed than he had felt for some time. A light breakfast of organic muesli and a single cup of coffee, Tanzanian Arabica, with a strength rating of just 3. No cigarette, which was not entirely an act of self-will. He knew that he might need 2 after the briefing. Yesterday's exercise had left him stiff in the arms and shoulders, but in every other way he felt better and sharper. He left for work a full half an hour earlier than was necessary. Which was why surprise and relief fought a brief battle on the broad and furrowed brow of Desk Sergeant Charles Hills when Smith appeared in the reception area at a little after 7:30 that morning. Charlie had a phone in each hand, the landline in his right and a mobile in his left. He held up the mobile as if it was a lollipop lady's stop sign, and Smith halted his progress as if he was an obedient motorist. Charlie said into the mobile, "Ma'am, DC has just come into the station. Do you wish to speak to him?" Smith was a little taken aback. It was good to be appreciated, but his arrival was not usually the subject of such interest and attention. He watched Charlie's face as some sort of answer was given. It could only be Detective Inspector Reeve, couldn't it, with the ma'am? The only other senior female officer possibility was DCI Cara Freeman of the Regional Serious Crimes Unit, and they had nothing going on that would interest her, as far as he knew. Some months had passed since she had made a determined effort to recruit him as some sort of dog handler for her team of over-eager puppies. No, it couldn't be DCI Freeman. Things were still looking and sounding complicated for Charlie Hills, though. "Yes, I will, ma'am. She's still on the other line, on hold. Yes, I will, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. PC Richard Ford and Officer Nicola Cavendish, ma'am, already on their way." Charlie was still taking instructions as he looked across at Smith, who now gingerly approached the counter as if he was unwilling to get caught up in whatever storm was about to break. The voice on the mobile was still giving instructions. Smith frowned at Sergeant Hills and whispered, "Yes, he will, ma'am." Charlie raised the fist that held the landline and shook it at him. Then the call on the mobile ended quite suddenly, and Charlie placed it on the counter. "Right, that was D.I. Reeve. She says you're to deal with this. You're to speak to this woman and then get yourself out there. She'll call you in a few minutes." "Charlie, what exactly is this? Who is this woman?" Sergeant Hills was looking a little more like his usual glum self at the prospect of handing on this burden to another. "We have here a woman who I would describe as mildly hysterical, and you are to deal with it or with her. Those are my orders." He held the landline towards Smith, who made no move to take it from him. "Do we have a name, Sergeant?" Charlie looked down for his notepad, and a terrible thought struck home. "Charlie, it's not a woman called Jones, is it? Bridget Jones?" The desk sergeant looked up slowly and studied Smith's face. "Bridget Jones, have you been drinking, DC? Not back on the old painkillers? Or Dolly Argyris?" "I'm not speaking to her, Charlie." Charlie shook his head in some wonderment. Just how many women are there, DC? Is this all in your mind, or did you have a ride in one of Dolly's cabs and do a runner? Listen, I reckon this is serious, so we'd better shape up. We have here a lady called Marie Wilkinson from Lowacre. She called into that bloody farce known as the County Calls Management Service, and they've put it through to me. She's found something that seems to be of considerable interest to your boss, who would like you to deal with it as you've fortuitously turned up. Apparently she needs to get hold of Wilson in a hurry as a result of this. You are now up to speed as far as I'm concerned, so please take a hold of this sodding phone. He did, and Charlie was right. No more fooling around, because Smith had recognized the name immediately. He pressed the button that put him through to the woman on hold. Marie Wilkinson, I'm Detective Sergeant David Smith from Kingslake Central Police Station. How can I help you?
God, not another one! Have I got to go through this all again?
No, madam, you don't have to do that. I know who you are and how much you helped us a week or two ago. My colleague tells me that you have found something. What is it, and where are you?
I just don't believe this is happening to me. I was on my usual route this morning for the first time since it happened. You know what I'm talking about, obviously.
Yes, I do. Where exactly are you now, Miss Wilkinson? Take your time and give me your location. She was slowing down and regaining control, but he guessed that it was not jogging that had caused her breathlessness on this occasion.
OK, thank you. I'm on the B671, the Lowacre road from the A46 to Lake, and by a gateway into a field by the river.
Good. If you don't mind me saying so, that sounds like the field where you discovered the body of Mark Randall.
It is! It effing well is! Sorry, I don't usually swear, but I just can't believe this is happening.
It would have been so wrong, but the thought was there in the back of his mind to say to her, "Well, you haven't found another one, have you?" Instead, he reassured her again that he quite understood how distressing these things could be, and then he asked her exactly what she had seen this morning.
Like I said, I'm in the gateway. I'm not going back there to have another look. It's a bloody shovel, literally. It's a shovel lying in the grass, and it's got blood on it.
When he arrived, Marie Wilkinson was exactly where and what he had pictured her to be, a slim, athletic-looking woman in her 30s on the roadside of the gateway, and Nicola Cavendish was with her, chatting away and reassuring her. When Cavendish saw Smith pull up, she said something that made the lady smile, but he had no idea what it might have been. He walked towards them, looking around for Richard Ford at the same time, and then he could see him on the footpath between the field and the river, standing still and looking down the slope to the river, not far at all from where Randall's body had been found. Smith introduced himself and asked Marie Wilkinson to explain exactly what had happened once again, but now that he was here, she seemed more than willing to tell the story once more. She had made her usual run out to Upper Mill, turned back and taken the path that runs behind the Friary. No, she had seen no one else this morning other than a couple of motorists on the Upper Mill road. It was the first time she had felt able to take this route since the day when she had found the body in the field. She had got just past the spot, feeling a little nervous, when she saw something in the grass between the footpath and the river. She ran past, and then had an odd feeling, so she walked back and went down a step or two to have a closer look. It was a shovel, and she was sure that it had blood on it. Then she had run down to the gateway and called 999.
Obviously I wouldn't normally have done that, but it just seemed so weird.
Smith said, "You did absolutely the right thing, if you don't mind me asking, and I am going to have a good look myself in just a moment. How did you know it was blood? Is it fresh blood?"
"No, dried blood, smears of it."
He let both of the women see that he was having to think that over. "Forgive me for saying so, Miss Wilkinson, but dried blood doesn't really look much like blood. The average person in the street often doesn't recognize it as such. What made you so certain?"
"I'm a senior medical technician at Lake General."
"OK. In this case, you are not at all the average person in the street. My apologies. Would you mind waiting here with Officer Cavendish while I go and have a look for myself? Thank you. I assume that it's where the other officer is standing." It was. Richard Ford didn't need to point it out. The handle of the shovel was plainly visible on the grass-covered bank, a wooden handle that looked well worn, the old-fashioned sort. Smith looked at the bank above it and could see where the woman had taken a step or two down to get a closer look. Then he asked Ford whether he had done the same.
"No, DC. Sergeant."
Ford was looking slightly dazed, as if someone had given him a clout with the shovel, never mind whose blood was congealing on it now. Smith asked him if he was all right.
"Yes, except that there's no way that this shovel was here when we looked for a weapon a couple of weeks ago. I know it wasn't. I organized the uniforms doing the riverbanks, DC, and this was not here. There is no way it could have been missed. No way." Ford seemed to be taking this very personally, and Smith could guess why. He said, "If it's any consolation, I had a walk along here myself yesterday morning, and I didn't notice it. It's only half hidden, and I think I'd have seen it, or the bloke I was with would have done. He doesn't miss much. I don't think it was here yesterday. Never mind when you carried out the search. I'll go down and have a look. You stay up here. The fewer feet the better, just in case."
He went down carefully, looking before placing each foot in case other evidence lay unseen in the long grass, and as far as possible stepping where Marie Wilkinson had before him. The shovel lay facing down, and the dry brown blotches on the back of it were almost certainly bloodstains. He bent forward and studied the grass around it. Some of the blades were above and over the handle, as if they had grown over it, as if it had been lying there for 3 weeks. But most were trapped beneath the handle and the blade, as they would be if the shovel had been placed there since he had walked along this path yesterday. Most odd. Smith took out his phone, photographed the shovel, the handle, and the grass several times, and then handed it up to Richard Ford. He said, "Call D.I. Reeve for me, would you?" Then he stood and stared down at the murder weapon some more, because he had little doubt in his mind now that this was the thing that had been used to end Mark Randall's life. It was a longer conversation than Smith had expected. During it he had returned to the top of the bank and sent Ford back to Marie Wilkinson with instructions to take her full statement now before offering her a lift back to Lowacre. Cavendish could do that if she accepted, and it was Smith's guess that she would do so. There would soon be plenty of people around to secure the site. Alison Reeve said to him, "We're going ahead with the briefing, but you stay there, DC. I'll come out when the meeting is over. Despite what I said earlier, I'm calling in Superintendent Allen just in case this involves de-arresting Stone. I don't want to be explaining to him one-to-one later on why I've done that. I'd rather him see it for himself." "That makes sense now. Stone has the best alibi in the world this time. He was locked up in cell 4 in Kings Lake Central." "Tell me about it." There was a pause while she thought something over, and Smith watched the scene back at the gateway. The 2 officers and Marie Wilkinson had climbed inside the police BMW. Ford would do a decent job of the statement. And then a vehicle came around the bend from the Lowacre direction, slowed right down while the occupant, he could see there was only a driver, looked at the cars parked in the gateway, and then gradually picked up speed again. It was a green Range Rover. The Harpers owned a Range Rover. Ms. Wilkinson was perhaps not the only person suffering a severe bout of déjà vu this fine morning. Reeve said, "DC, I know I've already asked this, but is there any way this thing could have been missed?" "Yes, by which I mean it is not inconceivable. Is it very likely? No. Stephen Harper and I were here yesterday, and neither of us spotted it. Farmers tend to notice things on their land that other people don't, and I'm not exactly unobservant when I'm visiting a murder scene, even when I am 3 weeks late. Other people use this path from the Friary, and I would guess that there are a few dog-walkers from the village as well. You know what dog-walkers are like, always finding bodies. They must have been well annoyed when a jogger found this one. And besides, there's something odd about the way this thing is lying in the grass." "You said that earlier. Explain. I'm waiting for John Wilson. He's going to want all the details of this."
Oh, yes, John Wilson's going to be over the moon, thought Smith, especially when you tell him who's out there directing the operation that might blow his case apart in slow motion. Well, the shovel is in the grass, but it's also on it, if you know what I mean. You'll see for yourself when you get here. If it had been lying here for 3 weeks, the grass would have grown over it more. June, height of the growing season and all that. I'm cutting my lawn every half an hour. How fast does grass grow? Don't know, but I've a feeling it's been doing so under our feet on this one. We've had no rain, though, for weeks, have we? Smith peered down at the shovel again. Good point. If this has been exposed to the elements for 3 weeks, I wonder how much forensics will be able to tell us about that. Where did Stone's stuff go? Norwich? If it did, it might be worth getting the shovel to Cambridge. Why, they're no quicker. No, maybe not, but they're a long way apart. This could all come down to forensics, ma'am. That final word, his way of reminding them both that he was not in charge of this, though he sensed it in the back of his mind, the desire to be, because quite unexpectedly this had become interesting. And you're thinking about cross-contamination? Not really, just eliminating the possibility of a QC thinking about it. I'll see what I can do. What else? Coming back to the grass thing, this needs to be photographed properly. Who's the camera nut with the silly name? Gervais. That's the SOCO we need here. We don't get to choose. I've put the call in already. Well, up to you. We could call them back and say photos might be critical. He could do that himself if Daisy Lawrence was still running scenes of crime, and she would be. He would have heard otherwise. But best not. I'll see what I can do again. You didn't explain why you think this grass thing is so important. And that was because this was one of those shy ideas, the ones that live in the shadows, and that run away if you approach them too quickly or too directly. Nevertheless, she had asked him now. The shovel is under some bits and on top of others. Someone has tried to make it look as if it's been there for 3 weeks, but they didn't cover it up completely because they wanted it to be found. Why? God knows. I suppose while I'm here I could nip up to the friary and see if they could have a word on our behalf. Don't rule it out. John's just come in. I need to brief him before this meeting. Have you still got Richard Ford out there? Yes, why? I've just put the letter in his pigeonhole. And you want me to tell him now? You might as well. You're the one who's going to have to deal with the consequences, DC. And with Murray still off, we're short-handed as usual. He starts basic training in a fortnight. Make use of him in the meantime. When the call was over, Smith could not resist going back down the bank, using the same prints in the grass, to have another look at the shovel. If he was right, this was a Times crossword clue of a case now, but he might be wrong. Even when you have convinced yourself you can be wrong, it might not be Mark Randall's blood staining the back of the blade in dark brown smears. It might not even be human blood, this being the Norfolk countryside where strange things happen after dark. Remember the old joke about doctors writing NFN on their patients' notes up here? Normal for Norfolk? But if that blood, Smith, belongs to a chicken or a badger, you're going to be a long time living this down. He leaned closer. It's definitely blood, though. But if it is Randall's, then who and why? You can start with either of those. Answering the one should lead you to the other. And why now? It had not been there yesterday, he was certain of that, which meant that someone had put it on that bank within the past 24 hours. It could, of course, be a hoax, and the thought of chicken blood came back to haunt him again for a split second, because there are people out there who do the oddest things. But although the local news had reported the case with diminishing enthusiasm over several days, according to Waters and Butler, the details of the probable weapon had not been released. So if the proper security had been maintained, no potential hoaxer could have known that a shovel had been used, unless the hoaxer was a police officer.
Ridiculous, except that Smith could remember one such case years ago. He returned to the top of the bank and stood facing in the direction that led to Abbey Fields Friary. Whoever had put the shovel there had surely done it after dark, and the nights are very short in early July. One or two of the friars were sometimes about at odd hours, and they might have noticed someone or something. Another word would be in order, and he might as well do that today as he was here. It was a useful reason to stay away from the station while the fallout from the discovery of the shovel continued to, well, fall. Of course, the forensic examination of it might provide clear evidence that Gareth Stone had used it to kill Mark Randall, and then everything would be all right, wouldn't it? But in that case, you were back to who and why now. It's a puzzler, all right, old son. Walking back to the car, he was surprised to see Marie Wilkinson saying some final words to the two officers before she resumed her run along the road to Lowacre. By the time he arrived, she had disappeared from sight around a tree-lined bend. Nicola Cavendish said that they had tried more than once to get her to accept a lift, but Smith said that he quite understood. She had had enough of the police in the last 3 weeks to last her a lifetime. And besides, she thinks we might be recruiting her if this keeps up. She's very good at finding things, isn't she? Better than most of us. He was looking pointedly at Richard Ford. Sarge, it wasn't there, I swear it. We went over that river bank with a tooth-comb, and into the water as well. Sarge, what do you think this is, Ford? An episode of Bilko? Don't pretend you've never heard of it. It's time you learned to address senior officers with a little more respect. Nicola Cavendish, new to Kingslake Central, looked horrified. She glanced up at Ford, blushed for him, and then stared down at the ground in front of her. Ford himself seemed to have been stunned into silence. Smith said, "And another thing. I've told you before about being improperly dressed for work, haven't I?" "Sir, Ford's right hand went involuntarily to his collar, as if finding a tie there might have saved him. "Exactly. How much longer do you propose to walk around in that ridiculous uniform? Get yourself some civvies, lad. If you want to know what the well-dressed detective is wearing these days, you could do worse than study the present company. Sort it out. I want to see an improvement tomorrow morning." Smith was still not smiling, still looked as severe as ever he could, but a new day had dawned on the face of Richard Ford. He took a step towards the detective sergeant, but was halted by the familiar stop-the-traffic gesture. "If you make any attempt to embrace me, Ford, I will sue for common assault. But I'll shake your hand. Well done. Welcome to the squad." Chapter 12. They taped off the gateway into the field, and then Smith sent the two uniformed officers back along the footpath to do the same where it left Abbey Fields. This part of the operation at least would be done properly. It was unlikely that any evidence of the shovel planter would be found, but a search would be made nonetheless. Then he sat in his car with the door open and waited for Detective Inspector Alison Reeve. When she arrived, they went together and looked at the shovel lying in the grass. She examined it closely, as Smith had done, and came to the same conclusions, or at least she did not disagree with them. "Wilson thinks that this might indicate an accomplice, that at least 2 people were involved." Smith considered the idea for a moment before he responded. "And this accomplice has crept out here sometime within the past 24 hours and put this shovel here in order to—" "I don't know. No one's had time to think this all through yet. If forensics can tie this thing to Gareth Stone, he's still very much in the frame, even more so." "Agreed, but he's already been charged, and that's public knowledge. Why would an accomplice, someone known to Stone, risk doing this? Stone would simply name this person then, wouldn't he? While Stone is pleading innocence, his accomplice, if there is one, would be safe enough, so why strengthen the case against Stone? That makes no sense to me. And if it is the murder weapon, but forensics cannot tie it to stone in any way? Reeve nodded reluctantly and said, Then the case against him is weakened, if it is the murder weapon. And we don't even know that's human blood yet. Smith had a vision of squawking chickens. But there is no connection on it to stone. We don't really have a reason to hold him. We can't charge someone with murder and let them go. You'd have to drop the charges. Sometimes that just happens. It can happen and be no one's fault, but even then it looks like incompetence, and policemen hate it. Yes, I know. Cambridge would have taken it, but they're full up with stuff and could not promise us anything before the middle of next week. It's going to Norwich. If we get it in early enough today, we might get something back by Friday. They stood in the morning sunshine, and a light breeze ran through the grass on the riverbank and stirred the willow herb and hemp agrimony that lined the margins of the river. There was a shrill bird call, and then it was repeated, getting louder. They both saw the kingfisher as it passed, close by over the clear shallows of the stream, a blur of orange and white and blue iridescence. Reeve said, "That's the best view I've ever had of a kingfisher." Smith stared into the shadowy tunnel of overhanging alders where the bird had gone. Then he looked back towards the road and said, "The cavalry's arrived." Another marked car, 2 more uniforms getting out, and a red Renault. The officers remained by the gateway, and the large, shambling figure that had climbed out of the small car made its way towards them, heavily weighed down with black camera bags and a tripod. Gervase Fraser was a little out of breath by the time he reached them, but he had enough left to glare down at Smith and say, "Oh, it's you." "Good morning, Gervase." "It was my day off on my allotment, and a beautiful day for it, growing lots of that healthy, slimming fruit and veg. Sitting my shed, knew I shouldn't have taken the damned phone. Never mind. We always say, when we need pictures, there's only one man to call." The compliment had no discernible effect. Fraser stared down the bank at the offending object and pulled a face of disappointment. "All this way and not even a body." "No, but there is some very interesting grass. Make sure you get lots of pictures of the grass, Gervase." On the short drive up to the Friary, Alison Reeve said very little, and Smith left her alone. As a case, it had not yet entirely imploded, but it had the potential to do so, and the timing was bad for her. When he parked, she was still deep in thought. He turned off the engine and waited. After a minute or so, she said, "But if it wasn't an accomplice, if it was someone entirely unconnected with Gareth Stone, why would they put the shovel there, assuming it is the weapon used? Why not let him carry the can? This doesn't make any sense, DC." He nodded, and she could see from that he had been there before her. She said, "I asked you a while ago whether you had any ideas about this. If you're holding back, please don't." "Seriously, I don't have any answers, just more questions, the same ones as you. Going after Stone was the right thing to do as soon as the lies he was telling became obvious, but whether that merited going so far as to charge him, you wouldn't have? With the benefit of hindsight, probably not. And experience? There's only one way to get that, and you're doing it. No 2 cases are the same, and you get an odd one like this occasionally." One of her strengths was not dwelling on things too long. She looked about her and said, "This is lovely, isn't it? No wonder you keep coming back. Does it have an appeal, the religious life?" The religious bit is the bit I would find hardest. The rest of it, the seclusion, the meditation, the peace, the time to read and talk about things that do not involve the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, yes, I think I could manage some of that." She turned in the passenger seat to look at him. It was often impossible to tell when he was being serious, but she thought he might be on this occasion. "Yes, I can see you as a monk, DC. Do they wear all the get-up here?" "See for yourself." Brother Paul was approaching their car with a smile of welcome, and, Smith thought, obviously expecting visitors. "I wonder if his face will drop when he recognizes me."
And don't call them monks, they're friars. If you keep getting that wrong, they can turn nasty. They climbed out of the car as Brother Paul crossed the last few yards, and if his face did not exactly drop when he saw Smith, it certainly altered before he spoke.
"Ah, is it police business again? Did you wish to see Brother Jeremy?"
"Well, yes and no. There's been a development this morning. A general word with whoever has been around since yesterday would be useful. Is that possible? And I'm forgetting my manners. This is Detective Inspector Reeve from Kings Lake Central Police." Alison Reeve said hello without the full smile that she sometimes offered to a gentleman on a first meeting. Perhaps she thought it was inappropriate for a man of such strong religious persuasions. And Brother Paul reacted as Smith guessed he might when he revealed that a more senior police officer had now joined in the investigation. He did not hide his surprise.
"We rather thought that we were—"
"In the clear, sir?"
"No, of course I did not mean that. You wish to speak to everyone at once?"
"That would probably save time, sir. Thank you." They followed him into the building and then into what he called the meeting room. There were chairs which he invited them to sit on, but they declined, and Brother Paul left them. His first port of call would no doubt be the office of the guardian, Brother Jeremy. Reeve said,
"Lovely old building, but I thought only Quakers had meeting rooms."
Smith was still watching the doorway through which Brother Paul had just disappeared. He said, "I'm not as up on the fine detail as you obviously are, but this lot are a mixed bunch, from what I can tell. You would think that if they've ended up here, they must have a lot in common, but that's not the case."
"No different to a squad of detectives, then?"
"Fair point. That was the old hippie name for them, wasn't it? The God Squad."
"Ancient history isn't my strong point. How many of them live here?"
7, I think. I've spoken to 6 so far. 1 was away on a retreat. Brother Jeremy is in charge, although they don't seem to like that idea. Franciscans are a bit left-wing, I reckon. Anyway, he is, but he isn't, if you see what I mean."
"Clear as mud, thanks."
They could hear voices now, 3 voices asking each other questions. The 2 that Smith had seen at work in the greenhouse came first, followed by Brother Joe, who gave Smith a brief nod of recognition before he looked away. He doesn't want to acknowledge that we've met again, Smith decided, and that's not a problem. He made a brief apology for disturbing them, invited them to take a seat, and said that this would not take more than a minute or 2 of their time. More steps, and 2 more men, Brother Paul, again with Brother Kevin, who Smith had met before in the kitchen. He gave them the same assurances, and these 2 also sat down. Kevin turned and made some joke to Joe, who nodded, smiled at it, and again avoided meeting Smith's eye. A longer wait this time, a good 2 or 3 minutes before the guardian entered, followed by the one friar that Smith had yet to speak to in person. Brother Andrew was young, in his 20s still, of medium height, strong build, and strikingly good-looking, bearded, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and the dark eyes searched for Smith immediately. A glance at Brother Jeremy told Smith that he had offended the guardian by not speaking to him first and arranging this meeting in that way. He considered going now and quietly apologizing, and then decided that he would not do so for no other reason than that he was in the mood to ruffle a few feathers. They were all seated now, the guardian being the last, and Smith explained that something of possible significance to the investigation into the death of Mark Randall had been discovered that morning close to Abbeyfields. While there was no need to interview them all individually again, it was important to ask whether any of them had seen anyone in the vicinity since yesterday, especially on the footpath down to the Low Acre Road. Anyone at all, the police would like to know. At first there seemed to be nothing, and then Kevin said that early yesterday evening he had been in the kitchen garden, and he had heard voices over the wall, women's voices. They were talking as they headed down the footpath towards the river. He hadn't taken much notice of what they were saying, but thought one of them was talking about a dog.
Brother Paul said then that he thought the same two women often walked that way, and he assumed they must be from Lowacre, but none of this was of any use to the police, was it? It might be, sir. We don't have the means to wait on that footpath for them until they turn up, but if the next time you see the women you could have a word and ask them to contact Kings Lake Central Police, we would be very grateful. Is there anything else, gentlemen? Regular walkers taking dogs past the point where the shovel had been found. Had they met anyone? Had the dogs reacted at all to anything on the bank? They usually would to human blood, even if it was 3 weeks old. Had there been any vehicles parked along the Lowacre Road, and so on? Smith had long ago recognized in himself an occasional and peculiar frame of mind that he had labelled, for want of better phrases, super-meticulousness or hyper-awareness, and he could feel it taking hold now. It is the response to the cracking of a single twig after a long silence in a forest. After looking around, Brother Jeremy said to the detectives,
"That would appear to be all that we can offer you."
Smith nodded, and there was a general stirring and murmuring as the men got up to leave. Jeremy clearly had something to say, but it was not to him that Smith spoke first. "Excuse me, sir." The young man had been preparing to leave with the rest of them. When Smith spoke, he turned, looked, and then came back to stand facing them with the guardian. "You wished to speak with me?" A resonant voice, deeper than expected, and without a trace of accent. "Just so that I can say everyone has had the same opportunity, sir. I believe that you were at the Friary when Mr. Randall's body was found. That would be on Tuesday, the 18th of June. "I certainly was. I went down to Eastling Sands on the Wednesday morning." Brother Jeremy had not moved away, and Smith considered the ins and outs of that, like the last phase of an eye test, when the optician drops lenses in and out and says, "Better with or without?" After due consideration and a pause just long enough to be noticed, he decided better with. "You perhaps already know, then, that we've spoken to the friars and asked them if they had seen or heard anything suspicious before the body was found. Just the same thing as I've been talking about this morning. Any small details that might shed some light on what took place down by the river that night?" Brother Andrew didn't hurry his answer. He frowned a little and treated the question, though he had not actually been asked one, with due respect. "I've heard all about it, obviously. In a small community we are perhaps more prone to gossip than we should be. But if there had been anything that I could tell you, I would have done so immediately." He spoke simply, clearly, and beautifully. There was no other word for it. And he spoke like a man older than his years. Brother Jeremy had watched the young man as he did so, and then turned his gaze onto the policeman as if to say, "Satisfied?" There was something almost fatherly in the way he did that, something protective and even proud. Smith remembered then what Joe had said to him, how these two friars had shared interests and shared walks in the countryside. Brother Joe with his mop and bucket, and these two wandering about together, talking about trees. Was that the briefest of nods from Jeremy before Andrew began to turn away, as if they had finished here? Smith said then, "Only I know you have a particular interest in the countryside, sir, the wildlife. Badgers, isn't it?" There was a look from the young man then to the older one, a look that was difficult to measure. Brother Jeremy shrugged, smiled at him, and said, "More gossip." Andrew came back to his original position with a smile of infinite patience, striking in someone so young. "I would say, Sergeant, isn't it? More than an interest. An interest makes it sound like a hobby, like collecting stamps. I would say that I have a love for the natural world, for all of God's creatures. For me, this is the surest way to God himself, because these creatures are without blemish, without sin. They show us in their own natures one of the many faces of God. They show us how to live at peace in this world. In refusing to see this, we contribute to our own damnation. It was not, to put it mildly, the answer that Smith might have anticipated. He had only asked about badgers, after all. The Guardian's expression this time said, well, you deserved that. It was plain that they were dealing with his star pupil here. Smith sensed Alison Reeve watching him too, and perhaps wondering how he might respond. "Do you know, sir, I'm almost embarrassed to say this now, but I've never seen a live badger, just the odd one dead on the road." Brother Andrew said, "In that you are not alone. I imagine that more people have run them over than have taken the time to study them in their natural environment. In the speed of the motor car, everything becomes a blur, and we don't see the damage that we do, the carnage that we leave behind. It has become a metaphor for the way we lead our lives." Reeve said, "Thank you for your help, all of you. You can contact us easily if anyone remembers a detail that might help us in the investigation." But Smith said, as if he hadn't heard her, "I've seen the set down by the river, though. Stephen Harper showed it to me this week. He says it might be centuries old, which I thought was fascinating. I mean, how deep are those tunnels? When you look at the amount of soil they dig out, you have to be impressed. And how many badgers live in a set like that? Different generations? They must have quite complex social lives as well." The lines of sight between the four members of the group formed a perfect cross. Reeve and Brother Jeremy were regarding each other, as were Brother Andrew and Smith. The detective inspector smiled a little apologetically at the Guardian and turned to Smith, about to give a more obvious nudge to say that they were done here, and she saw on his face an expression that she recognized, the expression of the peculiar second cousin twice removed, one step away from the village idiot. She closed her mouth then and looked back at Brother Andrew. "They do indeed, Sergeant. All credit to you for realizing that much. Watching a set regularly, one soon comes to recognize individuals. They are as diverse as people, in my humble opinion." "I don't know about that. You sound like a bit of an expert to me. When do they have their young?" "In February. They have an unusual strategy that involves delayed implantation of the fertilized eggs. The cubs first appear above ground in April, but now is the best time to be watching them, with the short nights. Sometimes one sees them for a full hour before darkness." "Really? And you can just sit there and see them going about their business?" Brother Jeremy was smiling openly at the policeman's ingenuous interest, and the look that Reeve returned said, "Yes, we have to humour him sometimes." Andrew said, "You can, if you observe some obvious precautions, such as keeping downwind and very still, making use of the available cover." "I see. It might seem obvious to you, sir, but I wouldn't know where to begin. Still, I have introduced several people to watching wildlife, Sergeant. If you are serious about it, I could show you the ropes, as they say." And the sergeant looked at the inspector as if he might need her permission before he said, "Well, that's a kind offer. Evenings is the time. I can't do anything before next week, and I'd need to check my diary. Could I ring you?" Andrew smiled. "I don't have a mobile phone, but you could leave a message at the office, and I could call you back to make an arrangement. I should say that this isn't a case of popping down, having a quick look, and going off to the pub. One makes a commitment, an investment of time. More than one person has found the whole experience rather spiritual." Smith said, "I understand that. It's kind of you to make the offer, and I hope that I can take it up. Sorry, ma'am, I got a bit carried away. We should leave these gentlemen in peace now, shouldn't we?" "Thank you, DC. I now know far more about badgers than I ever wanted to. The delayed implantation sounds like a good idea, though." They were back at his car, having left her own vehicle down at the field, along with the various others that arrive whenever there is forensic work to be done and a site to be searched. Smith said,
An important way of preparing for one's senior years is learning to keep an open mind and a willingness to engage in new activities that stimulate the central cortex. I saw that in a panorama program, so it must be true, if it was on the BBC.
And you think that watching some badgers frolicking about of an evening is going to stimulate your central cortex, DC?
It might do even more than that. You heard what the man said. I might have a spiritual experience as well. 2 for the price of 1.
Smith adjusted the rearview mirror, but as yet he had made no attempt to start the car. Reeve took out her phone and looked at the messages, of which there were several. Then she said, "The shovel's on its way, according to Richard Ford. I asked him to let me know. How did he take the news?"
"Very well, all things considered. He didn't realize that life as he has known it has just come to an end, of course."
"Don't give me that." "You can't give it up, DC. You love this job."
One of those silences. Have you said the wrong thing, or a thing so right that it hurts? Maybe. Some of us do. The only problem is that the job doesn't always love us back, does it?
Oh dear, perhaps you should go and visit the badgers. You sound as if you need a spiritual experience."
He was still looking into the mirror and making no move to start the engine. Alison Reeve said,
"I don't want to hurry you, but I've got 1,000 things I need to be doing this morning, starting with getting back to the field. We're not hanging around here for any reason, are we?"
He turned the key then, and the car started with the familiar kick and splutter of an aging diesel engine. "Probably not, but I thought I might have a nibble there for a moment or two." They had passed a side gate on the way back to the car from the meeting room, and through it he had glimpsed one of the friars, standing back a little way, but clearly watching the progress of the 2 police officers as they left the main building. It was Joseph Ritz. Did he have something he wanted to say, something that he would rather not say in front of the others? Smith had given him 5 minutes, and he had not appeared. He put the car into gear and pulled away slowly, still checking in the mirror, but no one stepped out of the side gate. Reeve said, "You don't have anything here, do you? I know you said they're an odd lot, and after meeting Brother Doolittle I'm not going to argue with that, but there's nothing else, is there? Or are you seriously interested in seeing his badgers? I wish I hadn't said that, by the way. It sounds so wrong." The car passed through the old stone pillars of the once grand entrance into the Abbeyfield estate, and turned left down the hill into the green wood valley of the River Laveney. "I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more wildlife, as it happens. Had you heard that I recently found a golden oriole? No? I can see wildlife being a good antidote to spending my days dealing with low-life. So yes, I'd like to see his badgers, but it's like I said earlier, it might be 2 for the price of 1. Chapter 13. It had not been a pleasant morning in the open plan office shared by the detective teams at Kingslake Central. As he watched Detective Sergeant John Wilson alternately sitting and glaring at his own monitor and then stalking around the room glaring at other people's, Christopher Waters concluded that if a week is a long time in politics, then it can be an eternity in a police investigation. News of the discovery of the shovel had circulated quickly, and everyone had worked out for themselves what the implications might be for the man they had under arrest and already charged. There had as yet been no team meeting, but Wilson was making it clear that he wanted everything they had done so far to be checked and effing double-checked before senior officers arrived and began asking how this effing cock-up had occurred. Reading what Serena had produced so far, she was returning the favour on the other side of the desk that they presently shared. Waters reflected, too, on the differences between the 2 sergeants that he had worked for at King's Lake. For a start, Smith would not have called this an effing cock-up, at least not in front of the ladies. It might not be a cock-up at all, of course. The shovel might incriminate Gareth Stone, and then it was game over for him. But if you accepted that the shovel had not been missed during the search,
and Wilson, for one, was not prepared to rule that out until he had personally grilled all the officers responsible, then there was definitely something else going on, something out of the ordinary. Waters had not yet made himself a badge that said WWSD, but he had learned to step away and to think backwards when complications like this arose. Kingslake Central was behind the times in some ways, and he had grown used to the occasional mockery of his academic qualifications, even agreed with it sometimes. But now, when dispassionate objectivity was needed, he knew that 3 years studying history at a very good university had not been a complete waste of time. Re-examine the evidence for and against the argument. Consider each link in the chain of logic. The same chain that seems to imprison you can be your anchor in a storm. He completed his reading of Serena's records and looked up at her. She was still busy with his own and didn't notice him. She regularly professed a dislike of the routines and procedures, the bureaucracy that could make a nonsense of days at a time, but her written work was immaculate as far as he could tell, and she still saw things in people that he did not, which was annoying, but then, as Smith would say, that's not on the syllabus at any university. Waters shrugged that off and went back to his chain. No one was watching, and so he opened the case files and studied the photographs of the murder scene. There was one of Mark Randall's hand trowel lying in the earth 3 or 4 feet from his body. It was rather sad, a strange little emblem of mortality in a man's warm hand one moment, and then orphaned forever by a thunderbolt from above. That's all they use, though, isn't it? Hand trowels? Scraping away at the surface like official archaeologists do. His own interest had been in the origins of modern political ideas, but he knew that much. Why would either of them, Randall or Stone, have had a shovel with them that night? Going around illegally and after dark, having to carry the cumbersome detector, you wouldn't take any more equipment than was necessary. Was a heavy shovel necessary? Or had Stone taken it with him deliberately, as a murder weapon? Very odd choice when you think about it. Any one of 6 common objects could have been concealed in a bag and done the job as effectively. His thoughts were interrupted by a whisper from Serena Butler. "Have I missed out lots of full stops?" "None as far as I can see. I'm giving this a good solid B." "Why only a B if it's got all the full stops?" "You need to vary your sentence structure more." Waters heard the beginnings of an unladylike reply before the door opened, and D.I. Reeve came in, followed by Smith. Reeve gave a general nod to the detectives in the room and then began a quiet conversation with John Wilson. Smith headed for his own desk beside Waters's and Butler's, sat down and frowned. After a decent interval, Waters said, "What's up?" "Meles. Serena pulled a face as if she knew what this was, and Waters said, "Is it contagious?" "No, it's the Latin name for the European badger. D.I. Reeve and I have just been hearing about its remarkable ability to delay the implantation of the fertilized egg into the womb. D.I. Reeve thinks this is a very good idea, and so do I, especially for young people like yourselves." He looked at them both, one after the other. Serena said, "Thank you, sir. I'll mention it to my GP the next time I'm seeing him about contraception," and Waters had to smile to himself and acknowledge her growing skills at surviving in this team. At the mention of the word contraception, Smith had blinked a little and asked what had been going on in the office while they were out. Investigations can go into limbo. There was no point in sending anyone out because there was nothing to be done until something was known about the shovel. All the reports were double-checked. Copies were made of these and of the video files of the interviews and backed up onto separate drives.
Reeve held a short briefing explaining that the work done so far was sound and that she and Detective Sergeant Smith had begun the process of asking potential witnesses about who or what had been seen in the Abbey Fields area over the past 24 hours. Depending on what forensics came up with, they might all find themselves going door to door, not that there were many doors in the area. Waters looked at Wilson then, but his face was impassive. Then D.I. Reeve left the room and the quiet descended again. Several of them took an early lunch. Butler and Waters invited Smith to the canteen, but he declined. Waters could see that he was on a page from criminal records, but not a name, and Smith was not ready to share what he was thinking at the moment. There would be no point in asking, that was for certain. Joseph Ritz had told the simple truth. He had not embroidered it, and he had omitted nothing of significance. Still, a Franciscan friar who had served a bit of time, you don't come across one of those every day. Maybe it's more common than you think, though, Smith. He took out his Alich, almost full, soon be time to take the cellophane wrapper off a new one, a moment he always enjoyed, and ran the other names, finding nothing more. In doing so, he had left a trail of his own. A senior officer could look at his use of the database and ask him why he had accessed Joseph Ritz's record and why he had made the searches that he had. It was unlikely that anyone would do so, but if they did, what answer would he give? I was at a bit of a loose end that day we found the shovel and were waiting for the results. Hardly good enough, but it was more than that, anyway. More than that, but not much. Almost nothing, in fact. The thing is, ma'am, I can't figure out why Brother Jeremy made that assumption, that we had arrested someone who'd been digging up badges for the murder of Mark Randall. No one had mentioned it to him, and it certainly wasn't in the press, because I've got the papers and checked, and I've even looked at the local news pages online. Not a mention of it. So why? He just made a guess, ma'am? But why that guess? And then, before that, the day after the body was found, one of the friars disappears for almost a fortnight. Where did he go? On a religious retreat, ma'am. Yes, I realize that's not a very remarkable thing for a priest to do, but I don't think it was prearranged. I think he went in a hurry. Why? Because Dolly Argyris told me. Yes, the same Dolly Argyris that we once arrested for torching a rival taxi firm's premises. She was never charged, and... Smith ended the imaginary conversation there. This was why he did not break ideas too early. Not everything that matters is best done by committee. And, if he was being completely honest with himself, he wasn't about to break this one because it was so thin that he could hardly justify the time he was spending on it to himself, let alone to a senior officer. Was there anything else to support it? An odd look on Joe Ritz's face as they left Abbey Fields. Oh, yes, that would go down a storm with the barrister for the defence. Still, apart from Phil Jefferson right over the far side, the office was empty and might be for a few more minutes. Eastling Sands, wasn't it? Might be worth checking that Brother Andrew Waring did spend the entire fortnight there. A fortnight seemed to be a long while. You could retreat so far in that time you might meet yourself coming back around the other side. He Googled, found it, and studied the website. Non-denominational, funded by charitable donations and voluntary contributions, beautiful gardens, coastal walks, tranquility. He dialed the number. "Hello. Yes, this is Brother David from Abbey Fields in North Norfolk. Yes, I'm sorry. Of course you do. But I'm new. Just arrived. Well, thank you." He listened on to the extended words of welcome, feeling a little guilty, but mostly concerned that he might have to say something of religious significance before this conversation was over.
When at last he was invited to state the reason for his call, he explained that Brother Jeremy had asked him to check the dates of the retreats made by members of the Abbey Fields community since the beginning of the year. He wasn't sure, but he thought this might be so that they could make an appropriate donation. It was almost a mistake, as the pleasantly surprised voice of the lady on the other end asked whether that would be an additional donation to the one that they had already made just a month ago. He said, "I think it might be. As I said, I am new to the friary, so—" But it worked. The thought of an additional donation, and she soon was giving him details of this year's retreats from Abbey Fields. There had been 3 of them. The first had been of 3 days, the second of 4, and the final one, Brother Andrew's, of almost 2 weeks. As a newcomer, a novice even, Smith told himself, he made the ingenuous remark that had been a longer retreat than usual, hadn't it? And she told him that it had. Brother Andrew had spent a week in seclusion, but Eastling Sands had worked its magic, and in the second week he had even taken out 2 other residents to watch birds on the marshes. Brother David said, "Oh, that sounds wonderful. I'm looking forward to the time when I can visit myself, but I expect you are busy. How far ahead do we need to book a place?" "Several weeks, usually. Says a lot about our world now, doesn't it?" she said. "But it was always worth ringing to see." "When did Brother Andrew book up his fortnight?" he said as conversationally as he could, and she looked it up for him. "He didn't, as it happened. It was just a phone call, and he came down the next day. Sometimes life takes us by surprise, doesn't it?" And Smith thought, "I don't know about sometimes. It seems to happen to me nearly every day." He thanked her, and then, as an afterthought, asked whether residents of Eastling Sands could receive phone calls if they did not have a mobile phone. "Now, we discourage phones. We ask politely that they be left in a safe in our office, or at least switched off during a stay. Personally, I think that the mobile phone is the cause of much of the stress that people come to us to recover from. Don't you, David?" He couldn't argue with that, especially when you possess one of those phones that are smarter than you are. If he didn't already own a caravan called Lapwing just 50 yards from the woods at Pine Hills, he might be considering a stay at Eastling Fields for real. But yes, she said, when he pursued it, of course people can be contacted in emergencies, and we sometimes pass on a message so that people can get back in touch with their busy lives. To ask whether a record of those calls was kept was tempting, but would sound too suspicious, and so he left it there. Besides, Abbey Fields only had the one phone, and it was a landline, easy enough to check. The woman said, "God bless," at the end, and he just avoided saying, "And the same to you." A simple thank you sufficed, and then she was gone. Smith hoped that she wasn't off to spend that additional donation. He settled himself then for a good stare out of the window while he considered what he had learned, but it was not to be. Within a minute John Wilson had entered the office, gone straight to his computer and begun an assault on the keyboard. Jefferson had asked his boss what was up, got some sort of monosyllabic answer, and had then gone to stand behind and look at the same screen. Then Waters and Butler arrived, followed by Simon O'Leary and the rest of Wilson's team. Last in was Alison Reeve, and Smith realized that she must have rounded them up from the canteen or the car park where 1 or 2 had been smoking after a leisurely lunch. But there was nothing leisurely about the detective inspector as she waited for them to get to their workstations. "Everyone listening? We've heard from Norwich. Because the shovel went straight there instead of through the station, they've done prints first. They have a thumbprint. John is double-checking as I speak, but I can tell you that it isn't Gareth Stone's." She paused and let the looks of consternation pass across the room, but Smith was watching her face closely. It was a face he knew well, and there was no hint of consternation on there. "Nevertheless, we do have a match to the database. John?" Wilson didn't look up at her as he said, "Still coming through, ma'am. and Waters made a comment about fibre-optic cables to Serena Butler. Reeve said, "OK, I can also tell you that 2 hours ago Superintendent Allen authorised expedited blood work on the shovel at a ridiculous cost to the taxpayer. I have just been telephoned with the results, and we're expecting detailed confirmation in an email shortly. The blood on the shovel is Mark Randall's." Consternation turned to delight, quietly shaken fists, and murmurs of approval, which Reeve was quick to end. Finding what is almost certainly the murder weapon is a major step forward, but it puts us nowhere near the finishing line. This result does not put Stone in the clear as yet, but it does mean that we will be beginning a new line of inquiry as soon as BT pull their finger out. John? Wilson was nodding now, and then he said, "The thumbprint is a full match to a Brian K. Davis. According to records, he lives in Galtways, out towards Wisbeach." More exchanges of looks. This was not a name that had come up in the inquiry so far, and not a name that any of the officers in the room had encountered in the course of their work, or so it seemed to D.I. Reeve as she panned across the room. And then she saw that Smith had raised one finger. "DC? I'm only going from memory here, but I think that Brian K. Davis was convicted at Lake Magistrates about 2 years ago for deliberately interfering with a badger's set, and for possession of implements intended for the purpose of badger baiting." Legends are born in such moments. Offences like those are never investigated by plain-clothes detectives, at least not in Norfolk, and so there was no reason for Smith to have known of such convictions. Wilson looked suitably appalled, and still more so when D.I. Reeve asked him to confirm or refute what Smith had said by reading out details of the man's convictions from the screen in front of him. It was true. This was the very same Brian Davis. Then Wilson read out other convictions and charges and offences that had been investigated but not pursued. Davis was a veritable and dedicated fanatic, it seemed, when it came to maintaining the old country traditions of torturing the wildlife. Currently he was under a suspended sentence for hare coursing. Waters looked puzzled, and Serena was grinning at O'Leary and Jefferson, who were not grinning back at her. Smith could have told them all that it was only 3 days since he had read the story in the online archives of the Lake Evening News. He could have explained that his doing so wasn't the result of some sort of extrasensory perception or a bizarre coincidence. He was simply following up on something that Stephen Harper had mentioned. But why spoil the fun? Reeve sent a little shake of the head in his general direction and took charge of the developments. She gave Davis to Wilson, which was fair enough. He hadn't exactly made any mistakes as far as Gareth Stone was concerned, but he was going to have to do the de-arresting business if and when it happened. Getting the lead on Davis would be fair compensation for that. She made it very clear that there were to be no moves at all today, other than quietly putting a pair of eyes on Mr. Davis in Galtways within the hour. This was exactly how Smith himself would have proceeded. In the meantime, let's have lists of all Davis's known associates for every offence on which he has been questioned, names, addresses, numbers, vehicles, the lot. Put someone who is on top of their game onto establishing whether there has ever been any connection between Gareth Stone and Brian Davis. We must do that before Stone is released, if he is. And let's be grateful that Stone is still here in the cells, or we'd have been making a trip to Norwich in the morning. Anything else? She was speaking then to her 2 sergeants, and Wilson would have noticed that this was the first time that she had done so in this investigation. Smith said, "How long before we get the full forensics report, ma'am?" "I suppose it depends on how much there is. I will forward it all to both of you as it comes in. Superintendent Allen has got them moving on it somehow. John is going to be busy with the people, DC, and so can you liaise with him on anything else that comes out from Norwich today and tomorrow?
And you said that the farmers out at Lowacre had mentioned this badger-digging thing. Is it worth going back to them now that Brian Davis has appeared on the scene? Take one of your team if you want to go out there again." Which was a polite way of saying to Wilson that Smith was running his own people on this now. He reminded them both that from tomorrow morning they would have an additional pair of hands, as long as Richard Ford remembered to dress properly before he left for work, and Wilson made a remark about puppy training again. Reeve said to keep him on a short lead, as if this was just station banter, and Smith accepted it as such, but behind it he knew that Wilson had felt the need to score some sort of point because of the events of the past few minutes. Back at his desk with Butler and Waters, Smith told the two of them about Ford, and they immediately had ideas for how to welcome him to the team as embarrassingly as possible. The episode of his own return-to-work gift had clearly filled them with confidence, and Smith reminded himself that he had meant to have a word with Charlie Hills about that. He would do so this afternoon, once business was concluded here. It had been agreed with Reeve and Wilson that these two should search for any connection between Stone and Davis, a desk-based search in the first instance, followed up by interviews if they found anything at all. They would not do so, Smith was certain of it. As for another visit to the Harpers, well, a phone call would probably suffice. Stephen Harper had first mentioned the badger-digging business, of course, but it was unlikely that he knew any more than he had already told them. No, as he watched Serena and Chris getting to work, a good team now, and as he finally began to make some proper notes about this case, it wasn't Stephen Harper that Smith was thinking about. Chapter 14. Friday the 5th of July, the following morning, and Smith was awake at 5 o'clock. He lay in bed, listening to the light shower of rain as it passed over the gardens of the Millfield estate, drifting northeast. It would cross the coast in about an hour, and then the finer weather should re-establish itself for a few more days, according to the forecast. He hoped so, if only for the sake of the two women staying in the caravan. In the end he had agreed to go down just for a couple of hours on the Sunday afternoon, long enough to say hello and make a little conversation. At 10 minutes past 5 he was thinking that in theory he could still change his mind about today. He could, if he moved quickly now, still phone the airport and book himself onto a flight, one left at 9:15, and be walking across the tarmac in Belfast little more than an hour later. The funeral was at midday. There would be surprise, of course, but almost everyone would be pleased to see him, and almost everyone would accept that he had the right to be there too. It would be a strange and sad occasion, the burial of a few bones and a few hopes, along with the resurrection of many memories of Bran O'Neill. Afterwards there would be something of a do, it being Ireland, and he would meet Catty and Brady, and the others that he had not seen in 30 years, back from countries around the world to say a final goodbye to the brother that they had now lost for a second time in their lives. Leah would be worried and disappointed that he had changed his mind and broken their agreement, but he doubted whether she would make a scene. He guessed that she would say little with words and plenty with her eyes, that was all. And, of course, he would see Dermot and the girl, and that would be something. To meet them so smartly dressed and solemn and grown up, with their lives in front of them, part of a future at last. Smith even smiled a little at the thought of Mairead McCain. She didn't like him much, which was fine, but she was good for Dermot. A fool could see that, and she would be an excellent mother if she chose to be, and then he would have a grandchild too. And after all that he could leave. There was bound to be a return flight on a Friday afternoon, and he could be back here in time for supper. He hadn't taken an unexpected day off in 20 years, and the current investigation would proceed in an orderly fashion without him.
Waiting at the airport, he would know that at 8 o'clock this morning there would be a knock at the door of Brian Davis in the village of Galtways. He didn't need to be there to envisage the usual scenes, the protestations, the distressed spouse, if there was one, barking dogs, crying children, staring neighbours. It would carry on without him. Reeve would conduct the interview properly, procedures would be followed, Davis would be held in a cell for an hour or two to soften him up, there might or might not be a duty solicitor involved, then another interview with some disclosure of the case against him and another invitation to spill the beans. We can't make any promises, Brian, you know that, but if you cooperate now, it might be better for you later on. No one ever measures whether it was, of course, but these are the games that are played, the things that are said 9 times out of 10. At 5:45 he got out of bed and went to the window. There was still time, and he continued to plan the journey, but he knew that he would not make it. Leah was right. She always had been. Let the O'Neills bury their own. He was not one of them, and never had been. Looking down into the garden, he could see that the shower had gone, but it had left the paving slabs wet and shining in the early light of the coming day. To say that Brian Davis came quietly would be an understatement. Brian Davis came in absolute silence. Smith had stopped at the door of the interview-room, opened it, and looked in. Davis looked up at him, but did not react at all other than that. Smith had said, "Good morning, Mr. Davis. Has anyone asked if you'd like a cup of tea?" No answer came, the stern reply. Smith looked at Russell Young, the uniformed constable on duty in the interview-room, and said, "Very wise of Mr. Davis. I expect he's heard about the switch to cheapo Chinese tea-bags. What about you, Constable Young?" The uniformed man kept a straight face and answered, "Good of you to ask, sir, but no thank you." Still not a flicker from Davis. Back in the office he found Alison Reeve and John Wilson in discussion. Davis had not been arrested, and therefore they could not search his property without a warrant. They could arrest him now on a charge serious enough to allow a senior officer to authorize a warrant, and murder should cover that, but Detective Superintendent Allen had made it clear again this morning that, as there might already have been superfluous arrests in this investigation, he did not feel inclined to make more of them without very good cause. They could ask the suspect if he minded them searching, but it was unlikely that he was suddenly going to begin making any noise. Davis didn't look worried. He had been arrested often enough to know that one strategy was to keep absolutely silent until the police were forced to disclose something of the case that they were investigating. He could then, with or without legal advice, begin to construct a story of his own that fitted the disclosure. In Smith's view, the one surprise card they had was the nature of the possible charges. Davis had been told nothing of these, and was probably assuming that this was another investigation into a wildlife crime related to his being under a suspended sentence. "It might be worth," he said to Reeve and Wilson, "just running that past him in a short initial interview. It isn't disclosure, just to warn him that the charges might be somewhat more serious than chasing a hare with a dog. And if he nibbles at that, we could mention the date of the night in question and tell him that we're going to be asking his whereabouts then at some point. I assume we've still got someone at his place?" Reeve nodded and said that they would try the initial interview and then meet afterwards with Superintendent Allen. The rest of the forensics report had arrived, and they should all read it before anything else. She gave Wilson and Smith a quarter of an hour to do that, and then she and Wilson would meet with Davis. Waters and Butler were busy at their desks, already having divided up between them lists of contacts and convictions for Mark Randall, Gareth Stone, and Brian Davis. Databases can do the donkey work, but as yet only the human eye can be cast creatively over what they produce. Waters had shown himself to be particularly good at this.
and Smith was happy to leave it with him, confident that if there was a link, the new boy would find it, except that he wasn't really the new boy any more. The forensics work was more crisply written up than usual, and the bullet points that Smith normally did for himself were already present in the conclusion. The only blood present on the back of the shovel belonged to Mark Randall. It had dried and aged to a state consistent with the date of the attack that killed him. In other words, it was about 3 weeks old. But more interestingly, it had probably been left exposed to the open air for most or all of that time. Further supporting evidence of this was the spots of rust on the metal surfaces. These were tiny and generally circular, implying that they were present as a result of condensation forming on the shovel overnight and then drying during the day. In view of the weather over the period of time in question, such a process was more likely to have occurred out of doors than inside a building. The left thumbprint was found low down on the wooden shaft. A photograph with an arrow showed exactly where. Most of the shaft and all of the handle appeared to have been thoroughly wiped clean of any other prints. Smith paused there and read that over several times, and each time he did so the frown seemed to deepen a little. The final significant detail in the report was that a small number of fibres had been caught under a splinter inside the loop of the handle. The forensic technician ventured to suggest, must be a cousin of Olive Markham, thought Smith, that the positioning of these fibres might suggest that they were from whatever had been used to wipe the handle, and that such wiping might have been done in order to remove evidence. Either that, Smith concluded, or were also looking for a passer-by with OCD as well. He went back into the report and found again the section that concerned the fibres. Further specialized testing would be needed if the police felt that it was required, but the laboratory in Norwich could go so far as to say that these were of a natural material, wool being the most likely, and that they had been dyed a dark brown, the colouring on the fibres being too uniform to have occurred in nature, whatever their specific origin. The internal phone buzzed on his desk. It was D.I. Reeve reminding him that he should be down in the recording suite watching the live feed from the interview room where they were about to speak to Brian Davis. Smith got up, said nothing to Waters or Butler, and walked down to the room where another young, uniformed woman that he did not know was checking that everything was operating as it should be before he sat down to watch. She said good morning to him, and he answered vaguely, one might almost say distractedly. She knew who he was, of course, but she wondered whether he always went around with such a frown as that above those clear blue eyes. Smith watched and listened intently. This was a video that might be shown to a jury if Brian Davis was put on trial, and he tried to see it through the eyes of 12 ordinary people. Video recording of such interviews had not been begun for that purpose, but it had increasingly become used for it, another nice demonstration of the law of unintended consequences. It had not been carried out often in Smith's time as a senior investigating officer, but he still had far more experience of preparing evidence for courtrooms than a typical sergeant, and more than D.I. Reeve had yet acquired herself. No doubt that was one of the reasons that she had him sitting here now. One of them, because Reeve had read the forensic report as well, and her mind must be going over the same questions as his own. The questions began, and he put those thoughts aside for a moment. Davis was a nondescript man. Passing him in the street, if you noticed him at all, you would not imagine from anything you could see that he was some sort of throwback to a time when the natural world not only fed us, but was our principal source of entertainment. The face was on the thin side, but tanned by the sun or the wind, and he had sideburns, something else that was, when one thought about it, entirely out of kilter with the times in which he found himself marooned. And Smith thought, what makes a man what he is? Has Davis consciously chosen to do the things for which others condemn him? If, for example, I had been brought up in a family and a culture that maintained those traditions, how would I feel about other people who told me that I must stop because they didn't like it? Nothing is straightforward when you start delving into it, Smith. Reeve took the lead and Wilson kept the written record. Not that he had much to do in that department. Smith leaned closer to the screen and focused on Davis's expression, thinking that it was a pity you could not zoom these things in. This was all right, but he really needed to be in the room and in the suspect's face, so to speak. And he also began to think that he might have been mistaken about Brian K. Davis. When you are looking at pixels rather than pores, it's difficult to be sure, but Davis's wall of silence might turn out to be a cliff-top of terror. After 5 minutes of friendly but methodical questioning and a clear hint that serious matters were under investigation, Davis looked paler and sweatier, and Smith's considered scientific conclusion was this: "I think he's bloody petrified." The important question now was why. Davis had been arrested several times before. He had been interviewed, charged, tried, and convicted, so none of that was new to him. He associated with some tough and lawless types, certain kinds of travellers, people who never had a job but always had a 4x4, men with vans who did jobs for cash, the sort who live up lanes and never pay taxes. And being pulled in like this should be par for the course as far as Brian Davis was concerned. OK, he had yet to do any time, but if he did so now for badger baiting or hare coursing, it would only be a sentence of a few months at most, and more likely a matter of weeks. No, something else has got him frightened. Smith leaned in closer, his nose now inches from the screen, as if he might be able to smell the fear. Because you can, when you're in the room and not stuck behind a 12-inch screen. Reeve ended the first interview, her job done, and then she and Wilson came into the recording room, which was so small that if John Murray had been on the case, they would have had to meet elsewhere. Wilson said, "He's scared shitless." Smith said, "I hope so. I hate it when it goes the other way." Reeve said, "Definitely something there." They looked at each other, but only one of them was the senior investigating officer, and after a moment she said, "We really need to search his place, don't we?" The two men nodded and waited for her to say the rest. These are the tough calls, the ones where you earn your money as an SIO. Reeve was not afraid to take her time and think it through in front of them, but her words, when they came, showed the pressure nevertheless. "God, why is it always on an effing Friday?" She meant that if they arrested Davis now in connection with a serious offence, a senior officer would be able to authorize an immediate search warrant. It was unlikely that they could complete the process of getting one through a magistrate today. But if they arrested Davis, they then had 24 hours, unless an extension could be won, before they must either charge him or release him. She looked at her watch. That would mean lots of people in for a Friday night and at least half of a Saturday, briefing the weekend shift as well as overtime, disrupted family lives, broken dates. If the search found nothing incriminating, would they have enough to charge him? Wilson gave his answer to the unspoken question. "Ma'am, he's given us no explanation of where he was on the 17th of June. Smith said, "No, nor any other night, come to that." Wilson ignored him and kept his eyes on D.I. Reeve as he continued. "And we've got his prints on what we know is the murder weapon. He's got a nice long record for things that a jury will be disgusted at, violence towards animals. He must hang around with some nasty types. I'd say we've got enough to be going on with, ma'am." Reeve looked at Smith and waited. "Can't argue with the print, but it's on a shovel which has been on some sort of journey that I can't explain at all. First it's not there and then it is." Reeve looked back at Wilson. "Either that or we just admit that it was there and we missed it first time around. Uniform can carry the can for that.
The main thing is that we can tie the murder weapon to a bloke that no jury in the land is going to like." Smith said, "But I don't think we did miss it. I don't think it was there until the night before last." Wilson said, "His prints are still all over it." "No, they're not. There's one thumbprint low down on the shaft. The rest has been wiped clean. I can't explain that either." It was between the two of them now, and Reeve watched like an umpire in a grudge match. Wilson said, "How many prints do you want? He's an evil bastard who goes about after dark committing offences that an animal-loving jury will despise. You told us yourself that your farmer friend said there'd been badger digging going on right where Randall's body was found. Now we've got a badger digger's shovel with Randall's blood on it. Opportunity or what? Jesus Christ, Smith! They say you were something, but at this rate you'd struggle to convict Charlie Peace of burglary." Smith showed no outward reaction at all. After a pause he said, "Opportunity I'll give you, assuming that Davis doesn't come up with a solid alibi when he does begin to talk, which he will, sooner or later. Now you give me a motive." Wilson paused now. "Who knows? Anything could have gone on out there after dark." "Who knows? What sort of an answer is that to the QC defending Davis? Because it will be a QC if you charge him with murder or manslaughter. Somebody does know exactly what happened, and our job is to find them and then charge the right person, rather than the obvious person or the first person that comes along to whom we think we can make it stick. It might be Davis, the right person, but what I'm saying is that this is not watertight. Never mind my record, John. You've been in the job a while yourself. That print only means that Davis handled the shovel at some point. It doesn't prove that he killed anyone with it, let alone a perfect stranger. My two are looking for connections between Randall or Stone and Davis, and I'll bet a month's salary they won't find one other than that they all enjoy a bit of digging after dark." Wilson was silent, and Smith looked at Reeve. There was one more thing that he must say. "For myself, ma'am, I cannot in all conscience go along with the idea that the shovel was missed during the search. I don't believe that it was. We looked at the way it lay there, and the grass around it and under it. I'd say it hadn't been there more than a few hours. Assuming for the moment that it was not Davis who put it there, and why would he do such a thing, we then have to accept that at least one other person is involved. As to that person's motives, I have no idea. When I meet him or her, that will be my first question." Wilson was shaking his head now, and Alison Reeve was watching the video screen. The live link had been left on, and the image of Davis was there, motionless, arms folded, staring. Smith wondered whether, if Wilson had not been present, she would have asked him what he would do in these circumstances. Then she said, "Thank you both. I need to speak with Superintendent Allen. I'll get back to you shortly. DC, you're right about other people. From what little I know, it takes at least 2 men to dig out badgers, so if Davis was there, he wasn't alone. Your teams should have lists of acquaintances by now, so let's have those ready for discussion. My office in 20 minutes, please." And what would he have done in these circumstances? He thought about it as he made his way back to Waters and Butler. Keep Davis hanging around for a while longer, offer him tea and biscuits, and let him think that the offences they were investigating, though serious, were still those with which he was familiar. Maybe Lord de Ramsay's pet hare had been accidentally coursed to death, or something equally tragic. Do not disclose the shovel. Do not disclose the thumbprint. Do not arrest. Davis has a wife, 3 children, and a lot of dogs at home in Galtways. He won't do a runner, especially if he's given a lift back from the station and a sham apology. There was no way he'd leave all those things behind, especially the dogs. What we need here is time to figure this out. We need Waters to come up with 6 ridiculous ideas, one of which might not be a million miles from the truth. That's what he would do in these circumstances. He was also pretty certain that Davis might be under arrest within the hour. Sure enough, Waters and Butler had found no hint of a connection between Randall Orstone and Brian Davis. They hadn't even gone to the same secondary schools. The list of Davis's contacts through his various activities was already a dozen names long, and it was likely that one or two more would be added by Wilson's team. That meant a huge amount of work to be done today and tomorrow. They needed a shortcut. Without going into the delightful interpersonal details, Smith gave them a rundown of the conversations that he had just been having. Team members kept in the dark grow tall, thin and pale, and Waters was already lanky enough. It was Waters who then said, "What about the Wildlife Crime Unit? Has anyone spoken to them?" Smith gave him his most suspicious look and said, "Hold on." He walked round to his own desk and studied the current piece of scrap paper that he was recycling, and there it was, neatly written halfway down the page among other notes, the initials WCU followed by a question mark. He looked up at Waters and said, "Have you been copying my homework?" "No, DC." As a result of the year and a bit he had already spent working as a policeman, Waters was a much better liar than he used to be, and his face was giving nothing away now. Smith turned to Serena Butler. "Has he been at my desk this morning while I was out of the office, even for a split second?" "No, DC." Serena, of course, was in a different league as far as dissimulation was concerned. She had been in serious scrapes of her own, and he would not be forgetting her performance at the Velvet Club in a hurry. But he thought she was telling the truth now. "Fair enough, then. We'll call it a lucky guess. It's on my to-do list, as you can see." He held it up for their inspection and admiration. "Hopefully it's still Ted Green. If it isn't, it's probably another dead end, to be honest. The Wildlife Crime Unit sounds more impressive than it is. This is true of most specialist units, to be fair, unless they involve black uniforms and guns. Ted Green was the WCU and had been for as many years at least as Charlie Hills had been a desk sergeant. Sometimes, if there was a major incident involving a deer, Ted Green would have the loan of a WPC for a day or two, but then it would be back to him answering the telephone queries from concerned bird watchers and riding reassuringly around the countryside in his van. Despite all this, it was still Ted who answered the phone 5 minutes later. The two of them spent another 5 minutes catching up before Smith came on to the business in hand. And, oh yes, Ted knew all about Brian Davis. In fact, he said to Smith, sometimes Brian Davis seemed to be the center of his universe. Last year there had even been a rumor of some cockfighting in the Wisbeach area, something that had not occurred in the Fens, as far as he knew, for at least half a century, and Davis's name had been mentioned. Smith said, "He's a charmer, all right, Ted, but we've got him sweating a bit at the moment, and it's not about cockfighting." Green was too old a hand to ask what it was about. He simply asked what it was he could do to help, and Smith told him. The answer that he received surprised him a little. Green said, "There hasn't been a lot of badger digging reported since the convictions 2 years ago. That put some of them off. I can give you a few of the old names, but you'd be better off talking to one of my sources. For a want of a better word, DC." "Who's that, Ted?" "Wilf Baxter." "Hold on, Ted." Smith motioned to Serena to come round and look at the name he had just written down. She was quick and understood what he wanted, returning to her own desk and running a finger down the list of names that they had already compiled. She looked up then and shook her head. "Not a name we've come up with, Ted." "No, and you won't do. Wilf's too fly-by-half, but he owes me. I won't say how, but he does, and big time. He tends to know what's going on.
I'm in court today, DC, but I can get him to talk to you if you want. He's only out at Three-Ways. I'd need to ring him now, warn him that you were coming, though." Smith said yes and took down the address. Sometimes the momentum just picks up and you go with it, and the last thing he needed was another meeting with John Wilson in 5 minutes' time. He thanked Ted Green and received one more useful word of advice. "DC, you'll have to play it by ear a bit. The Baxters have been there for years, but they're still travellers. You know what I mean." Chapter 15. When Smith had proposed sending Serena Butler to the meeting in D.I. Reeves' office, the detective inspector had hesitated for a moment. Was that because she really needed him there, or because Detective Sergeant John Wilson might perceive this as some sort of a slight? He didn't ask that question, of course, but simply said that he might have a lead on Brian Davis's cronies, which might save them a lot of legwork and time. Plenty of mights in there, because he had no intention of making any promises or even raising any expectations. It was up to her, and if she wanted him there, he would have delayed the visit to Wilf Baxter without further comment. As for Butler, she was overdue some increased responsibility, and although no one else had mentioned it yet, it was time she was thinking about reapplying for the sergeant's exam, especially if a post became vacant at King's Lake in the near future. Reeve agreed in the end and told Smith that the plan was to arrest Davis if he showed any sign of leaving the station. All rather peculiar, Smith had to admit, but one could never predict how an individual would behave in these circumstances. They had a man in the interview room who had come voluntarily, but who was refusing to answer any questions, who was plainly frightened about something, but who was not yet asking to leave, and who would now be arrested if he attempted to do so. One for the training manual, really, he had said to D.I. Reeve, but she hadn't responded other than to say that he, Smith, needed to be back at the station as soon as please no scenic routes on the way back, and then he could tell that she wished she hadn't said that, and the call ended a little awkwardly. Waters went with him out to Three-Ways, the first time he had ventured out to this part of their patch. They took the road west out of the town and down the last or the first of the Norfolk hills. Within 10 minutes they were crossing the low-lying fields that mark the beginning of the flatlands south of the Wash, much of the area that is now below sea level thanks to the shrinkage that has taken place since the Dutchmen drained the marshes some 300 years ago. Smith said, "Well, this is it, your first visit to the Wild West Fen. If you think Prince's Street on a Saturday night is a bit iffy, you should meet some of the characters who live out this way. Come to think of it, you're probably about to do so." Waters took a look out of the passenger window before he answered, "It's just farms, isn't it?" "There are some big farms out here, and some small holdings still growing fruit and flowers, and a bit of specialist veg. But there are also lots of in-between people, the ones who like lots of privacy, like that bungalow there in the trees. He's, a good quarter of a mile back from the road, but look at the locks on the gate we're passing. You can't get down there other than by walking, and I guarantee you won't take them by surprise. They might be legit, and I might be the long-lost great-grandson of Scott of the Antarctic." Waters turned a little to study the bungalow amongst the trees as they left it behind, and then he twisted back to watch the road ahead. It needed some watching, as the dips in it were alarming at times. He knew this was due to the land still contracting as the peat beneath continued to dry out. He said, "I didn't copy anything off your notes this morning, DC." "Fair enough, we'll go for great minds think alike rather than fools rarely differ." "It just seemed like common sense to me to speak to wildlife crimes at some point." "Well, you know what they say about common sense." Waters thought for a short while, still watching the road ahead, but taking more interest in the scattered cottages and bungalows now,
and it was true that many of them seemed to be hidden behind fences or gates or tall, out-of-place conifer hedges. He wondered about their lives out here in the silence, with just the occasional drone of an aircraft overhead, or the rumbling by of a tractor to break up the monotony. Then Waters said, "I'm surprised you don't put in for the WCU yourself, now that you've found a golden oriole." It was some sort of pit bull terrier, and it was on a chain long enough to allow it to get right across the track. They had parked at the locked gate and walked for maybe 50 yards before the dog launched itself towards them out of a kennel half hidden by a cluster of blackthorn bushes. The chain brought it to a sudden halt, and the dog reared up on its hind legs, half barking, half whining in frustration that it could not reach the two interlopers and welcome them properly. Smith and Waters stood still, both knowing enough not to look directly at the dog. After perhaps 20 seconds it returned to its 4 feet and maintained a low, threatening growl. There was no way past the animal, of course, and no means of alerting the owners that they were here, other than hoping that they had taken some notice of the dog. Smith said, "That chain looks new, which is a bit of a comfort, unless it's an imported one. Are the Chinese dumping finished steel goods as well?" "I have no idea, but I think there's a poster of that dog up in the station. I'm guessing it's one of the illegal breeds." "Dear me, not that particular dog, is it? Just our luck to get one wanted for murder. I'm sure he's got a heart of gold once you get to know him, just like his owner, who is, I believe, taking a look at us right now from inside that corrugated shed, the one next to the house." There were several sheds, each in a different provincial style, but all in a similar state of disrepair. Most seemed to contain the wrecks of cars, and between the sheds, on the overgrown verges of the track, were yet more wrecks of cars, vans, and old minibuses. The bonnets were raised on some of them, as if someone was at work, but the insides of the bonnets and the exposed engines were as rusty as the vehicles themselves. They had been raised months or years ago, and no one had taken the trouble to close them. Behind a grimy, cobwebbed window in the corrugated shed, Waters could see a face. The man who eventually stepped out was younger than either of the detectives had expected. Wilf Baxter might or might not be 30. He came towards them slowly, arms and legs a little bowed as if he had ridden horses all of his life, making plenty of eye contact with them both. He was only Smith's height and build, but the white singlet revealed tightly muscled arms and a thick, powerful neck. He stopped a few yards short of them, leaving the dog between them, and the dog looked up at him, its demeanour entirely changed by Baxter's presence. It was wagging its tail now. Smith said, "Mr. Baxter, Wilf Baxter. I'm Detective Sergeant Smith, and this is Detective Constable Waters. We're both from Kings Lake Central Police Station, but I think you already know all that if you've spoken to Ted Green this morning." Just a single nod, and then, "So what do you want?" The voice was accented with the slow, gently curling syllables of the Fens, but the eyes were quick and calculating. Waters remembered Smith's warning about the kind of people they were likely to meet this morning. 5 minutes of your time, Mr. Baxter. I imagine you're a busy man. Ted thought that you might be able to help us with a bit of background on someone we're currently interviewing, Brian Davis from out of Galtways. Waters had seen Smith play interviews every which way by now. Often he was so indirect or apparently out of focus that even the accompanying officer had no idea how they would reach their destination from here. But now, with Wilf Baxter, there was an unusual brevity and openness. If this wasn't some form of respect, it was certainly intended to give Baxter the impression that it was. Baxter had not reacted to the name in any visible way. When he next spoke it was to Smith, but with a sideways nod to his companion. "I spoke to Tad. He mentioned you didn't say nothing about him." "We usually work in pairs, Mr. Baxter." "That's nice, then. But if I'm talking to Ted Green, he's always on his own." There was a pause. Somewhere beyond the cottage a rooster crowed. Smith looked that way and saw washing on a line and children's toys and bikes on the lawn beneath. Baxter had a family here, but there was no sign of them. They had, he knew, been told to keep quiet and out of sight because the bogeyman was paying them a visit. Baxter said, "I'll talk to you because Ted mentioned you. Your friend here can keep out of it." Smith looked up at Waters with raised eyebrows. This was partly about game-playing, about whether Baxter could dictate the terms, but it was also about the laws of evidence, which Baxter would know better than any rookie police officer. There is a significant difference in a courtroom between his word against mine and their word against mine. It looked as if Baxter might have something useful to say, but it would not be down to him directly as to whether he said it in front of Waters. Smith said, "Detective Constable Waters, Mr. Baxter does not get to decide whether you participate in the little chat we're about to have. It's your decision. If you're happy to stay here and keep Fido company, so be it. If you're not, we will leave Mr. Baxter in peace." Waters caught the disbelieving smile on Baxter's face, but it faded as their eyes met and the stare held. After several more seconds, Waters said, "No, it's fine, Sergeant. You go ahead. I'm sure the dog and I will have plenty to talk about. I'm going to start by asking him what breed he is." The point was not lost on Baxter. As he walked away to the shed with Smith, he glanced back at Waters and said to Smith, "Don't forget I'm supposed to be doing Ted Green a favour here." The conversation lasted about a quarter of an hour, and during it Smith learned a number of things about badger baiting that he didn't want to know, and a couple of things that he did. The names of the two men that Brian Davis had associated with since he had returned to the practice after the convictions 2 years before. Quite where Wilf Baxter fitted into all this was not clear. As Ted Green himself had said, Baxter was one of those people who just seemed to know things. Perhaps he was involved, perhaps not. Smith made a mental note to ask Ted Green when he called and thanked him for this, but for now what mattered was that he had the names. He thought that they might already be on the list that had been compiled, but could not be sure. "You're slipping, Smith," he told himself, "because years ago you would have had a mental photograph of that list, and there would have been a pinging sound when Baxter first mentioned them." He had not quite reached the point of needing to write them down before he forgot them, thank goodness. When he walked out of the shed with Baxter, he had a moment of horrified amusement. Baxter had seen the same thing, and he flinched as if about to break into a run. Waters had his backside perched on the grey bonnet of an ancient Morris minor, and the dog had its front paws up on the same thing. Had it cornered him there? For how long? Had it bitten him already? And then Smith could see that the tail was wagging and that Waters was indeed having a conversation with its owner. They looked so friendly as the two men approached that it was possible the dog had owned up to being an illegal breed and was prepared to come quietly, as long as the nice young constable held the lead. Baxter said, "Ben!" sharply, and the dog got down and turned to face him. Waters smiled and said, "He's a bit of a softy, really, all bark." Baxter was silent, and Smith thought, "Well, that's you two all square at 15 apiece. I don't think we need to play another point." There was no reason to prolong what had, after all, been a business meeting. Smith thanked Baxter, and they walked away. When they got back to the Peugeot and turned, the traveller was still standing on the track with the dog watching them. When he told him the two names, Waters said that one was already on the list and one was not. Alan Fitch was an old associate and Levi Street was new, though the surname was already known to Smith, and he could take a good guess at that man's provenance. Smith sat and watched the buildings and the ruined cars down the track, and eventually Wilf Baxter exited, stage left, pursued by a dog. He said then, OK, phone it in now and I'll drive us back to the station. If it was down to me, I'd go and have another word with Mr. Davis. I'd say, do you know either of these gentlemen, Mr. Davis? We're just about to question them under caution. Just thought you'd like to know. He should be bright enough to see the problem. If either of them starts cooperating, he's in a considerably worse position, assuming that there is a story to tell in the first place. Waters paused, his phone already open. You don't think there is? With Davis's prints on the shovel? When you've made that call, I'll run through it. Not straightforward as far as I'm concerned. For example, why would someone... No, phone those names through to D.I. Reeve first. Better to run them by him before they arrest him, I reckon. Waters couldn't see why, but he made the call. When it was done, he waited, but Smith wanted to talk about something else first. He said, "What did you think of Wilf Baxter? He wasn't very pleased that you made friends with his dog. He spent hours training it to savage officials of all types. He's probably just like the dog, not as tough as he likes the world to think." When there was no quick response, Waters looked across to see Smith still shaking his head. He asked him why. Smith said, "When you have finished wrestling with lady private investigators, you might decide to move on to more challenging opponents. I'm telling you now that there are two sorts you should avoid at all costs. I'm using you in the general sense, not the particular, so you needn't get all insulted." "I'm not, and these two sorts are?" "Drunken Irishmen and travellers. Maybe I should extend that to a third category, which would be drunken Irish travellers." "Why them in particular?" "One, they teach them to fight before they can walk, and two, they don't feel any pain. If you can't stop someone by hurting them, there's only one other way." "Which is?" "You have to kill them." Which was, Waters concluded, when he thought about it later, an odd thing for one detective to be saying to another. When they reached the station car park, Smith seemed reluctant to go inside. He was staring at the dashboard, and Waters followed the gaze, but all he could see was the digital clock. It was exactly 12 noon. Waters said, "What's up?" "A minute's silence, I suppose. A friend of mine gets buried this morning." There were times with Smith when you did not ask, but Waters couldn't tell whether this was one of them. He decided that he knew him well enough now to take the chance. "Why didn't you go?" The momentary slight smile told him that the answer, if he received one, might not be much more involved than the question, but in the end Smith only said, "It's a long way from here." And then he was opening the car door. Detective Inspector Reeve was in the main office with Serena, John Wilson, and all of his team. Every face turned to look when they entered, and the D.I.'s was happier than they had seen it for a couple of days. She said, "Nice work, gentlemen. We're waiting for Mr. Davis's solicitor. He's using one of his own, so there will be a short delay, which works in our favour on this occasion. We're locating Messrs. Fitch and Street." Mike Dunn was at a computer screen, but turned to speak to Smith. "We found Fitch already. Guess where he lives?" Smith shrugged and said that he had no idea. "Galtways, just up the road from Davis. Street isn't on the system." This time Smith had an idea. "There are some travellers called Street on a site at Ling Hill. That's got to be a fair bet, as we've just been talking to a Baxter." Reeve called the two sergeants away then to another part of the office, and Smith asked her what had happened with Davis while he and Waters were out. She said, "I put the two names to him. I assume that's why you phoned them in. I said that we would shortly be interviewing them both under caution, and he didn't like it much. I asked again if he wanted a solicitor, and he said yes. I think that tells us something." Wilson said, "It does. It tells us he's in it up to his neck and he wants to get his version in first." Reeve looked at Smith, and he said, "I'd go so far as to agree that Fitch and Street know enough to justify us pulling them in, ma'am. Davis obviously believes that, but we all know that calling a solicitor isn't always a sign of guilt. Frankly, if and when it happens to me, I'll be calling one. Just a matter of time." Wilson said. Reeve said after a pause, "I agree." Smith did a double-take and then half-turned, as if he was about to make a run for the door. Reeve said, "No, you fool, I mean I agree about pulling them both in if we can find them, and then straight into interviews this afternoon. I want this at least half sorted today, or we're going to end up booking bed and breakfast for all the people we've got in for interview. John, you and I will stay with Davis, Serena and Mike with Fitch." Smith had the ludicrous idea that she was doing a bit of matchmaking there. "And if we find Street, DC, you and Waters will take him. You obviously speak the language." "Ma'am, there are officers in this building who might interpret that remark as politically incorrect. I'm well aware of that. Fortunately, none of them are in this room." But it had bothered her a little, and she added then, "Besides, it is foolish to argue that cultural and racial identities do not impact on our crime statistics." Smith and Wilson managed to exchange, well, fancy that, looks. The detective inspector, however, was not yet satisfied. She said, "Well, isn't it?" Wilson said, "Yes, ma'am." Smith, "Absolutely, Detective Chief Inspector." Detective Superintendent Allen turned up a few minutes later, looking cautiously optimistic as he spoke to D.I. Reeve. This was not unusual when there had been a potentially positive development. She took him across to John Wilson, where there was further discussion, probably about the line of questioning they proposed to pursue with Brian Davis. Every detective in the room was busy, and the keyboards were clicking away. There was conversation, too, but Smith thought that in the good old days at least some of this would have been done as a single group, with the SIO pulling together the various strands of the inquiry. At the very least, they needed to be aware that there could be 3 interviews taking place, not 1. Nowadays it seemed that communicating with your hard drive or your server was your primary responsibility, and that recording what you are doing is as important as actually doing anything. Which is ridiculous. The public are right, we do spend too much time driving desks around. And while I'm on ridiculous, he thought, just why would anyone carefully wipe all but one of the fingerprints off the handle of that shovel, hide a murder weapon out of doors for a fortnight, and then put it somewhere it was certain to be discovered? No one in their right mind would do that to themselves. He had come across villains who wanted to be caught for all sorts of reasons, but Brian Davis was not, from what Smith could see so far, a complicated sort. So if he didn't do all that himself, someone else did it. But who, and why, and... DC? He did another double-take, a real one this time, aware of his recently acquired reputation for absent-mindedness. It was recent, wasn't it? Alison Reeve was standing by his desk. "Ma'am?" "Uniform have picked them both up. They'll be here in 20 minutes. Chris?" She waved Waters around to Smith's desk. "Let's agree some common lines of questioning. Superintendent Allen and I want a short initial session, maybe a quarter of an hour, and then there's a meeting back here where we compare notes. The first thing is to establish where they say they were on June the 17th. I want other people now going over the new names and looking for any connections to the metal detector group. I know it's repetitive, but we cannot ignore the spade work on this one. Thank you, DC. It was intentional. Yes, Chris?" Waters had a way of half putting his hand up to ask a question that made him look like a 6'1" schoolboy. For some reason that Smith was unable to fathom, this made him quite appealing to women. "Ma'am, am I right in thinking that Davis hasn't been told anything yet about the real reason he's here?" Reeve glanced at Smith as she answered, "Yes." "So we could be reading too much into this calling a solicitor. Maybe the 3 of them were out mistreating wildlife, and that's all there is to it. He's called the solicitor because he's already on a suspended sentence, ma'am." Reeve was well aware that this whole thing was still very much a tangled mess of such possibilities. "True, which is why the first priority is to establish their whereabouts on June the 17th. If, and it's an important if, they were in the Abbey Fields area that night, that at least makes them key witnesses, if not persons of considerable interest. If they can prove they were elsewhere, we have to come at things another way. This isn't a straightforward case by any means, as I'm sure DC has already explained. For example, we only have Mr. Baxter's word for it that there is any connection at all between the three people we're about to interview. Alan Fitch and Levi Street need to feel that they are very much helping us with our inquiries at this stage, nothing more. In my view, we do have enough to detain Brian Davis if needed." Smith looked thoughtful then, which could often unnerve people. Reeve asked for his opinion, and he answered her directly. "If Davis admits to being in Abbey Field that night, the 17th, what then? That's the critical moment. Prints on the murder weapon and in the vicinity. I don't think I could hold John Wilson back at that point." "But it's only one print," thought Smith again, but he didn't want to have the argument in front of Waters. Instead, he simply said, "Even with all the other stuff?" Reeve looked at them both, first Smith and then Waters, and then she said, "Sometimes we have to go with the balance of probabilities." Chapter 16. Levi Street was 21 years old. His family were travellers, and he had lived on the site at Ling Hill for several years. He had even attended Lake Community College for a term or two, but had somehow failed to achieve any recognition in the public examinations system. Levi did not at present have a regular stream of income, and yet he had no criminal record either. Smith studied the screen in front of him and the notes he had made, while Street waited, arms crossed on the other side of the table in the interview room. Something, Smith concluded, doesn't add up. Without moving his head, he glanced up at Street, blinking a little too often. Acts tough whenever you speak to him directly, but he keeps looking at Waters, split-second looks and then away again. Is Waters doing a Wilson? He checked and saw that Waters was doing no such thing. Waters was simply waiting for Smith to begin and doing his best not to look threatening, which, it has to be said, wasn't difficult for him. "So, Levi, is it okay to use your first name, by the way? Mr. Street, if you'd rather." Mr. Levi Street gave a shrug that was a little too theatrical to be convincing. "So, Levi, thank you for coming in. I'm Detective Sergeant Smith and this Detective Constable Waters, and we're both from the police station here, Kingslake Central. This is an informal interview, and you're here voluntarily to assist us with our inquiries. Should that change at all during the interview, I promise you that I will give you due warning." Another glance at Waters before Street said, "What do you mean, change? Warning?" "Fair question, Levi, as you're new to all this. At present, I'd say that you're here as a potential witness to an offence. What you tell us might help us to charge someone else with that offence, and you might be asked to appear in court to repeat what you told us here. That's all." The appear in court bit brought about quite a little burst of blinking, almost a fluttering of the eyelashes in the direction of the detective constable, and Smith thought, right, well, I never did, which was completely true. Street said, "I'm not going to court." Smith said, "Fine, Levi, I'm sure it won't come to that because you probably won't tell us anything of importance. But I have to tell you that if you withhold something which you really should tell us, and we find out about it, that changes things a bit. You might then go from being a witness to what we call a general suspect. Again, nothing to worry about because it mainly implies that you're someone we cannot yet eliminate from our inquiries. If after that you start to look as if you might actually be involved in something, you would become a specific suspect, and so on. But I'm only explaining the theory. I'm sure it won't come to anything like that, Levi." All delivered in a friendly, almost offhand manner, as if he was telling Street the best way to polish superficial scratches out of your car's bodywork. "Does he drive, by the way?" Smith glanced through the screen and the notes, but there was no mention of that. He looked across at Waters then with another variation of the infuriating smile that could not be understood, and which would worry you until it was. "So, Levi, let's begin with an easy one. Where were you on the night of the 17th of June this year?" That question turned out to be not so easy after all, and neither were the others. He couldn't remember where he was 3 weeks ago, not hour by hour. How was he supposed to remember all that? With a straight face, Smith asked him if he kept a diary, and Street answered that he did not. What about a blog or that sort of thing? Or did he keep a Facebook page up to date? Would he have recorded it there? Recorded what? Said Street. Where you were on the night of the 17th. Like I said, I can't remember. He thought he might have met someone called Brian Davis, but he couldn't remember when or where. When pushed a little on this one, he said that it might have been recently, but he couldn't remember for certain. With a painfully bright smile, Smith said, "All right, Levi, we've obviously started on the wrong page. Let's go back a chapter or two. Can you confirm your present address for me? I have to warn you that if you say that you can't remember on this one, I might have to request some medical tests." At that moment the door opened. It was John Wilson, and he beckoned Smith out into the corridor. "She's just disclosed part of the print evidence to Davis, and he's about to sing. She wants to hear his initial statement, and then the three of us meet in her office. About 10 minutes, she reckons. She's suspending the other 2 interviews until we have what Davis is going to say in front of us. Her office in 10 minutes. And then Wilson was gone, with his tail up and Smith well and truly told. He looked into the interview room through the glass panel in the door. What she was doing made sense and might save them a lot of time. It's common practice to use what one suspect tells you to lever open the others, so they might as well hear what Davis has to say first. But what would it be? He knows about the fingerprint now, but has she told him what it's on? Smith would not have done so. He would have informed Davis initially that they had strong forensic evidence and let him worry about what it might be for a few minutes at least. The more suspects worry, the more mistakes they make. And now he's going to sing, Wilson had said. But sing about what? Smith went back into the room and asked Waters to step outside, all done with a quiet voice, a shake of the head, and a serious look, just to worry Street a little more. Then he told Waters what was happening. Waters said, "What do you want me to do, DC?" "Stay in here with him, keep off the case, just have a few words, put him at his ease. You know, chat him up a bit." "Chat him up a bit?" "Yes, you know, good cop, bad cop." "Right." Waters didn't look entirely convinced, but Smith knew that he would do his best, as always. A pity this one wasn't being recorded, and he had to wonder again whether a university education really is it's all cracked up to be. They don't seem to get much life experience. Waters as yet had no idea how much Levi Street would like to be put at his ease by the young, tall, blonde detective constable. Did Smith have even a pang of guilt? Well, when he thought he might be about to feel such a thing, he just reminded himself of that disposable urine receptacle. Then he checked his watch. 7 minutes. Just time to get a mug of Charlie's tea and arrange something similar for the other miscreant, the one who had undoubtedly come up with the whole scheme. She deserved something special. Brian Davis admitted everything. The 3 of them, himself, Alan Fitch, and Levi Street, had gone out to the Lowacre area to a well-known badger set with the dogs and the equipment needed to capture a badger for the purposes of badger baiting. On the night in question, Monday the 17th of June, they had been unsuccessful, but he was prepared to admit to making the attempt, in the full knowledge that he was breaking the law, specifically the Protection of Badgers Act 1992. Smith had asked whether Davis had given that detail, and he had. The solicitor had briefed his client well. The 3 of them were sitting in Reeves's office again, and it was almost lunchtime. She said, "So we have Davis there, by his own admission, already committing an offence. It could be argued that that gives him a motive to silence anyone who witnessed it. That's what might have happened. We have his a print on the weapon that was used to kill Mark Randall a couple of 100 yards away on the same night. When we go back in, I'm going to show him the shovel or the pictures and ask him if it belongs to him. In case you were wondering, DC, although he knows about the print, he doesn't know what it was on, or at least he hasn't been told that by us. He might have guessed, of course. I'm beginning to think that Davis is being quite clever. Admitting to the badger digging accounts for him being at Abbeyfields and for having a shovel in his possession. If the other two now tell stories that back him up, and they all deny any knowledge of what happened to Randall, where does that leave us? Smith had no immediate answer. This and similar questions had been buzzing around in his head like a swarm of lost bees for the past few days, but Wilson, it seemed, had no such concerns. In fact, he was more persuaded than ever that they now had the murderers of Mark Randall sitting in Kingslake Central. "Ma'am, I know it's a bit of a cliché." Smith made little attempt to conceal his surprise at this sudden and unexpected demonstration of lexical dexterity, "but they would say that, wouldn't they? Now that we know that the three of them were present in the nature of the enterprise, we can't be sure yet who delivered the blow, but the print is definitive. The CPS might go for joint enterprise, and we can charge that and get these into custody. At least one of them will cough it all up. What about the Traveller kid?" Wilson looked at Smith, wanting an answer. "Maybe. Waters is turning on the charm as we speak. I agree there's a case to be made, but it comes back to the bloody shovel. I know you're prepared to accept that everyone looking for it, plus various passers-by, suffered from some sort of collective myopia for a fortnight, but I'm not, John. Where has it been? Sunning itself on a beach in Majorca?" Wilson looked annoyed that they were back here again, and it was impossible to read the detective inspector's inclinations. Once upon a time he would have known what she would do because he had trained her, but that was a while ago now. Smith said, "Look at it this way. If we'd found the shovel in the original search, we'd still have some issues. Who wiped the handle almost clean? Why only one print? Bearing those in mind, how do we show that it was Davis who hit Randall with it? If each defendant had a separate lawyer, and they would give us a hard time on these questions, but I wouldn't have a problem going with it. But we didn't find it in the original search. A jogger, and not any old jogger either, came across it almost 3 weeks later, lying in the open in virtually full view of a public footpath. Who put it there, and why? Can you imagine what a QC is going to do with that in open court? They'll be selling tickets to the Bar Association dinner, and there'll be a hot dog stand outside the building." Reeve said, "I think it's evenly balanced. I think that what Davis has just told us is the truth, but not the whole truth. If we get overly cautious, we have to face the prospect of releasing 3 suspects who were a matter of yards from the body, and who had a motive for attacking Randall. I think John is onto something there, and one of these suspects' thumbprint is on the weapon used. DC, I take your point about the defence, but that's months away. If we arrest and charge at least one of these, I'm betting that that will lead to things that strengthen the case when it finally gets to court." Wilson leaned back in his chair, crossed one leg over the other, and said, "Exactly, ma'am." Overly cautious? Maybe he was, but thinking about it, she had been lucky. Smith could not recall a case in which she had been held over the coals in front of a judge and jury. One could put that down to good judgment, of course, rather than luck, but Smith had experienced it, and he wasn't going there again if he could help it. Good grief, just imagine if it was Gloria Butterfield, QC. He said, "It's your call, ma'am. Definitely time to bring in the shovel and see what Davis makes of that, and we might as well disclose that it's the source of the print, especially if he says it belongs to him. I agree that he's got some explaining to do." She paused, waiting and probably expecting more. When it didn't come, she smiled and turned to Wilson. "Okay, John, we'll go back into Davis in 15 minutes. The other interviews remain suspended until we've had further discussions about what he does or does not tell us. I need everything ready to make the initial call to the CPS." It looked as if they were done here, but Smith had one more thing to say. "Gareth Stone, I know it's easy to forget about arrested people in the cells. I've done it hundreds of times. But I think we owe him a de-arrest, a bacon butty, a mug of tea, and a lift home, unless we're going to charge him with trespass with intent.
Reeve said, "John, see to that as well, will you?"
"Yes, ma'am."
And then he gave Smith one of those looks that say, "Do I have to do everything around here?" and got back in return absolutely nothing.
"So how have you got on with Levi?"
They were back in the main office, Smith seated at his desk and Waters resting his backside against his own, hands in trouser pockets. Serena Butler was at her screen, typing away, waiting for the lesser interviews to resume. Waters said, "He definitely relaxed a bit when you were out of the room. I kept off the case as you suggested. To be honest, I'm surprised he's involved in any sort of animal cruelty."
"Really? Why?"
"He just doesn't seem the sort, if there is such a thing. He was talking about cars a bit, said he's doing up a soft-top Mercedes. And did you notice his clothes? He's wearing designer labels. I don't think they're fakes."
Smith said, "Good observation, D.C. Waters. A soft-top, you say. He obviously fell for your good cop routine in a big way. Do you think it would be better if I kept out of it for now?"
He could see that Serena's eyes had left her screen. She was listening to the conversation and looking suspiciously at Smith. You couldn't fold her radar under normal circumstances, he had to admit that. Waters said, "We're not recording, so anything he said could be disputed later if there is only one of us present, D.C." "Right, yes, that completely slipped my mind. We'll just leave him to stew for a while, then. D.I. Reeve asked me to watch the live feed of the next interview with Brian Davis. It could be a gripping episode in the long-running soap opera that is King's Lake Central. You might as well come along and see that as well. It's about time you came up with some bright ideas on this." As they walked away, Waters was saying, "Fordy is adamant that they searched that area properly, so how—" Serena Butler watched them go and wondered what Smith was up to. There was no way he had forgotten that the interview with Levi Street was not being recorded yet. And what was all that outdated nonsense about the good cop, bad cop routine? Waters was more streetwise than he used to be, but there was still about him a certain ingenuousness at times, good fun in the police station, but worrying out there amongst the hyenas and jackals. Her phone buzzed with a text. It was Mike Dunn, down in the canteen, saying that their own interviewing of Alan Fitch was still on hold, something that Mike must know that she already knew. Was he texting her for the sake of it? Maybe. They got on well, and neither of them was at an inappropriate point in their lives to spend some time together socially, but she had already been there and done the entire relationship at work thing, hadn't she? That had ended very badly indeed. It was the reason she was sitting here as a detective constable this very day, and not somewhere else as a detective sergeant. Not that this was a bad gig, far from it, in fact. It could have turned out much worse than this. Alison Reeve had been really supportive, and Smith was, well, not a line manager she was going to forget in a hurry. She had learned things and understood things here. If she ever felt like going for promotion again, she might stand a better chance after this. She sent Mike a text saying that he could, if he liked, bring her a coffee on his way back to work, the "work" in capital letters followed by a couple of exclamation marks, and then returned to her notes of the interview so far. This, for example, was something that she had acquired from Smith, the meticulous making of a record of everything, however apparently trivial. There was little enough to write as yet. Alan Fitch seemed like a pro compared to Levi Street, who was young, liked soft-top cars and designer gear. Ah, that might be it, you evil sod, Smith. Who else might be in on a joke like that? Her phone buzzed again. This was the trouble. Men don't know where to draw the line, and if you show the slightest interest, they— The text wasn't from Mike Dunn.
It was long and apparently sent in error, intended for someone else, she thought, until she reached the end of it. Then she looked around the office before she read it again several times, just to be sure.
Glad to have found you at last. It's taken us quite a while. We so enjoyed your visit to the Velvet Club all those months ago. We often watch the tape we have of you and a fellow officer visiting our establishment, and we wonder what the tabloid newspapers might make of it. The security tapes are genuine, of course, but it's amazing what clever young people can do with computer-generated images these days, isn't it? The things that you both got up to without even knowing it. Anyway, we are very happy to have a friend inside the police service. As a demonstration of how serious we are, a copy of the tape will shortly be left at King's Lake. Let's hope you find it before anyone else does. We will be in touch again soon. Look forward to working with you, Detective, Constable, Butler. What fun! Keep calm and look around. No one watching. No one to notice the blood draining slowly out of her face. She thought back to the investigation into the disappearance of James Bell. There had been security cameras on the outside wall of the club when she stood there with Smith, pretending to be Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They had remarked on them, and there were probably more inside, though she hadn't noticed those at the time, what with the excitement of the strangest undercover work that she had ever done. Then they had sat in the bar and made conversation with some of the members, sat and chatted to Marion, the wife of Donald MacFarlane. Smith was certain that he was the man behind the killing of Bell, but they had never come close to arresting him, let alone bringing a charge. Somebody that smart was more than capable of making a blackmail threat like this one. But what exactly were they into if they wanted a friend inside the police service? Smith had always believed that the killing of Bell had been about the revenge of a cuckolded husband. But what if there had been some sort of organized crime involved? That could lead to a threat like the one now sitting at the top of her message list. It might be no more than a threat, some sort of practical joke. One part of her said find Smith immediately and tell him, let him deal with it even. But if it was a joke, he would join in the laughter and she would look as naive as Waters. And they all knew her history by now, her involvement with a married senior officer at another station. One sex scandal is enough in any woman's career. If these people really had created some sort of digital porn disaster movie, superimposing her face and even, God forbid, Smith's face onto other people's intertwined bodies, the embarrassment level would need to be measured on a Geiger counter. If such a thing really existed, no one else must be allowed to see it before she did herself. Will shortly be left at King's Lake. They meant the police station, didn't they? Where? Is it already in the building, sitting on someone's desk, waiting for her to find it? How does Superintendent Allen get his post every day? But if they wanted to use it against her, it would make no sense for anyone else to have it first, so stop panicking, Serena. They wanted her to see it, her alone, so that they could lean on her, turn her into a bent copper. That wasn't happening, but she needed to find the tape, look at it, and see past the horrors. There might be clues as to where it had come from. There were bound to be. You all right? Mike Dunn was there with 2 cartons of coffee and 2 Danish pastries. She nodded a little excessively. Only you looked a bit worried. Something in the case? No, nothing at all. Thanks for the coffee. No problem. He was plainly intending to sit in Waters's seat and chat, and she couldn't have that, not now. She told him that she was busy for a few minutes, had to get this done before they interviewed again, that she would catch up with him shortly. Mike Dunn wandered away, and she realized that he was genuinely disappointed, which only made things worse if they could be. She needed a plan before D.C. came back. Trying to hide anything from him was a nightmare.
The internal phone rang on her desk, and she jumped and then had to look round cautiously to see if anyone had noticed. "Is that Detective Constable Butler?" It was Sergeant Charlie Hills, and he sounded cross. He didn't usually use anything other than her first name. She said that it was Detective Constable Butler, and how could she help? "Well, you can stop treating this reception desk like a public convenience. Just because your boss doesn't mean all the minions can as well."
"Sorry, Charlie,
"Sergeant Hills."
God, he was really annoyed. "Sorry, Sergeant Hills, but I don't know what you're referring to. A public convenience?"
"Some days all I do is take bloody messages for plain clothes, and then I get my tea and biscuits nicked for the privilege. Now it seems I'm a sodding sub-post office as well."
"Sorry, still no idea."
She winced and waited for another part of her anatomy to be bitten off. "Fine, play it your way. I'll cut to the quick. Are you expecting a package? Because there's one here waiting for you on my desk." Chapter 17. When she arrived at the counter, Charlie was on the landline. He glanced at her and then continued the conversation, which seemed to be about, of all things, the abattoir business and the slaughter of lambs. She had done her spell in uniform, and remembered with a shudder the random and at times ghastly nature of the things that they had to deal with on a daily basis. No, she couldn't go back to that, not after being a detective. "Face it," she said to herself as the telephone conversation dragged on. "You love this job. There's nothing else you would be half as good at, and now, once again, you're at risk of losing it. How do you do it, you stupid woman?" There was no sign of any package on the counter. If there had been, she would have just picked it up, waved an apology, and retreated to the loos. Behind Charlie was a table with various papers, public information leaflets, box files, and a bicycle seat, but no sign of it there either. She tried to catch his eye, but the desk sergeant seemed to be engrossed. Despite her worries, she listened in, and Charlie was saying, "I can just imagine how stressful that must be for them. Yes, I know it's a long wait, but sometimes these things cannot be avoided. I'm afraid that we have to follow the due process. Yes, sir, I'm sure that justice, as they say, will prevail." Justice will prevail? For dead sheep? She had heard the rumours that Charlie Hills was involved from time to time in the local amateur dramatics society, but this sounded like a really badly scripted soap. Now he was watching her and listening to a voice on the line, just listening for what seemed like an age before he put down the receiver without saying another word to the caller. He raised his eyebrows and said to Serena, "Yes?" She simply had to ignore his bad mood. There were more important matters at stake.
"Where's the package, Sergeant Hills?"
"What package?"
"The one you called me about less than 5 minutes ago."
Some sort of recognition dawned in his large, round face, and he began looking around, frowning. He had forgotten what he had done with it. She had to control her breathing and fight down the impulse to get the old man in a headlock. Never mind allowing voluntary extension of police service. Retirement should be compulsory at 50. Charlie said, "Right, got it. It's on the table in the back office. I put it there for safe keeping. Go on through, and just remember that I'm busy enough here without providing a post-box service."
"Yes, sir."
He stood aside and allowed her to pass through the old-fashioned lift-up counterflap. She was almost in the back office, could see the package on the table, a small cardboard box, when Charlie Hills said, "Just a minute. Is that thing business or pleasure?" She was stunned for a moment. The box appeared to be unopened. Why had he asked such a thing? She had to give the correct answer, but wasn't sure what that might be. "It's work, Sergeant. I'm not having Amazon parcels delivered here, despite what you might think." Charlie was more his usual business-like self now. Fair enough, but if it's work, you'd better open it in there. Security, health and safety, and rules of evidence if it's anything that might be used in a case. The phone began to ring again, and Charlie swore and turned away to deal with it. If she was quick, she could undo it here while he was busy. It would be a CD, surely, that's all. She could wave it under the desk sergeant's nose, show that it was harmless, if only, and escape with it. A quick look to see what they had done, and then she would go to D.C. When she picked it up, she wondered whether Charlie's caution had not, after all, been advisable. It was a small, square box, very light, but surely a CD or DVD would have gone into an envelope or a jiffy bag. It was addressed fully and formally to herself at Kingslake Central Police Station, but there was no postage. It had been hand-delivered then. There would be CCTV, and Charlie might have something useful to say if it came to that. She shook it, but there was no movement. What exactly had she been sent? Charlie was still talking behind her, and so she ran a nail under the tape and eased open the top flaps. Scrunched-up brown paper used as a protective wrapping. She lifted out what it was and removed the paper to find herself holding a disposable cardboard pulp 1.3-litre slipper bedpan. She turned it over, and sure enough, there was the label that she had stuck in place. There were voices outside the little room, Smith's voice first. "Where is she, Sergeant?" And then Charlie Hill's, "In the back office, Sergeant." Smith appeared in the doorway. He looked at what she was still holding in front of her with two hands, like a chalice in a church service, and said, "You admired mine so much you decided to order one for yourself? Good choice, Detective Butler. It matches your hair. And it also made a surprisingly effective frisbee." When a cat is watching a vole or a shrew in the grass, only the eyes move. The rest of the animal is frozen, focused down to a needle-point of concentration. Nothing else in the universe matters but the moment of capture. Waters thought about that as he watched Smith watching the video screen. Detective Inspector Reeve had taken the predetermined logical steps in the questioning that had brought the interview to this moment. Davis had admitted that the shovel looked like one that he owned, that it probably was, and only then did Smith say quietly, as much to himself as to Waters, "You could ask him where that particular shovel is now, ma'am," but she did not do so. She took a different route. "Thank you for being honest about that, Brian." Davis looked a little surprised. "It's just a spade. I've already told you what I were doing with it." Reeve said, "I'm afraid that this particular spade is much more than just a spade." A space, then. Only those who have been present in such interviews on either side of the desk understand the power of such silences. The best exponents of the art of questioning have the innate timing of great musicians or comedians. And after it, "Does the name Mark Randall mean anything to you, Brian?" Davis looked at the solicitor, a thin, bald, and bespectacled man in his 50s that Smith had not recognized, before he answered, "I don't know anyone of that name." With his attention still fixed on the screen, Smith said, "Most people would have said they'd never heard of him." On the video feed, Waters could see that D.I. Reeve had picked up the answer as well, and he had a moment of doubt that he would ever have that sort of acuity. Neither Smith nor Reeve had been to university, but they had it, and Maggie Henderson, who had given all this up to have a baby and for whom they all seemed to have the greatest respect as an interviewer, had worked in a supermarket before she joined the police service. Reeve said, "That's not quite an answer to the question I asked, Brian. You wouldn't have to know him in order to have heard of him, would you? Had you heard the name Mark Randall before I put it to you just now?" Davis did not answer immediately. Smith turned to Waters and said, "I think he's got an idea what this is about. He's prepared a defence, you might say, and he's now debating whether a yes or a no is the best fit with it."
"You think he's lying, then?"
"Not that simple. I get the feeling that Mr. Davis wants to tell us the truth, but that he's worried we're not going to believe him. He's definitely heard the name Mark Randall, though." Then Davis said, "Yes." Smith shook his head. "You see, was that the best choice? Now he looks a little silly for giving the first answer. I don't know anyone of that name. He looks silly because he tried to be clever. It's hard to be clever if you're not. Might as well be honest instead."
Reeve said, "Thank you. Can you tell me in which context you heard the name Mark Randall?"
The solicitor leaned towards Davis and explained. Then Davis said, "I think that was the name of a bloke who was found in a field near Lowacre." John Wilson spoke for the first time. "Found dead in a field near Lowacre."
Reeve said, "How do you happen to know the name of the dead man, Brian?"
"It was on the news."
"Did you ever meet Mark Randall personally?"
"No." Wilson said, "Are you a well-informed man, Brian? Do you watch the news every day, or did you take a particular interest in this story?"
Waters saw the frown and the pursing of the lips on Smith's face and sensed the disapproval. Smith glanced at him and said nothing. The antagonism between the two sergeants was well known, but Smith had always left Waters to come to his own conclusions about how the two of them approached the work of a detective in their quite different ways. Davis did not respond to Wilson, and Reeve took up the questioning again. "Leaving Mr. Randall aside for a moment, Brian, you have told us that you believe the shovel in the photographs belongs to you." She waited, and Davis nodded cautiously. "In that case, can you tell me the whereabouts of the shovel at this moment in time?"
Smith lowered his head and covered his eyes with the fingers of one hand. Waters whispered as if the people on the screen might hear the interruption.
"What's up? Is that a bad question?"
"No, just an appalling phrase. What does it mean, at this moment in time? What's wrong with saying now?"
Davis was looking increasingly uncomfortable. They had reached the critical point in the interview, and he knew it. He could not say it was at home because the police had a photograph of it. He could say, "I don't know," or "I lost it," or "I lent it to someone," or "someone stole it," or some permutation of those. But Wilson's contributions to the interview had made it clear where the whole thing was heading. "I don't know. I lost a shovel recently. It might be that one." Reeve nodded at Davis sympathetically, almost sadly, and said, "I am now showing Mr. Davis a second photograph of the same shovel, which he said earlier he thought belonged to him." While she took out the image from her folder, John Wilson said, "Would I be right in thinking, Brian, that you can't remember where you lost this shovel?" Again Davis did not answer. Reeve placed the photograph on the table in front of Davis and the solicitor, taking her time in turning it the right way round for them. "This is the back view of the same shovel. I showed you the front view earlier. Can you see these darker marks? Can you remember if anything like them was present when the shovel was last in your possession?" Davis shook his head, and Reeve asked him to answer aloud for the record. He said that he could not remember any marks like that. "Do you know what these marks are, Brian?" He said no, he did not, but it was plain that he had made a pretty good guess. "These are dried bloodstains. The blood belonged to Mark Randall. We are certain this shovel was used to kill Mark Randall. Can you offer us any explanation as to how these bloodstains came to be on the shovel that you have said belonged to you?" Smith said, "Watch the solicitor, Chris. He doesn't like the way this is going. He'll—" Before Smith could finish the sentence, the solicitor spoke. "Inspector, my client agreed to be interviewed about a possible offence that is entirely unrelated to the one you are now pursuing. At the very least, you should give me, without prejudice, some more time to discuss this new matter with Mr. Davis. Is there anything else that you're prepared to disclose before I do so?" Smith said, "He's quite canny.
He could have just asked for the interview to be suspended, but he wanted that point about disclosure on the record. The boss needs to give way on this now. She did so, answering that there would be no further disclosure at this point. Smith was grateful that she did not add "in time," and asking how long they would like to confer. The solicitor said that 15 minutes would be enough, and the interview was suspended. The interview room was only 2 doors away, but it was 5 minutes before Reeve and Wilson appeared. Smith wondered which of them had wanted time to review before speaking to him about what he had been watching. Reeve walked into the recording room and said simply, "Well?" Smith said, "He's worried but not entirely surprised, and I'm guessing that's why the solicitor is here. If you've come in voluntarily to help with inquiries into animal abuse, you wouldn't usually have a briefcase in tow, would you? I don't know the solicitor. Where's he from?" Wilson said, "Does that really matter?" Reeve had opened her notes and found the answer. Wisbeach. Smith was speaking to Reeve still, but all 4 people present knew that the point was aimed at Wilson. "That's all but 15 miles. By the time he's organised any paperwork, kissed the secretary goodbye, negotiated the Friday afternoon traffic, found somewhere to park and signed in here, that's 45 minutes to an hour. How long between Davis's call and his brief turning up? If no one here has the answer, we can find out from the front desk." Alison Reeve was looking to Wilson for the answer. He had immediate responsibility for Brian Davis's interview. Despite Wilson's recently reborn enthusiasm for the job, there was a familiar surliness about him now as he said, "About 15 minutes, ma'am." Smith said, "Maybe he was in town having lunch with his accountant and Brian got lucky, or maybe Brian had already had a word. When we fetched in Brian, his missus rang Mr. Truman, and gave him the heads up, something like that." Wilson said, "So?" still unwilling to give way on this. "So it tells me that Davis was prepared. Well before we knocked on his door this morning, he knew that the interview was likely about to be about something other than digging up a badger." Wilson laughed. "Of course he did. I'm not sure which way you're leaning on this, D.C., but to me you're making a good case for the prosecution. He'll now come up with some ridiculous story about the shovel or say it wasn't his after all, but we've got his prints on it. I've said all this before, ma'am." Smith said, "True, we've both said all this before. The one thing you haven't said is where the shovel has been for the past fortnight." Wilson was beginning to raise his voice. "It's been on the effing riverbank. We missed it. We own up to that and get on with the case, which, after all, that which way is the grass growing bollocks is a solid one. We've got a known villain's prints on a blood-stained murder weapon. We've got the same villain plus accomplices in the same field the night before, a few yards from where the body was found. If they're interviewed properly," with a pointed look at Smith, "one or both of those will cough and give us more against Davis. Motive? Something passed between Randall and Davis that night, and Davis clocked him round the head. Might not have been premeditated, but he did it, and we can worry about the final charge later." Reeve was weighing it up, as senior investigating officers must. Such disagreements are a necessary part of the process, even when they are also personal, like this one. When she eventually looked at Smith for a final word, he said, "I'm still not convinced it's that straightforward, ma'am." Wilson said, "Fortunately, you won't be on the jury." Reeve said, "OK, John, that's enough." Waters felt embarrassed then, though he could not have said for whom. Maybe it was just for himself and for being there. But Detective Inspector Reeve looked at her watch and said, "Well, time's up, Mr. Truman. If he has advised Davis to clam up, I'm going to arrest him. Davis, not Mr. Truman. If Davis keeps talking, we ask about more the shovel. If he comes up with a silly story, we disclose the fingerprint evidence. Unless he can come up with something amazing to account for that, I'm going to arrest him. I think I'm going to arrest him, by the look of it." Smith showed no reaction, and Waters sensed him stepping away from it. After all, he had said from the beginning that it was not his case, though the distinction between working on a case and its not being your case seemed a strange one. Reeve looked around at the three of them and then said, "And the other two aren't out of the woods by any means. John is right about that. We want their stories. If we place them at the scene, a good defence for Davis will be to sow doubt as to who did what on the night, especially as someone tried to clear evidence off the handle of the shovel. I want their mobile phones in our hands at some point. Have they been talking, or even better, texting about this since it happened? Have they colluded on a story? If you have to arrest them to get to the phones, do so. John, get that message to Mike and Serena before we restart. Chop chop, everyone!" When Reeve and Wilson left the recording room, there was a short silence. The video screen, in the absence of any other input, had resorted to a prehistoric screensaver, an infinitely receding spiral pattern of pink and blue swirls. Smith stared at it for a little while, and Waters waited patiently, thinking that it had been a funny sort of week. Eventually Smith said, "Well, looking on the bright side, once we've got everyone safely locked up, we can go home early for once. It's Poets' Day, after all." "Poets' Day? Good God, Waters, how much is your university debt?" "About 35,000 to go, I think." "And they didn't teach you any vernacular at all? Poets' Day, piss off early, tomorrow's Saturday. Come on, chop chop, son of Douglas. I think Levi must be missing you by now. We'll probably have to arrest him soon, and I think it would be better coming from you." Smith had made one or two comments like that, and Waters really couldn't see where it was coming from. He stood up, following Smith's lead, and said, "You don't seem too bothered about which way this goes, if you don't mind me saying so, DC." "I'm not, and I don't." Then he paused in the doorway and looked back at Waters before he added, "At this point in time." Mr. Truman had said, "We must make it clear that my client has only stated that the shovel, of which he has only seen a photograph, might be one that belonged to him, and that even if it happened to be the same shovel, he has had no idea of its whereabouts for some time. It looks to be a common or garden shovel, available in all sorts of outlets. This is flimsy, Inspector. I have advised Mr. Davis to leave the interview where it is, unless you feel that you have a stronger basis upon which to continue this line of questioning." The inspector had opened the folder of forensic evidence then, and Smith, still watching 2 doors away, had said to Waters, "And here we go?" It was 4:30 in the afternoon when they returned to the main office. Levi Street and Alan Fitch, older and more awkward than Street, but less intelligent than Davis, were safely tucked up for the evening, though it was Smith's guess that both of them would be released on police bail at some point during the night. There was nothing with which they could realistically be charged, unlike Davis, who now almost certainly would be. The fingerprint evidence had led to a combination of no comments, non-committal responses, and muttered consultations with the solicitor. But all three had admitted to being in the Abbey Fields area on the night of the attack on Mark Randall, and to attempting to procure a badger for the purposes of baiting it on a future occasion. Smith had said to Street that the thought of procuring a badger put the case into a whole new light for him, but the young traveller didn't understand. In fact, he understood less and looked increasingly miserable as the proceedings moved along, and when Waters eventually arrested him, mainly for the planned purpose of obtaining his mobile phone, there seemed to be tears in his eyes. Poor little sod, Smith had thought, trying to compensate, trying to do something a bit macho, beating up a badger. It must be tough being the way you are and growing up in a culture like that one. But Street had told them some useful things, including the fact that various items had been carried from Davis's truck to the set, including iron stakes, a heavy hammer, sacks, tongs, and at least 2 shovels carried between them. He could not be certain that 2 shovels went back to the vehicle, but said that Davis and Fitch did most of the digging while he kept watch. From his description of the place, Smith knew that it was the same set that he had visited with Stephen Harper. On the way down to the office at 4:30, Waters had taken a peek at the phone. He would put it into evidence now, where it would be examined thoroughly, but Smith knew that they wouldn't find any more than Waters himself, unless it needed specialist work. Smith watched Waters tapping and swiping away, and was not surprised when the final result of all that was a shake of their head. Serena Butler was at her desk typing. She looked up when they entered and gave Smith a cross smile. Mike Dunn was halfway across the office, going back to Wilson's side of it, and he was laughing at something she had told him. Waters went to his own desk beside hers, and Smith looked at his emails. He didn't seem to get many compared to other people, and wondered whether that was a good or a bad thing, and then found a note folded on his desk, his initials on the side facing up. He opened it and read, eyes on the paper, ears listening in to the story Serena was telling Waters, the story of how she had been reunited with a certain item of sanitary equipment. The note was from Pretty in admin. "Hello, Sergeant Smith. I took a phone call for you this afternoon. Actually, I did not take it myself. It was passed on to me by Sergeant Hills. It was from someone called Lawrence Cunningham. He wanted to speak to you. When I said that was not possible, he said that he would try another time. When I asked what it was about, he said that it was a legal matter. He was very polite and well-spoken, if that helps." And then Smith could see that she had added, as an afterthought, or perhaps it was the forethought, "I hope you are not too tired after your first week back. Call in and see us down here again soon." Dear me, all he had done was to pinch a couple of her malted milks and say that she made nice tea. Charlie Hills could be grumpy, but at least they had an uncomplicated relationship. There were no demands, no jealousies. They could allow each other the freedom to try the biscuits and beverages of consenting adults anywhere in the building. He typed in the name, pressed search, and the little wheel went spinning around, the way the world does these days. Waters was laughing at the end of the story. Serena reached down and put the offending item on the table in front of her, as if to emphasize the truth of her story. But Waters was enjoying it a little too much, it seemed, because then she told him that he wasn't getting away scot-free. "Why?" said Christopher Waters. "I'd like to see him catch me with it as well," with a knowing glance in Smith's direction. Smith didn't seem that interested. He smiled, shrugged, and carried on with whatever he was doing on the computer. Serena said, "He doesn't need to. He's already taken plenty of what goes in here," indicating the receptacle. "What have you spent your afternoon doing?" "Interviewing, the same as you?" "Maybe not quite. I didn't spend any time alone with Alan Fitch. I wouldn't say we really got to know each other." Smith looked up at Waters, no sign of the penny dropping as yet. Waters said, "That was part of the plan, getting him to lower his guard, and it worked. He was very easy to deal with by the time it was over." Serena was laughing openly. She said, "I'll bet he was. When you arrested him, did he put out his hands and ask to be cuffed?" "No, he—" "Serena, what's so funny?" She was pulling a face as if the most painful part was having to explain it. "Jesus, Chris! Did Levi seem like a nice boy to you? DC thought the two of you might enjoy spending a little quality time together?" Waters coloured up. Mike Dunn and 1 or 2 others were looking across and laughing as well. Smith murmured something that Waters didn't catch, still looking at the screen, and Serena Butler was telling no one in particular that she would rather have one of these, waving the cardboard receptacle in the air. What Smith had murmured was, "As one gives, so one will receive," but his attention really was elsewhere. It's always surprising how many people share the same name, even the more unusual ones. He had accepted many years ago that there must be at least 500 million David Smiths on the planet, but there was an unexpected number of Lawrence Cunninghams, too. It wasn't difficult then, though, to add in another term or two to narrow it down, and there he was, Silversmith Chambers, London, year of call 2010, so not a junior doing dog's body work. And there is a photo, too, in this modern but sharply suited go-ahead law practice, the sort of picture the proud Mrs. Cunningham mother will have on her sideboard. Young, handsome, successful, and ambitious, almost an antithesis to the thesis of me, he concluded, clicking now on About Us. Silversmith Chambers had the usual sententious, pretentious nonsense in their mission statements and promises to clients. He skipped over those empty words to their list of areas of special interest. It was second on the list, their long and varied experience of successfully managing appeals against serious criminal convictions. He clicked back to the areas of practice for young Cunningham, and sure enough, there was only one, criminal law. He would not be running an appeal himself yet, not enough miles on the clock, but someone senior would have put him onto the case doing the preliminaries. This was what Joe Everson had warned him about months ago. He was certain of it. Not that he was bothered. Instead, he allowed the stream of thought to carry on towards tomorrow afternoon, when he had agreed to go down and spend an hour or two with Jo and her aunt at Pine Hills. He recalled the previous meetings with her last year, the fish and chips on the harbour wall, cooking on the caravan stove, the dabs she had caught, the splendid wine she had brought that they drank with the meal, and then the walk under the trees in the resin-scented shadows of early autumn. Something had almost bloomed then, hadn't it, like late chrysanthemums? And now she wanted him to meet her family after all these months. The young people were all back at work. Waters either didn't notice him leaving, or did and did not acknowledge it. Well, it's a tough old world, son, and you're better learning it from me than plenty I could name. Smith went down and had a brief word with Charlie, thanked him for his assistance with staff development earlier in the day, and then he went home. It wasn't even 5:30 when he left the building. Chapter 18. In the clear early light of a Saturday morning in July, Smith woke up thinking about several things at once. That's only a figure of speech, of course, and an illusion. We cannot do it. But the mind, mortal though it might be, is a remarkable thing. It can move so quickly inside itself and so creatively that we do not see the joins between. We do not see how, to put it simply, one thing leads to another. There was the shovel. It was likely that he had been dreaming about the thing in some way or another, but that was gone for now. There had been at least 2 of them, Street had said. What were the chances that neither of those was the one found by poor Marie Williams last week? Smith wondered whether she had joined a gym by now or bought herself a rowing machine. But anyway, the chances of there being a 3rd shovel with Brian Davis's thumbprint on it were, to be fair, remote. Assume, the danger word, but sometimes we have to take a risk in this life. Assume, then, that one of the 2 shovels carried by the 3 sad individuals that evening had been used to attack Mark Randall as he, too, went about the business of digging up the countryside around Abbeyfields. It was a funny, forgive the choice of word, Your Honour, sort of attack, just a single blow of considerable force. But again, what were the chances that a 3rd party had carried it out? How could that have happened? Any rational person was going to conclude that one of the 3 would-be badger baiters had struck, for reasons as yet unknown, Mark Randall down Smith leaned halfway out of the bed, pulled open one of the curtains, and then lay back in the new light, the quilt across his middle, his chest exposed to the cooler air that came from the open window. Sometimes, on these fine early mornings, they used to take the dog for a long walk before breakfast, from the caravan through the dew-silent pine woods, up over the steep dunes, and then along the seemingly infinite golden strand that ran east into the rising sun, and also west to where it would set some 18 hours later. Those were long days indeed, and the best of days. One of them had struck him down, coming back to it with a sense of mild irritation, which left just a couple of questions, and Smith could hear the judge's voice directing the deliberations of the jury that sat in his own court of common sense, if not of justice. Which of them had done this deed, and why? Now, the circumstances leading up to the discovery of the murder weapon itself might be of some concern, enough concern, perhaps, for one of the defending barristers to call to the stand the first detective on the scene after the shovel was found, not the first policeman who saw it, but the first detective. Take the stand and swear that good old oath, Detective Sergeant David Conrad Smith of Kingslake Central Police Station. That sense of timelessness, of one beautiful day being an eternity, in which the three of them had to do nothing, had nowhere else to be but here and now, feeling only the sun and the wind, the sand and the sea. Where had that gone? If it was timeless, where had that moment gone? Gone? If time and space are indeed one, as the modern philosophers of physics would have us believe, and if places do not cease to exist because we are no longer present in them, then neither do moments in time. The three of them were still present then on that beach, and would be eternally so, himself pointing out to sea, Sheila laughing, the dog running into the surf. If only Wilson had gone out there, and Smith had only seen the photographs. There might not even have been many photographs, not as many as there were now. Wilson would not have sent for Gervase Fraser. A couple of snaps on his phone would have done for Wilson. If he, Smith, hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But we cannot unsee. We cannot erase or delete. We have other choices, though. We can fight, we can ignore, we can accept. After this weekend, Shirley Salmon had let the caravan for the next 6. School holidays, children running around with sand in their shoes, sand in their sandals, sand gritty on the caravan floor, seashells and seaweed in buckets under the steps, pine cones collected from the woods, all to be taken home like memories, and all often forgotten. It meant that his visit today, he was still going, wasn't he, would be his last for a little while, and when he went again it would be September, the month of change, of slowly lengthening shadows, of another summer ending. And he had never been able to ignore, which was probably why it always seemed as if he was fighting someone or something. Always, and this morning of all mornings, it came to him that he was tired of it now. There is always acceptance, he said, and he really should get up out of this bed and meditate for half an hour, but the thought that he was tired of it now would not leave him, tired of it. Every boxer, no matter how fit and how talented, only has so many rounds in him. Every horse only so many races. Every lead guitarist only so many original riffs, and then it's over. Or it should be. Detective Chief Superintendent Allen had not tried to get him to retire for at least 6 months. Maybe he too had found acceptance, and so, perhaps, this was the moment. Perhaps it was over. It was a morning for espresso. The machine had calmed itself down to a quiet grumble, like Charlie Hill's by Thursday afternoons, and Smith had poured the first shot into the little Italian cup on its little Italian saucer when the landline began to ring. A London number. He watched it for a few seconds. She should have arrived at the caravan last night, but she had been a day late once before, or she might be ringing to tell him that there had been a change of plan. Perhaps Mrs. Madison wasn't up to it after all, and he felt a momentary disappointment at the thought of that. David Smith? Yes. Detective Sergeant David Smith of Kingslake Police? A neutral voice, no accent and no hurry, a voice that was accustomed to asking questions and having them answered. Yes. My name is Cunningham. Lawrence Cunningham of Silversmith's Chambers, WC2A. There was amusement now in the voice when it responded. Indeed, I left messages yesterday, but I don't recall giving that information. Messages, plural. Apparently so, the first ones being left with a peculiarly gruff desk sergeant, who had said that he couldn't be sure, but he thought that a detective called Smith had retired only last week, and no, he hadn't got his number. What can I do for you, Mr. Cunningham? First, allow me to apologize for calling you at home and when you're off duty. And as he listened and poured the next cup of coffee, Smith thought, fat chance. I've been at work on and off since 5:15 this morning. That's the point, isn't it, with this job? It's all or nothing for me. Not many lawyers work on Saturdays, though. So I do need to clarify one matter, Mr. Smith. You were the senior investigating officer in the case of 4 young women who were murdered in Norfolk 10 years ago? No. Oh, do we have our wires crossed? I don't think so. We might have made 1 or 2 assumptions in our research, though. Easy to do if you only read case summaries. Smith could sense Cunningham recalibrating at the other end of the line. My apologies, Mr. Smith. Where have I got this wrong? Better. The lawyer was probably still at school on the morning when the detective was staring at the naked body of the 3rd girl to be found in the dunes, but he had earned himself at least another minute of Smith's time with his apology. I was SIO on the 3rd and 4th cases. Ah, of course, it was Detective Chief Inspector Hannaford on the 1st and 2nd. My apologies again. Which meant he had read the papers in front of him and had looked that up quickly. He was familiar enough with the case then, had been working on it for a while, probably. Not long enough to have remembered every detail, but long enough to know where to look for them. This wasn't good news. Mr. Cunningham, is this call being recorded? Hesitation, then, before... All our calls are recorded, Mr. Smith, as a matter of course. At least he didn't add that it was for training purposes. If you could tell me what the reason for your call is, then I would be grateful. Cunningham was reading from a script now, a carefully prepared line of explanation, only a fact-finding chat at this time, checking the details, making sure of the whereabouts of certain people who might need to be contacted at a future stage of the case. Their client's instructions were only preliminary, and who is your client, Mr. Cunningham? I don't think that at this stage. What is the case, Mr. Cunningham? Again, goodbye, Mr. Cunningham. Smith sipped at the coffee. The tiny cups make you do that. Very clever, because only then do you get the full flavour of the newly ground beans. And watched the handset for a couple of minutes, wondering whether the lawyer would call back. It wasn't necessary, but he might do so if he had taken offence, say. But if he was by now a proper lawyer, he would not take offence, knowing that his main objective had been achieved. He had located Detective Sergeant Smith for future reference, and he had let him know that something was coming, something connected to the Andretti murders, the ice cream murders of a decade ago. Lawrence Cunningham might even be imagining that he had given the policeman something of a fright. He was on the patio sharpening the blades of the lawn-mower with a file when his mobile on the outdoor table began to ring. There was no way that Cunningham could have got that number. "Sir, it's Chris." "You can drop the sir, Detective Constable Waters. Call me Dave." "Oh, right." But then there was silence, because the younger man could never do such a thing, and they both knew it. Waters was disconcerted again, and Smith was still feeling somewhat guilty about yesterday's payback. "Chris, seriously, we're not at work, or at least I'm not. Call me anything but sir. What's up?"
"I've been thinking."
"Hold on, let me sit down before you go any further. I wasn't ready for this." Waters reviewed the Randall killing then, straightening it out in his own mind as he spoke, and laying the foundations for whatever he was going to put to Smith, clearly and logically, pausing once in a while to get Smith's agreement that such and such was the correct interpretation or the most likely scenario.
"You told me yesterday that it was about time I came up with something, and that's what I've been thinking about, DC.
Why now?"
"Why now what?"
Sounds like the name of a Chinese lawyer. No, why are you now doing everything that I tell you?
Is this going to continue for very long?"
Waters quite rightly ignored him.
"The only thing that I can come up with, assuming that uniform didn't miss the shovel on the first search, is that the spade was put there to incriminate Davis. Nothing else makes any sense. I even put it to Kat last night. No names or details, obviously, and she came up with the same answer."
Smith decided to ignore for now the looming professional and personal tragedy of the young couple discussing each other's cases. Between them they had arrived at the same conclusion as he had himself a day or two ago. He said, "Okay, who and why?"
Fitch and Street would seem to be good candidates initially, but again, Fitch isn't very smart, according to Serena, and I just don't think that Levi Street is, well, mean enough.
"I'm going to have to trust your judgment on that, Chris."
"Very good, DC. While we're on the subject, what's the etiquette now? Do we have to get you back because you got us back?"
"No, all you have to do is admit defeat, wear a dress, and curtsy when I come into the office for 1 week. Serena has to wear the offending item as a hat."
"I'll discuss it with her." Neither Fitch nor Street could have been so stupid, though. Incriminating Davis like that would incriminate themselves and risk their own prosecution for some serious charges. I know that's what happened, but I don't believe that they brought it about.
"Neither do I."
"Which means that someone else planted the spade that night before it was found. That's a risky thing to do, DC." It's curious, thought Smith, that in a building full of experienced detectives, the only one thinking like me is still a relative novice, with a first-class honours degree in modern European history and a Ph.D. in naivete. Surely that must mean something.
Smith said, "Risky because you might be seen and because you might contaminate the evidence yourself. Give me a motive for taking risks like that, and I'll let you off wearing the dress bit."
Waters said, "We've already entered the realms of speculation, but maybe they did contaminate the evidence. The fibres caught under the handle."
"Which have now gone to Nottingham. It's my guess that will take at least a week, especially now that someone has been charged. Not so much of a hurry when you're convinced you've caught the bugger. But you're avoiding the matter of motive, Detective Constable."
Smith's mobile, which had not confused him for quite a while, now bleeped 3 times. He looked at the screen, and there was briefly a symbol that he did not recognize, but Waters had not been cut off. Maybe the phone was joining in, sort of saying getting warmer or getting colder as it listened to their conversation. It was smarter than some of the people that he had worked with over the years, after all. He shook it just to see if there was a loose connection, and then listened to Waters again. "We cannot find any link between Davis and Randall, so assume for now that there isn't one. Assume for now that they didn't even meet on the night. Maybe we have to go back to the metal detectorists."
Simons is in the clear. If we need to check out his alibi again, I'm not going on my own. I'm not reprising me and Mrs. Jones for anyone. Are you saying that there are metal detectorists in the case as yet? Sorry, I can't think of another way to put this. As yet undetected? It's a half-decent theory without a shred of evidence.
Waters was thinking. Smith ran the file across the lawn-mower blade in a desultory fashion as he did the same, and Waters said, "What are you doing? Sounds like you're sawing your leg off."
Yes, I've been known to do that when a case gets to me. And another thing, if there is a third party involved, if Davis and his crack division of badger snatchers had nothing to do with any of it, how did the third party get hold of a shovel with a nice incriminating thumbprint on it? This time there was a longer silence, and Smith knew that Waters wasn't far behind him now. Waters could probably see the broken twigs and the footprints in the grass as he followed Smith's line of thought, but he needed a little more encouragement. Smith said, "Person A owns a shovel. What are the possible ways that this same shovel comes into the possession of person B?"
A could give it to B, or sell it to B. A could lose it and B finds it. B could steal it from A. And there could be a C involved, some sort of intermediary, and
yes, there could be a whole bloody alphabet involved in theory, but we're talking about the events of one night, I'm sure of that, so I don't think this shovel went through 25 pairs of hands. And I don't think that Brian Davis would choose to be sitting in a cell this morning rather than tell us the name of the person to whom he gave or sold the shovel. Assuming, said with considerable emphasis, that the shovel we found was one of those carried by our badgering friends from their vehicle, and the print makes that a good assumption, in my view, and assuming that Davis did not then hold an auction of said equipment at midnight in the woods, he either lost it or had it nicked. Now, go with those two possibilities. And don't be too slow about it. If I sit here much longer, I'm going to need a scythe instead of a lawn-mower. To his credit, Waters didn't hurry. Smith waited and watched a blackbird on the lawn, a jet-black blackbird in his prime still, with a bill as orange as the finest from Seville, and wondered whether it was the same bird that nested in the garden last season, or one of their offspring. Some people ringed these birds so that they could follow their lives over the years. Very time-consuming that would be, but something you could do if you were retired. Waters said eventually, "If Davis just lost the shovel, it's asking a bit much to believe that a random person came along during the night, found it somehow in the dark, and then decided to hit Randall with it, isn't it?" "Asking a bit much is one way of putting it, Chris." A shorter wait this time, hopefully. The blackbird had found some sort of grub in the lawn, but had not eaten it. The grub was wriggling in the bill, and the bird was looking for more. There was a nest, then, that he had not found this year. He should. Sheila always liked to know where they were. So someone was watching them, and close enough to take the shovel, and quick enough or quiet enough not to be seen, and then they... DC, this is pretty weird. Yes, and so is my phone. It's making a bleeping noise again, and I'm not pressing any buttons. Is that a self-destruct warning? Is it giving off too much short-wave radiation? This isn't how I plan to go at all. I'm guessing someone else is trying to ring you, DC. Who? All I've done all morning is answer the phone. Sorry. You don't count. Yes, it's weird, and all that speculation comes to precisely nothing, unless somebody finds something or someone to back it up. Fortunately, I have the weekend off. Before you go, what happened to Messrs. Fitch and Street? Bailed for Monday morning. Fair enough. Someone should ask Davis to make a list of all the equipment they carried from his vehicle that night, and who carried what there and back. Then double-check that with the other two on Monday, see if anything was missing. It's quite possible they thought someone else was carrying the other shovel, it being all dark. Waters said, "OK, I'll suggest it. I'll say you thought it was a good idea." "No need. It probably won't get done then. Suggest it yourself." Waters had one of his drifting-away moments then, and Smith began sharpening the lawn-mower blade again.
"So, DC, what are you doing with the rest of the day?"
"I'm going to cut the lawns, then I'm going to read the paper over lunch, and this afternoon I'm going to the seaside."
He could have said a little more. He could have added that tonight he was intending to go onto the website of the police pensions scheme and do some investigation of a completely different kind. "There's no harm in just looking," his mother used to say, and he had realized over the years that that was not always the case, but on this occasion he had decided to take the chance. Chapter 19. "And do you think, David, that in loco parentis I am now supposed to be asking you questions about your suitability as boyfriend material?" They were back on the harbour wall in the sunshine, but this time the treat of choice was ice cream instead of fish and chips. Joe had crossed the road and joined the queue at the little shop, despite Smith's insistence that he would fetch what they wanted. It had been clear to the remaining parties that Joe had fully intended them to be just that, the two remaining parties, hence Veronica Madison's amused and half-ironic question. "I think that I can safely answer the boy part with a no, for all sorts of self-evident reasons. We met a few times last year and earlier this year, and we got on well. I think I can safely say that Joe and I are friends." Answered like a detective. "I don't know whether to feel complimented or insulted, Mrs. Madison." Veronica. It was intended more as an observation than a question. Joe Everson's aunt had not looked as he might have imagined her, if he had assumed there would be a familial resemblance. She was taller and thinner and darker than that, and now, as she looked across the road at her niece, her face was drawn and angular in the strong light of a fine July afternoon. The recent grief would have something to do with that, of course, and perhaps past grief, too. Smith had not forgotten the story that Joe had told him of how her sister Layla had been killed on the road outside the family home when she was a girl. Families never get over such events. They absorb them and assimilate them, but they are altered by them forever. Veronica Madison said, "As she has placed us here, Detective Smith, I might as well make another pertinent observation. For a clever girl, she has made consistently bad choices in that part of her life. I won't go into detail, it would not be appropriate, but it has left her rather wary, rather too cautious, perhaps, and that is a pity because I think she has a lot to offer the right person." She looked at him then with another ironic smile and said, "Am I being inappropriate anyway? Am I embarrassing you? If so, I am sorry, but only a little bit." So Joe Everson had not got her looks from her aunt, but he recognized the intellectual honesty all right, the perceptive precision in the language, and the readiness to put new acquaintances into the spotlight to see how they would perform. Smith said, "No, not embarrassed, Veronica. Joe told me about herself when we had a day here last year, and when she stayed over at my house in King's Lake. I agree with you. She has a lot to offer the right person." She brought her eyes back to him then, and he met her measuring gaze full on, guessing that Mrs. Madison didn't give one many opportunities to do that. He would not have been too surprised if she had said to him then, "And is that you?" Instead, "I didn't realize that she had stayed over with you." And then she laughed properly for the first time since he had met her, because despite himself he blushed momentarily at the possibility of having committed an indiscretion. Over the road, glancing around at them and waving, the subject of their conversation was nearing the front of the queue. Mrs. Madison said, "Joe and her father were very close. She has told you about Layla, so you can imagine. She is deeply upset by his death, and is coping with it by making a lot of fuss over me. I don't mind, because it has brought us closer together, and because I needed the fuss. But at some point she has to examine and confront her own feelings. Displacement only works for a while. Do you think I'm heartless, talking about such things in this way?"
Smith shook his head, partly in answer to her question, and partly in realization of just what it must have meant to have had an eminent educational psychologist as a favourite aunt.
Good. I mention these things only because anyone who might be close to Joe in the coming months needs to know them. For an older man, of course, there might even be some risk of transference.
He had to laugh out loud himself then, loudly enough for Joe to look round as she waited for the 3 ice creams to be handed over. Veronica Madison joined in and said, "It's all right. I know that you are not, as they say, old enough to be her father."
"Not quite."
"And older would be good, to be completely honest. Someone with lots of life experience, someone who has known loss themselves, as you have, David. A steadying influence for a change, rather than a young and excitable one. I wouldn't say all this if I hadn't realized that you are not easily offended." Joe was waiting to cross the road, which seemed suddenly busy with beach-bound traffic. He said, "With the greatest respect, Veronica, I think you might be jumping the gun just a little here." She looked away from him to Joe, who was pulling a face of amused frustration as more cars went by, and said, seemingly to herself more than to him, "Do you?" There was a low spring tide, and the sea was only a distant thin grey-blue line between the sand and the sky, several hundred yards to the north. When Veronica said that she would go alone, that she needed the air and the exercise, they objected only politely and formally, and she left them sitting among the marram grass on the top of the last dune before the beach itself began. Slowly her tall figure receded into the extraordinary light that has brought so many painters to the northern coast of Norfolk, and soon she was herself little more than a slender dark smudge made with the edge of a palette knife. "She wasn't too awful, was she, while I was fetching those ice creams? I heard you laughing." "No, not at all. We were talking about you, obviously." "And something was funny. What was it?" She knew that he was teasing, and he knew that she was pretending offence. "I couldn't possibly break a confidence with your aunt. I can see a family resemblance, though." Jo shook her head as if to say that won't do. "I look like my father." "I wasn't talking about looks. Taken in the wrong way, your aunt could be fairly intimidating." She looked back at him, and he thought that her hair must be getting more blonde with each hour that she was spending out in the sunshine. There was no quick answer this time. What he had said was clearly of interest to her. "She's brilliant, academically, but that doesn't always lead to happiness, does it? In fact, I'd say that it often does not. She uses her intelligence as a shield most of the time. It's a defensive weapon. I don't think more than 3 or 4 people have ever really known her." Smith had taken a handful of sand, the dry, powdery stuff that makes climbing the dunes such an exhausting business, and he let it fall slowly through his fingers. There was no breeze at all, and it returned to its source in a soft, feathery plume. "As I said, there is a family resemblance." She laughed and jabbed the top of his arm with her elbow. Her aunt was now no more than a tiny speck, a wavering in the heat haze over the pale sand. Although the car park had seemed full, the expanse of beach was so great that the people had simply disappeared into it, and Veronica Madison had achieved her aim. She was alone by the sea with her memories. Smith said, "Tell me about your father." "He was born in North London," she said, "into an ordinary working-class family. He left school at 16 and became an engineering apprentice and then an engineer. Because he was also good with people, the company moved him into technical sales and then marketing. It wasn't a huge company, but it was very successful, especially in exports. For the last 20 years of his life, Bill Everson had had a seat on the board as the marketing director. His younger sister, meanwhile, stayed on at school and made her way from a council estate to Cambridge University. That's where she met her American husband." "What did they make, your dad's company?" "Specialist lawn-mowers, mostly." Smith nodded. One of those days when things just fit together. After a time he said, "How will she cope, your aunt?
It's not easy living alone in a house you've shared with someone."
"Well, better than he would have done. She says she knows there will be a period of adjustment. Can you believe that? She analyses her own feelings, and you think to yourself, 'Aha, that's your coping strategy.' And then she will look at you and say, 'Yes, that's my coping strategy. What is yours going to be?' She can be infuriating."
"And the answer is, what will you do? What about work, Germany?"
"I'm committed for the next academic term, and I won't let them down. But I think that will be it. I'll come home at Christmas and stay home. I'm supposed to be writing a book, aren't I?"
She was looking down at him, smiling but earnest, and he realized that she had just asked him an important question. About Andretti?
"Yes."
She wanted to know then that he was all right with that. It was a long time since they had last talked about it. As an answer, he told her about the phone call from Lawrence Cunningham. She said,
"So this goes back to what I told you months ago, doesn't it? Did you ever look into it?"
No. That was a very definite sort of no, and she thought carefully about her next words. While she did so, Smith watched her aunt far out across the Strand, moving to the left now. She might even be in the water a little. Smith hoped that she would not turn and appear to be waving, as it was an awfully long way to run. She said,
"I know a little more, if you want to hear it."
"Go ahead."
"Someone from Huntston was picked up last year, attempted abduction of 2 girls with what appeared to be sexual motives. He was arrested and questioned, but it never went through to charges. I don't know why."
Smith sat up. Veronica Madison was growing taller again, walking back towards them. He said, "Well, there must have been more to it than the person was from Huntston. To put it bluntly, perverts aren't that uncommon. I'd say that there are at least 2 in every town, or village or street, come to that."
"There was more."
Why the pauses? Smith looked at her properly and saw that she was preparing herself to say something, and his skin prickled. He hadn't felt anything like that in a long time. What was it?
"There were some similarities. It was said he had used a burger van to find the girls and get talking to them. You know, a free one for you because you're so pretty."
Smith could see that there was more. And
his name was Harris. Paolo Harris.
Andretti's cousin. They had perhaps 3 more minutes before her aunt was back with them. Smith said, "No one told me anything about this."
"The local police at Huntston? Why would they?"
"He was only held for a few hours or so, I was told. If he had been charged, they might have done. It was Andretti's defence lawyers who saw an opportunity. They know that you questioned Paolo Harris about the 4th girl, how her body had got onto the beach when Andretti had the perfect alibi. I don't know who told them, but they were onto it immediately. Only the fact that he wasn't tried slowed them up, that's my guess. I don't know why they've contacted you now." She could see that Smith was processing it all quickly. She said, "When you told me last year that you knew who it was that had helped him at least once, but you couldn't prove it, you didn't mention any names. Was it Paolo Harris?" "Yes."
"God, David, this is all quite strange, isn't it?"
He didn't answer. She must have assumed he was still troubled by what she had told him, and tried to make light of it before her aunt reached the foot of the sandhills.
"And this probably isn't helping, is it, me making you sit here in the sand dunes? Probably the last place you want to be."
He stood up, ready to greet Veronica, who was laughing with the effort needed to climb the shifting slopes, saying to Joe, "Not to worry, it's the company that makes all the difference." When he saw her smiling, he said with a serious face, "I mean your aunt, obviously." She had forgiven him reasonably quickly, and they were halfway across the sands, heading for the gap in the pines, when his mobile began to ring. The 3 of them stopped while Smith took out the phone and looked at it. The number was unknown, and his expression told the 2 women as much. Joe turned to her aunt and said, "This is where it can get interesting. The last time this happened, he ended up being a person of interest in a murder investigation."
She laughed then at the memory, took her aunt's arm, and began to walk slowly on towards the distant trees. Smith answered the call, but did not recognize the voice immediately. In fact, not until the man said, "It's Joe, Joseph Ritz, from Abbeyfields." Smith glimpsed his face again then through the doorway after the last meeting with the brothers, and remembered the odd expression, odd enough to make him wait in the car for a minute or two to see if anything would come of it. Nothing had, and so it had become a loose end. He had forgotten about it in all the activity since, yet now suddenly it seemed important. But he had offered to help Joe if there were problems with the police at the hostel. This might be nothing more than that. He asked the friar what he could do for him. "I called this morning a couple of times, but you were busy. I thought you might ring me back, but then I thought I wouldn't bother because it's probably nothing. Joe, at this point I'm supposed to say, let me be the judge of that, but in my experience, the probably nothings usually turn out to be definitely somethings. What's up?" "I was going to say something at the friary when you came on Thursday, but I feel bad about it. I don't like gossip, and I'm not out to make trouble." Joe looked back over her shoulder at him. Then she pointed something out to Veronica, and they both stood looking towards the sea. Smith followed their line of sight, but could see only a tanker of some sort on the horizon, and, of course, the windmills. "Okay, Joe, I'll be straight with you. If I think it's just a bit of gossip, I'll say so." Still with a sense of reluctance, Joe told him that on the Wednesday evening after supper he had walked along the passage by Brother Jeremy's office and heard an argument taking place, a serious argument with raised voices and recriminations, of a sort he had never heard at Abbeyfields before. Smith said, "And it was Brother Jeremy himself?" "Yes." "Who else, Joe? Just one other person as far as you could tell?" "I think so. It was Andrew." The two women were moving on again slowly, arm in arm, the first time that he had seen close physical contact between them since he arrived. Death breaks us apart and pushes us closer together, the end of all, but also a beginning. "And could you make out what it was about?" "I wasn't eavesdropping. I wasn't standing and listening. But it was something to do with him coming back. Why hadn't he stayed away? I assumed that was Andrew, him only coming back that same day." Smith hadn't taken another step, but the beach had gone, as had the sea and the sky and the pine-woods. His attention was on the voice at the other end of the line, even though there is no line any more, just a string of masts and a stream of agitated molecules. "Okay, Joe, tell me why you thought it was worth ringing me with this." An old trick, asking the person with the information to justify its significance. If there is anything else hidden away, even unconsciously, that will often draw it out. "Are you saying you think it is gossip, then?" "No, not at all." "Well, I just wondered. All the police comings and goings, the media stories, and then them arguing away like that. Is it a coincidence? I don't know, it sounds stupid now, but Jeremy was definitely upset. Not like him. He's usually the man in control." "Upset or angry, Joe?" The friar thought it over for a moment. "He was both. As I say, I wasn't there for long, and the doors are thick old things." "How did it end, do you know?" "Not really. The door opened and he came out. Andrew left him to it." "Brother Andrew came out and saw you there?" "Yes." The plan that had been taking shape in Smith's mind rearranged itself a little. "Right. What did he do? Did he say anything?" "Not a word. He just had that look on his face. If you knew him, you'd know the look I mean. Like a saint looking down from a stained glass window." Smith had to smile at that. It was perfect in its way. "Joe, thanks for ringing. It might be nothing, but it isn't a waste of time either. There have been plenty of developments in the case since, but I will think over what you've told me. No need to mention to anyone that you have, though." The women were waiting for him at the wooden walkway that climbs up and over the dunes at the gap. He quickened his pace and thought to himself, "If I wouldn't look ridiculous, I'd break into a little jog at this point. What a lovely afternoon." Smith hadn't seen the country singer before, but he did a very passable impression of Willie Nelson, and when he finished with "You Were Always on My Mind," the Saturday evening audience at the Pine Hills Social Club got to their feet and applauded him. Joe Everson joined in and asked Smith whether he, the singer, was a semi-professional doing a tour of the clubs. Smith said it was more likely that the vocalist was a postman who lived up the road and spoke with a Norfolk rather than a Texan accent when he wasn't wearing a rawhide jacket and a headband. He had intended to leave before tea time, but had been prevailed upon to partake of the food that they had brought with them, excellent cheese and cold meats from their favourite Cockfosters delicatessen, which he must try, and a home-made lemon tart from Mrs. Madison's own kitchen. After that he could not eat and run, so it was another briefer walk in the evening woods, during which Joe said that Shirley Salmon had told her there would be some music at the social club. She, Joe, should prevail upon the owner of the caravan to accompany them. Smith made a mental note, "Admonish caravan site owner," and then discovered that Veronica was feeling rather tired after the unaccustomed walking. The two young people should go on their own. Young people. He looked hard in Mrs. Madison's direction, but she studiously avoided his eye, and instead told her niece that she must be home by 11, or she would be grounded for a week, and that was that.
"Shirley told me that you sometimes play here yourself."
Several people had greeted Smith since they had sat at the table. Denial seemed pretty pointless. He made a full and frank confession.
"Well, it's a charming place, lots of atmosphere and really friendly. You used to come here with Sheila?"
"Yes."
"And so lots of these people knew her too. Is this difficult for you?"
Her directness continued to surprise him, even though, having met her aunt, he was beginning to see where it came from. It didn't make him uncomfortable, though, and it might even be one of the things that he liked about her. No, different rather than difficult.
"Different for me, too. I've never been anywhere like this. But if it does get difficult, you only have to say, 'I don't want—'"
She looked at him and then away, and he thought, sometimes it's just easier to say what you do want. She said,
"I don't want to intrude, if that isn't too presumptive a choice of word. This is your life. I feel as if I've blundered into it sometimes."
He hadn't considered that at all. "I don't think of it that way. My life. It's just life. We buzz about like atoms, and occasionally we collide with each other. Sometimes the results are good and sometimes they aren't. I'm not sure we have much control over it, to be honest." She thought it over and said,
"And sometimes there's a nuclear explosion."
"In a confined space like this, that would be awful."
"Yes."
She looked at her watch, but he already knew the time, about 10:30. The music was over, and the conversation at the tables around them had dropped to the quiet hum of an evening winding down. One or two couples had already left. At the bar, Smith could see Shirley Salmon wiping glasses and chatting to the two girls. When he caught her eye, she smiled and raised her eyebrows impishly. It's true, he thought, we don't have much control over it. The women do. Outside it was a warm night. The fine weather cloud that had built up in the afternoon was breaking apart, and stars shone through the deep blue spaces. They passed squares of more earthbound light, the curtained windows of caravans, and heard voices talking, laughing, through open doors and windows. One elderly man sat smoking on the steps and said good evening as they passed. Smith realized then, with some surprise, that he hadn't had a cigarette all day, and that he didn't want one now either. When they left the club, Joe had taken his arm, as a sister or a friend might, but when they reached the caravan, she held on to it as she turned to face him.
"There's a spare bed. I don't need to tell you that, really, do I? You could stay. We could all have breakfast together and go for a drive on a Sunday morning. You could show us more of this lovely coastline."
"Probably not what your aunt had in mind when she agreed to come up here."
"She wouldn't mind at all. She likes you, she told me.
And why would she tell you something like that?
Because I asked her.
He smiled and told himself that he should have known better than to inquire. She was still holding his arm and waiting for his proper answer. It's a nice thought, but I think both of you will benefit more from each other's company than from mine. When someone has died, that's family business. I wouldn't want to intrude. She shook his arm then and laughed a little, and when she laughed he felt himself weakening, felt the strength going out of him, and into the formation of something new and almost unexpected. When he spoke again, the words seemed to come from someone standing fractionally to the side of him, and he felt his own surprise at what this other self was saying. Maybe another time.
Okay,
but not maybe. She kissed him then, just the mere brushing of her lips over his. Then she let go of his arm and watched as he went to his car, climbed in and started the engine. She was still watching as he drove away, standing by now on the first step, and he had to look away. Watching him go, standing on the first step, exactly the way Sheila used to do on those occasions when he had been called back to work, and when she was staying on because of the school holidays. Funny, he thought, as he drove along the harbour road into the little seaside town with its one amusement arcade, its fish and chip shop and ice cream kiosk. Funny, but the longer you live, the more things seem to echo. Maybe, if you live long enough, that's all there is, echoes and the echoes of echoes. That would be strange indeed. When he left the town and was on the straight dark road, he switched on the radio and recognized the chord changes of My Generation immediately. The G walking down into the F, the pounding of the bass, the insanely perfect drumming. With the window wound down in the warm night air, things were not looking awful cold, but the final line caught and held him for a good part of the drive home to King's Lake. And beyond and below all that had happened today, he knew there was a face looking up at him, a face that he had almost forgotten. Paulo Harris. Chapter 20. Sunday had been a day of almost perfect peace, and a timely one because Smith had much to think about. Briefly, he wondered whether there was anyone he knew left at Huntston. He doubted it. If he turned up and began asking questions, the implication would be that whoever was in charge there had missed something, and that was never welcome. He could look into the records of the incident last year, but to what end? Harris would be in his late 20s now. It was Andretti, his uncle, who had murdered the girls. There was never any doubt in Smith's mind about that. Somehow the boy had become involved in the last offence, but that didn't mean it might just be a coincidence. And then, briefly, he was angry with himself. Not for that, but because he knew that a part of him didn't want to know what had taken place in Huntston last year. When you no longer want to know, that's the beginning of the end, isn't it? Nothing more from Jo, and he wondered whether she too was reflecting on what had taken place the evening before, reflecting and perhaps regretting. He considered sending her a text, just to say that he had enjoyed the time spent with them, but she might misunderstand, might find meanings between the lines that would only complicate things further. In the end, he exercised his right to silence. The only interruption to the day had been a message from Serena Butler telling him that Brian Davis had been charged with the murder of Mark Randall. He read it several times and took a turn around the garden before replying, "Not surprised. Has Charlie started a book on whether it sticks?" Not that they had such bets any more. Once upon a time it was commonplace, a means of lightening the mood if nothing else, but such practices had been banned years ago, part of the never-ending and remorseless drive to make the police service seem more professional and businesslike. They could never allow the suspicion, Smith had been told,
that officers might have tampered with an investigation in order to win such a bet. In all his time, Smith had never encountered such an officer, but they clearly existed in the minds of those people charged with running the service. After a few minutes, Serena had sent back, "Don't know, and I'm not asking, in case it's another wind-up. Don't you like the case against Davis?" He had to think it through again then, even to respond to a junior colleague while he was off duty. Sometimes it gets to the point of hurting, becomes repetitive and painful, like your least favourite exercise in the gym, going over the same points in the same order again and again. He knew well enough what he intended to do tomorrow, after the Monday morning briefing, but he had to be careful about saying much to anyone else, even to Serena, whom he trusted now. He sent, "It's not watertight, IMHO, not yet anyway. See you tomorrow," and she returned with, "Chris has some funny ideas about it too. Love your text speak," followed by a yellow smiley face that was winking. He had looked down then at the Sunday Telegraph colour magazine and its 2-page guide to mobile phone text abbreviations for older readers, how to make your grandkids think you are cool. He read his final message over, shook his head, and muttered, "Dear God." If he had the faintest idea how to delete it, he would have done so immediately. Davis was in police custody at King's Lake, still available for more interviews, but later in the week there would be a magistrate's hearing at which he would be sent off to Norwich on remand. Fitch and Street were on police bail and due to return on this Monday morning. The plan in the briefing was to interview them again and go over their accounts of the night of June the 17th. Lies are forgotten more easily than the truth, and they had also had time to reflect on their relative positions and the potential seriousness of their situation. Davis being charged might in the end encourage them to say more, if indeed there was anything more to say. Smith looked around towards the end of the briefing and calculated that there was no shortage of officers to carry out the interviews. When he suggested to D.I. Reeve that instead of dealing with Street again, he and Waters should go out to Lowacre, she looked surprised but didn't dismiss the idea. She asked him to explain. "Well, ma'am, now that we know we're looking for badger diggers rather than metal detectorists, it might be useful to talk to the locals again. That only got a brief mention before, but it might be helpful to get a more detailed picture of what's been going on. I was thinking of revisiting the local farmers, those sort of people." Wilson made an inaudible comment to O'Leary, who was seated next to him, but Reeve didn't look in that direction. After a moment's consideration, she said, "Fair enough. That has to be worth a couple of hours. If you get anything, phone it in immediately while we've got the three of them in the station." Detective Superintendent Allen entered the room, nodded to the assembled group, and told Reeve to carry on as if he wasn't there, which, to be honest, Smith thought was what they usually did. But he had a piece of blue paper in his hand, and Smith guessed that it was a formal press release blank. Not my case, he thought, as he smiled cheerily at Allen, and for once I'm delighted about that. I wonder whether he'll go straight for the local television news. It could be on by lunchtime. Or maybe he's into using Facebook or Twitter now. We've got him. You can follow this story on... That could hit the blogosphere, or whatever it's called, in a matter of minutes. In the old days, you could sit on a story for weeks if you needed to, and sometimes you did, but now... Well, now it had to be now. Instantaneous, instant coffee, no percolation, immediate satisfaction, no delayed gratification. When the briefing began to end, he was still reviewing the weekend and its strange new thoughts that were actually not so strange after all. It's true, he concluded, this isn't my world any more. Waters was in a good mood, obviously pleased to be out of the office. They were a mile or two into the countryside before Smith realized that what Waters was actually pleased about was not interviewing Levi Street again. They talked over the case, and Waters asked how often it happened, finding yourself part of an investigation that you believed was heading, for perfectly logical reasons, in the wrong direction. Smith said, "Not often, but this isn't the first time I've seen it." "And have you ever seen it go all the way, to a conviction of someone that you believed was innocent?" "Yes." He thought about the phone call from Lawrence Cunningham a couple of days ago. There was a little too much synchronicity about at the moment, a little too much irony in the air, ready to make fools of the unwary. Waters said, "That's something they don't prepare you for in the lecture room." "You can certainly add it to the list, which is a fairly long list, you must have realized by now."
"I mean, what do? Go to the SIO?"
"You could try that. It doesn't make you very popular. Ma'am, I think we're after the wrong man. Call another briefing and I'll explain. The more people have already invested, the more they will shout you down."
"So what do? You can't just do nothing."
It was important not to see this as part of Waters's youthful naivete. He had that instinctive sense for justice and fairness that isn't found in many people, let alone many policemen. If the system didn't knock it out of him, it would make him a better detective, though not, perhaps, one who was often promoted. Ultimately, sometimes you just have to face it and hope that new evidence comes to light.
And the other times?
There, that was the quickness that Smith admired. Sometimes, if you're very lucky and very persistent, you can catch the real perpetrator before it's too late. When Smith turned right into the friary at Abbeyfields, instead of going on to the Harpers' farm at Lowacre, Waters said,
"I thought in the briefing you said we were going to speak to the farmers."
"Did I? I must have meant the landowners. I'm having more and more of these senior moments. You might have to drive us back if I forget the way." Smith parked in what was becoming his regular spot, but this time, instead of reversing in, he left the car facing the main entrance of Abbeyfields. When Waters made to get out, Smith stopped him, saying that he would bring him up to speed on why they were back at the friary, and then he did so. He mentioned the disappearance from the scene of Brother Andrew on the day after Mark Randall's body was discovered, a disappearance that was untypical in several ways. Then, during an interview on Tuesday the 2nd, 6 days ago, something he was quite precise about, Brother Jeremy had made an assumption. He had said that badger diggers were undoubtedly responsible for the attack on Randall. Smith could see no logical reason why Jeremy had made that assumption. He could only make sense of it when he realized that it might not be an assumption at all. Smith paused then, but Waters had got it straight away. He said,
"How did he react when you pointed it out?"
"He just laughed it off, made light of it."
"Anything else?"
Smith told him about the younger priest's sudden return, the argument between him and Jeremy, and then about Brother Joe and everything else that he had revealed about life in the friary. Joe's own past was omitted. Smith viewed that as a confidence he had no need to break. After a little thought, Waters said, "Not much, is it?" "No." Most of this story had been told as Smith looked out at Abbeyfields rather than at his companion. Yes, it was a beautiful old building that had seen in its time dramas greater than the one in which they were now playing their part, but Waters had worked with Smith long enough now to know that they were not sitting here so that the view could be appreciated.
"And we are sitting here because—"
"I imagine that they recognize my car by now. Seeing it out here might raise the temperature a bit for someone who's already feeling somewhat on edge. I'll be interested to see who is waiting inside for us. We'll give it another 5 minutes. Have you been to see John's baby yet? You've got nieces and nephews, haven't you? When do they get so you can have an intelligent conversation with them?" Waters said he didn't know. It hadn't happened yet with any of his sister's children. Now they were both watching the building, but there was an almost curious lack of activity for 10 o'clock on a sunny morning in July.
No one came out of the doorways, and no faces appeared at any of the windows. Nevertheless, after 3 of Smith's minutes had passed, the French doors at the far right-hand end were opened, and Brother Jeremy stepped out in his robe. He stood on the flagstones, a little in the shade from the corner of the abbey, and looked first down the hill towards the trees that hid the river. Then his gaze travelled slowly around to his right, until, with a movement of his head that might suggest surprise, he spotted the car in which they were sitting. A hand went up to cover his eyes against the light as he took a longer look, and Smith, watching him, said, "Oh, goodness me, Brother Christopher, that nice detective sergeant is paying us another visit." The Guardian was heading towards them now, stepping forward purposefully enough for Waters to notice that a pair of bare feet in leather sandals complemented and completed his uniform as a man of God. He was an imposing figure, and what Smith had been implying, nothing more, for the past few minutes, seemed on reflection rather improbable. Nevertheless, Smith was getting out to meet him, and Waters followed suit. Brother Jeremy stopped 6 feet short of them.
"More news, Sergeant Smith? I must say that you keep us very well informed."
"It's my detective superintendent, sir, Superintendent Allen. He's very big on community relations. He calls it the new face of modern policing. The more we communicate with the community, the more they will feel ownership of the force. He doesn't want us to be perceived as a threat, more as a reassuring presence in their lives."
"I see. Well, you may inform Detective Superintendent Allen that your diligence over the past week has left us feeling very reassured indeed."
"Thank you, sir, I will." The sergeant was beaming away, pleased at the compliment, and eventually the Guardian had to give way and join in, and then he heard, "I will do that. But in the meantime, is there somewhere we could have a word?" Waters looked around and thought that Brother Jeremy's office was all that one might have expected. There was modern technology, of course, but it sat on an oak table that might be 2 centuries old, and the bookshelves that lined 2 of the walls must be at least half that age themselves. Many religious books, naturally, with titles that revealed great breadth and depth in the mind that had assembled them, not necessarily Brother Jeremy, of course, though it was Waters' guess that a good proportion of these had arrived with him, but also some seriously academic volumes of history and 2 shelves of the metaphysical poets. If these were Jeremy's books, they were dealing with a man of sophisticated ideas and high intelligence. He was intrigued to see what Brother Jeremy and Smith would make of each other once the preliminaries were out of the way.
"Well, Sergeant, here we are again."
"Yes, sir. Hopefully I won't be troubling you too many more times."
"And what news do you have for us on this occasion?"
"It follows on from my last visit, sir. We have now charged someone with the murder of Mr. Mark Randall, the metal detectorist who was found dead in one of your fields on Tuesday the 18th of June. Brother Jeremy nodded and waited for more. When it didn't come, when the detective sergeant simply sat and waited himself, the friar sent a puzzled look in Waters's direction and said, "And you have driven out to Abbey Fields to tell us this in person? I must say this is communication almost beyond the call of duty. Your Superintendent Allen must be an inspirational man." Smith said, "Oh, he undoubtedly is. I don't know where we'd be without him. Do you, Detective Constable Waters?"
"No, sir, I can't imagine it."
Outwardly, Waters seemed perfectly calm and sincere. Inwardly, he was thinking that it was a while since they had had one of these. When the pilot allows the engine of a little 2-seater plane to stall, there are a few seconds of uncertainty before it begins to spiral slowly down towards the earth, and the most incontrovertible certainty of all, the certainty of death. One hopes then that the man at the controls does not lose consciousness or self-belief, and that the man who built the plane has done a decent job. Afterwards, if there is an afterwards, one remembers it as exhilaration, but at the moment, in that moment of freefall, it is simply terrifying. Smith said, "But actually what I've really come out here to tell you is that I don't think he did it, sir." Again Brother Jeremy looked at them in turn before he responded.
"I'm sorry, but you've lost me. You don't think who did what?"
"The man we've arrested. I don't think he killed Mark Randall."
"Oh, I see."
Outside, beyond the still open double doors, someone was walking across the gravelled space in front of the friary. Smith watched until he could see the figure of a tradesman in overalls carrying a set of steps, and then he seemed to relax and turn his attention back to Brother Jeremy. But he said nothing more. The longer it continued, the more significant the silence became, and Waters thought, that's how he does it. Wilson tries to frighten people. Smith lets people frighten themselves. Brother Jeremy said,
"And what does your superintendent think, Sergeant?"
"I don't know. I haven't asked him."
"But he does know that you are here, presumably?"
"Actually, sir, I doubt that very much." The friar had a perplexed smile on his face, a kindly, intelligent face. Waters decided the sort of face that one would naturally trust, particularly when the body below it wore the simple uniform of a strong faith. "Smith, you'd better pull back on that joystick soon. In fact, now would be good." Jeremy said,
"Gentlemen, I confess it, I'm at a loss here. I do not understand. You have driven out here today to tell me that although someone has been arrested, you don't think he is guilty. You appear, from what you just said, to be doing this without your superior's knowledge. I don't know why you would do that, and why you would tell me that you are. Perhaps it is to your superiors that I should be speaking now." It was the most polite and veiled of threats, but once it had been made, Waters knew that this wasn't going to end well for at least one of those concerned. Smith said, "Absolutely, sir. D.C. Waters has the phone number you need, or you can just jump into the car and we'll give you a lift to the station." Waters took out his phone and flicked through contacts to the number, the actual number that would put the friar through to Superintendent Allen's actual office. The poor little aircraft was just a few hundred feet from the ground. He remembered saying to Smith only minutes ago, "Not much, is it?" It seemed to be even less now, as did his own chances of a long and rewarding career in the police service. After this, he'd be lucky to land a part-time security job at the local mini-mart. But then he saw that the friar had responded to Smith's generous offers only with a smile that was more ironic than those he had given earlier. Then he leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk and linking the fingers of his two hands, as if he was about to ask for a blessing on the rest of this conversation. Smith, meanwhile, remained impassive, his expression neutral, his eyes watching the man in front of him. Jeremy said, "I have to assume that you have come here with some purpose other than to inform me of these matters, Sergeant. I know that a place like Abbeyfields can seem very peaceful to outsiders, even that nothing much goes on. But it does depend on certain matters being attended to on a regular basis. I'm trying to say politely that I am a little busy today. If there is any way in which I can help with your inquiries, please tell me now, and I will do my very best." "Thank you, sir. Very good of you. If you don't mind, D.C. Waters will just make a note of our conversation." Waters returned his phone to its pocket and took out his notebook and pen. Why was this all taking so long? Didn't D.C. realize that they were now plummeting downwards at terminal velocity and that there would be no survivors? Right then. Perhaps we could start with the argument you were having with someone in this room last Wednesday evening, Wednesday the 3rd of July. Can you tell me what that was about, sir?" "What I can tell you is that it is absolutely none of your business, Sergeant Smith." Smith looked sideways at Waters as if the answer had taken him by surprise, and then said,
I'm sorry, but you said that you are willing to help with our inquiries. It seems a simple enough question. Do you recall the argument that took place?" That was, of course, a cleverer question than it might first appear, but Brother Jeremy was equal to it. "What I am saying, Sergeant, is that whatever took place in this room or anywhere else in the building can have no bearing on your investigation." After the merest pause, Smith said, "The thing is, with the greatest respect, you aren't in a position to make that judgment for a number of reasons. I'll give you just a couple. First, you cannot know what every other member of this community is or has been doing at any given point. Therefore, one or more of them might have some things to tell me that are highly pertinent to the investigation. They're going to get the opportunity because I intend to speak to every one of them again, individually and as soon as possible, beginning this morning. Second, as the investigating officer, it's my call to decide what does and does not have any bearing on the investigation. It really doesn't work any other way. We can't have suspects deciding which are the valid or even the acceptable lines of questioning, can we? Conviction rates would take a bit of a tumble if we went down that avenue, I think." "Suspects?" "Yes, sir." "You are implying that members of this community are suspects in a murder investigation?" Smith had that slightly bemused look again. Waters had stopped pretending to write, and he had also stopped breathing. That look often came before the coup de grace. "No, sir, I am absolutely not implying that. I am saying it directly. It is my belief that one or more of the members of this community were involved in the murder of Mark Randall." Waters had learned to watch people closely. What they do in these situations can be as significant as what they say, because what they do is often unconscious and therefore uncontrolled. A couple of weekends ago, Waters had spent a day in London with Catherine. They had gone to Camden Market and spent an afternoon strolling around amongst the various countercultures that have become tourist attractions in their own right. By the canal there had been performance artists, and among them had been a living statue of St. George, all in white save for the red cross emblazoned on his breast, brandishing a sword at an imaginary dragon. While Catherine took photographs, Waters simply watched the man and marvelled at the self-control. The only sign of life that he could see for minutes on end was the beading of sweat on the brow beneath the helmet. It had been another hot afternoon. The guardian of the friary had also become a statue for perhaps 20 seconds. The mind within had simply switched off the body, drawing every resource into itself to consider what the detective sergeant had said, and to construct an appropriate response. But 20 seconds was a little too long. "I see. May I ask what has led you to believe such a thing?" "You'll appreciate that I will not disclose everything under the circumstances, sir, but it's a reasonable question. I will say this much. I'm very puzzled about the timing of the reappearance of the weapon that was used, and about its appearance. Come to that, Detective Constable Waters shares my concerns." Smith looked to Waters for some sort of affirmation and received a nod that might have meant anything, including astonishment that the balsa-wood and paper construction that they were flying around in was still somehow in one piece. "Anyway, sir, various things point to the involvement of parties other than the person we have in custody. So—" "And whom you have already charged, Sergeant?" "Yes, sir, but not me personally. I wouldn't have charged him." "I have to say this seems to be a very odd way of conducting an investigation. You're here making such allegations on your own? You do have an assistant, but he doesn't appear to be nearly as certain about all this as you. Forgive me for saying so, young man. I always imagined that detectives worked as part of a team, Sergeant." "I know what you mean, I really do. I used to imagine that myself." Smith looked momentarily wistful at the idea. "Nevertheless, sir, I have made my superiors aware of my concerns. so my being here won't come as a complete shock to them. Coming back to the question, then, do you recall an argument taking place on the evening of Wednesday, the 3rd of this month? Waters could see that Smith had avoided naming any names as yet, but it also occurred to him that the friar had not asked who had given Smith the information. Surely that was a natural question under the circumstances. Perhaps Brother Jeremy wasn't asking it because he already knew the answer. If so, Joseph Ritz might be in for a difficult time later this morning. For now it seemed that Brother Jeremy had had enough time to organize a reply to Smith's persistent attempts to find out what had taken place on the 3rd.
"Yes, Sergeant, I do recall it. It was over a matter of interest only to the community which I serve."
"Once again, and still with respect, that's a judgment that I have to make, sir. I realize that for you there is a higher authority involved, and that even Detective Superintendent Allen cannot hope to compete with that, but this is a situation on which you are, so to speak, in Rome. The earthly jurisdiction, I'm afraid, rests with foot soldiers like D.C. Waters and me. What was the argument about, sir?" Waters wasn't watching Smith at all now. If this was a game of chess, one by one the moves that the Guardian could have made were being eliminated. He had no pieces on Smith's side of the board, and no means, it seemed, of placing any there. Once it had been established that Smith had no fear of the authorities above him, temporal or divine, it was intellect versus intellect, will versus will, and the patiently cynical old detective was not losing on either front. "It was a dispute about doctrine." "I see, sir. I'm not really up on Catholic theology, but don't worry, my young colleague went to university. Did the conversation involve any sort of confession?" The gleam in Jeremy's eye at that moment was anger. Waters was certain of that. Smith continued, "Because if it did, I do know that this seal of the confessional business can be very awkward. Hopefully, if there was a confession, you advised the person concerned to go to the police, and I believe that you can withhold the sacrament in such cases."
"There was no confession."
"Right. Which element of doctrine was the argument about, then?" A longer pause now, and Waters could see something altering in the priest. Perhaps some sort of resolution forming, a decision being made.
"I'm a little surprised that you haven't asked me with whom the argument took place, Sergeant."
"There's no need, sir." Jeremy smiled to himself, picked up from the desk a small book bound in black leather, and held it in his left hand. For the first time, and to his own surprise, Waters felt sorry for him. Smith said, "I imagine it's been a difficult 2 or 3 weeks."
"Hours, days, months, which are the rags of time."
The office, and indeed the whole of the building, had become very still and silent. After another spell of reflection, the friar looked up at Smith and said,
"And you intend to speak to everyone here again about the matter, to question them?"
Smith took out his own notebook now. "Yes, sir, if necessary. I have a list already made out, the running order, so to speak."
"May I ask who is first on your list?"
"Why not? Here we are, Brother Andrew Waring. At last, I might say. You'll recall he was the only member I was unable to speak to last time. He was away on some sort of retreat, I believe."
"Yes, he was. Sergeant, I would like to spare them all that indignity."
"Of course you would, sir." Waters realized then what was about to happen. Somehow the two-seater had missed the ground by inches, and it was now about to perform the Immelmann turn. He had no idea where his stomach had just gone. Jeremy said, with a strangely light and conversational air, "I have remembered something I said to your wife all those years ago, Sergeant. After we met, I said to her that I was surprised that you were a policeman. You know, that you didn't seem the sort. I take it all back now." "Thank you, sir."
"And if possible, I would like to take this book with me when we go?"
He was still holding the same small volume, but in both hands now. "Very good, sir. Where exactly are we going?"
"I think you are toying with me, Sergeant Smith. To King's Lake Police Station, I imagine. There will, I know, be many more questions."
Smith glanced at Waters before he responded, and the glance said that he, Smith, had realized that, after all those exciting manoeuvres, they were heading in a slightly unexpected direction after all. "Questions about what, sir?"
"What exactly happened that night? How I came to kill that unfortunate young man."
Chapter 21.
"And who exactly did arrest him?"
"Detective Constable Waters, sir."
"Why?"
It was another one of those questions that Superintendent Allen was so skilled in asking, presenting the recipient with a multiple-choice scenario, a veritable smorgasbord of ironic possibilities. "Well, to be fair, sir, he, that is, Brother Jeremy, didn't leave us much choice. When I asked him whether he thought he ought to be arrested, he replied in the affirmative, and so we did. Taking into account the fact that he had also confessed to murder, it seemed the appropriate thing to do in the circumstances." Through gritted teeth, Allen said, "I meant, why did Waters arrest him and not you? Not trying to dodge responsibility, I hope?" "Not at all, sir. I viewed it as a part of his training. We need to be able to arrest all sorts in this job without fear or favour. I said to Waters afterwards that this was probably the only time in his career he would have to arrest a man of God." The door to Detective Inspector Reeves's office was still open. Allen nodded angrily towards it, and Detective Sergeant Wilson went to close it. Then there was a moment of quiet where the four of them stood and looked at each other, or rather, when the three of them looked at Smith. What he had actually said to Waters afterwards was, "I'll bet that was the only chance you'll ever get to arrest a priest. You'll thank me for this later in your career." Wilson, who had spent 3 days and heaven knows how many man-hours preparing the case against Brian Davis, looked sort of vacant and numb, as if he had suddenly and unexpectedly arrived at step 5 on the 8-fold path to wisdom, and it was all too much for him. D.I. Reeve seemed to be the most focused of them, but whether at this point in time she was focused most on the case or her career was difficult to say. The superintendent's silence was in danger of becoming monumental. It was the detective inspector who took the decision to end it. "D.C., what made you go to Abbeyfields in the first place?" "As I said before I went, ma'am, I intended to visit the Harper family who farm the land to find out a bit more about the recent spate of badger digging. The friar is on the way, and as they are the landowners, it made sense to call there first." Allen said, "And while you were there, the abbot just popped into the conversation a confession to murder? Sort of, 'Oh, before you go, Sergeant, there's one more little thing I feel I ought to mention.'" Sarcasm, even of the crude sort, isn't easy for literal thinkers, and Smith couldn't remember the last time that Superintendent Allen had attempted it. He must be really quite aggravated by this situation. Best not to correct him about the abbot thing. "No, sir, it wasn't quite like that. It was after I questioned him about an argument which took place at the Friary on the night of Wednesday the 3rd. Reeve stepped in quickly. "What argument? You haven't mentioned an argument before." Smith could see the digital clock on her desk, almost 3 in the afternoon already. They were wasting valuable time, and whereas in the past he could have amused himself in this situation for another hour or 2, these days it just seemed pointless. "No, ma'am. Things were going full steam ahead with Brian Davis. I had already raised concerns about the nature and the quality of the forensic evidence, but things were still going full steam ahead with Brian Davis. If I had then said that I wanted to go back to Abbeyfields because I'd heard that 2 of the priests had had a row, what would the reaction have been?" He looked round at them one by one as if expecting an answer, but none came. "Precisely. I didn't go there expecting to make an arrest, but when this man openly said that he had killed Mark Randall,
What other choice did I have? I suppose I could have said to him, would you like the rest of the day to think about this? I'll pop back in the morning and see if you still want to confess. There was an edge in Smith's voice now, and Alan didn't seem to want a direct confrontation. Instead, he came at it another way. But it's so out of the blue. I assume that we have no evidence against the man except his confession, which, as you well know, isn't always sufficient to gain a conviction. Is he stable? Sane, even? I don't know, sir. Not my area. But it isn't always easy to tell with devout people, is it? Nobody seemed to fancy answering that either. Instead, Alan said, Look, we need to step back now and examine this business as a whole. We have 2 men arrested, and one of them charged for the same murder. That isn't unusual, except that in this case they seem to be completely unknown to each other. The one that we have charged we have some good evidence against, but he is denying it. The one who is claiming to have done it we have no evidence against. D.I. Reeve, as the senior investigating officer, how do you intend to proceed? To her credit, she appeared to have been prepared for that. The first thing we need to do is to formally interview Jeremy Hayward to see if he is serious and sane. He needs to give us some proof that he did what he said, and as we haven't released a number of details about the killing, that shouldn't be too difficult. He has declined a solicitor, by the way. I will conduct the interview myself along with DC. Depending on how that goes, we might want to send people out to the Friary. We may need to search his rooms and interview the other members of the community. She was watching Smith as she spoke, realizing with a familiar sinking feeling that the momentary shake of the head meant that there was more to come. DC? Ma'am, personally, I think that the interview with Brother Jeremy needs a different focus entirely. We need to be searching for evidence that will enable us to eliminate him from the inquiry. Wilson made a slight staggering movement. Afterwards, Smith could not be sure whether it was because he was about to throw a punch at his opposite number or faint, but he made ready to catch him just in case it was the latter. Superintendent Allen's thin, bloodless lips formed a silent O of their own accord before they managed to shape a distant, "What?" "I'm sorry, sir, but we haven't got round to this bit yet. I know it's awkward arresting prominent members of local religious communities, but in this case I believe there's a silver lining, because I'm pretty sure that he didn't do it." Word had gone around the office, and Waters was enjoying a moment of celebrity. The assembled detectives had all examined their own tallies and agreed that Waters was indeed the only one amongst them to have arrested a priest. No one else could come up with anything close, not a nun or a verger, nor even a parish clerk. Smith's appearance brought the discussion to an end, and the group dispersed. Waters had seen this before. Much of the time Smith was laid back compared to most detectives in authority, but sometimes, as now, when he was busy and fixed on an investigation, he could change the atmosphere in a room simply by walking into it. He waved Waters over to their neighbouring desks. "Who was the duty sergeant when you took him down?" "Brenda Marr." "And how did it go?" "She asked him if he was wearing fancy dress." "Good one, Brenda." "How was he?" "Completely calm and very civilized. She still thinks it's a wind-up." "Listen, we need to act a bit sharpish. I thought we might get something at the Friary, but not this. There are probably too many prepositions in what I'm about to say, but upstairs this hasn't gone down too well, as you can imagine. Find out what's happening with those fibres caught on the handle of the spade. Get a phone number from evidence and follow it up yourself. You can pretend to be me if you want. If it's going to take much longer, it might be quicker for you to do a PhD in forensic science and analyse it yourself." Waters was already halfway to the door when Smith called him back by his first name, something that was still unusual. "I might have just made a fool of myself upstairs. We didn't get a chance to talk in the car with Brother Jeremy in the back seat. What did you make of all that?" At that moment Wilson came in, and without a glance in their direction went across to his own team of detectives. They formed a group around him, and he began to explain the latest developments in a voice low and quiet enough not to be heard by anyone but them. Waters watched this, using the time to think about how to answer Smith's question, which was obviously an important one.
"I don't think he intended to say any of what he ended up saying when we first went in. It was something that you said that brought it about."
"Go on, what was it?"
"When you told him that you were going to interview everyone again, he said that he wanted to spare them that indignity. I can see why someone who had done what he claimed to have done might feel that way."
"Me too, but you just said claimed. Why?"
Waters knew what Smith was asking him now. Over the past 18 months he had begun to understand the way in which cases are legally constructed, how increasingly detectives must view matters through the logical eyes of the prosecutor in the court case, if there is ever to be one. Ultimately, one must have enough evidence to tip the balance of probabilities in the minds of a dozen or so people. Evidence is the key to it all, and Smith himself, with his long experience of the court system, was a master of this methodology. But sometimes, unnervingly, Smith would suddenly abandon the game of chess, pick up a handful of dice and throw them.
"Chris, why did you say claimed? Did he do it? I promise not to tell anyone what your answer was unless you turn out to be wrong."
There was a smile on Smith's face, except in the eyes. Those had not altered at all, and Waters felt the answer being drawn out of him almost against his will. "No, I wasn't convinced that he did."
"Thank God for that. Which might turn out to be somewhat inappropriate, all things considered. Never mind, and we both know why he did what he did, don't we?"
"Maybe."
"Where's Serena? We need to be double-checking the backgrounds of many friars. Why are you still here? Fibres, Waters, fibres!"
Over the past few years we have suffered a number of such intrusions, and recently it has got worse. I appreciate the difficult position in which you as police officers find yourselves, but if we cannot establish some sort of peace and order in the countryside, what hope is there for the towns and cities? As I say, it is getting worse. We had even discussed the matter in community, wondering whether we should have some sort of patrol of the grounds. Absurd, isn't it? Brothers of the Society of St. Francis becoming vigilantes.
Alison Reeve had taken the lead in the interview, and Smith understood why. Approaching her office beforehand, he had heard Superintendent Allen reminding her again that she was the senior investigating officer. In as many words, he was telling her that he didn't want Smith running the show. And he had no doubt that the superintendent would be watching the live feed on this one. Jeremy began again.
"On the night it happened,"
Reeve said, "Monday the 17th of June.
"Yes. I decided to go down from the Friary and along the river. The kingfishers that I have been studying all year have their nest near the road bridge. It was early dusk, and I wanted to see whether both adult birds were still present. One had been missing for a while, and I'm not sure how much detail you want from me on all this, Inspector."
"Just carry on as you are, please." She was too businesslike, too brusque in Smith's view. He would have inquired about the birds and found out in that way just how often the Guardian had visited them in the preceding days. Reeve had been rattled by her encounters with Allen, and that wasn't like her.
"When I drew level with the well-known badgers set at the end of the river, I could see that it was happening again. There were 3 men present. I stepped off the footpath into the undergrowth and moved a few yards closer. I could see exactly what they were doing."
"What were they doing?"
"One was watching, one had a terrier on a lead, and the other was digging out one of the entrances."
Reeve said, "Had you seen any of the men before? Did you know them?"
"No."
"And did they see you?"
"No. As I said, the light was going, and this robe is surprisingly good camouflage."
The friar indicated his own brown garment and attempted half a smile. Smith said, "How did you feel at that moment, sir?" There was a pause before the answer came.
"I was furious with them, and with myself. You will ask why with yourself. Because my courage failed me. I should have confronted them there and then, shamed them into leaving the creatures alone, but I did not. Such men have no shame these days, and no fear of the law. I was afraid for myself."
Reeve said, "What did you do then?"
I noticed that on the path to the set they had dropped or put there another shovel a few feet from where I stood. I picked it up. I'm not sure why. Maybe I thought it would be evidence, or at least they wouldn't be able to use it if I removed it. Then I retreated back to the main footpath. I was still shaking with emotion. Not 50 yards further on I saw another man using a metal detector on one of our fields. It seemed as if every man of selfish intent had come on to Abbey Fields that night, as if we were under attack. I lost control of myself. One hears people say that things happened in a blur, and it is true. I remember looking down at him on the ground and realizing that I had done that. I had struck him with the shovel.
Reeve said, "How many times?"
"Once only."
"How did he fall?"
"Forward onto his front. He never moved at all. I knew that I might have killed him."
Reeve let those words grow in the silence, then followed them. "You are admitting that you knew even then that the blow was fatal?"
"Yes."
"What did you do? Did you touch the man to see if he was alive? Did you make any effort to help him?"
"No."
Jeremy Hayward still had the book with him. It lay closed on the table, and Smith was able to make out the title on the spine, though the gilt of the lettering was faded and worn, The Poems of John Donne. Sheila had taught those to A-level students for several years, and that was why Brother Jeremy had been invited to her school in the first place. He was some sort of authority, had given up an academic career to serve the same God as the poet, perhaps even because of the poet. And now the same man was in front of him and confessing to one of the most ancient of sins, the murder of a fellow man. Brother indeed. Somewhere in all that, thought Smith, would be a tragic irony if I believed a word of this. Reeve said, "Please tell us what you did next."
"I was in a peculiar mental state. It was dark by now. I went on towards the road, the Low Acre Road, still carrying the shovel. When I was close to the road bridge, I went down to the water's edge and hid the shovel in the vegetation."
"Why did you do that? You must have known that the area would be thoroughly searched if you had killed Mark Randall, and you have admitted that you thought you had."
"Because I wanted it to be found. I knew that the shovel could incriminate the men from whom I had taken it."
Reeve thought for a long time before she said, "That was a deliberate and calculated action, Mr. Hayward. I have to tell you that in a courtroom any attempt to incriminate the innocent is viewed with the strongest disapproval."
"I understand that."
Smith had waited for the account to reach this point, and he did not look at Reeve for her agreement before he spoke. "Brother Jeremy, the shovel had been in your hands. It was also going to incriminate you, wasn't it?" There was a nod of agreement.
"I was thinking quite clearly, and we have all watched too many murders on the television, haven't we? I wiped the handle and the upper part of the shaft, hoping to remove any fingerprints of my own, and hoping that any other prints would be left intact."
Smith did look at Reeve now. She was shaking her head at the sight of Brother Jeremy putting his own head into a noose, but thankfully her eyes were saying to Smith, "If you've got something, carry on. Could you explain to me or demonstrate exactly how you wiped the handle, sir?"
"Pardon?"
Smith reached for his notebook, found a clean page, and drew the D-shaped outline of the shovel's handle. They should have thought to bring in the photographs, but never mind. "Here's the handle. Can you show me how you wiped it clean?" The first moment of uncertainty in what had been up to that point the perfect confession. Then Jeremy Hayward made some half-hearted rubbing motions with his two hands. "Where on the handle? All over it? And underneath the bar here, the bit the fingers grip?"
"Yes, Sergeant, I was quite thorough."
"Good, thank you." Smith sat back, nodding himself now as if he was done, and it was not until Reeve herself began to speak that he said, "And what did you use to wipe the handle, sir?" The friar reached inside the robe and produced a plain white handkerchief. "You always carry a handkerchief?"
"Yes, as a matter of habit, if you can forgive the expression."
Smith had known a few men, but only a very few, so cool under questioning for the most serious offences that they could carry off such humour. They did, however, appear with alarming frequency in those television series that Brother Jeremy had referred to, and perhaps that was his source of inspiration for this performance. I see. Would that happen to be the actual handkerchief, sir?
Well, I doubt it, and even if it was, it would have been washed by now.
Of course. But your handkerchiefs are all pretty much the same, white handkerchiefs, that sort of thing? Jeremy Hayward was a clever man, and sensed something then. He paused and looked back over his answers on the subject of handles and handkerchiefs. But whatever it was that lay behind the detective sergeant's last question, he, the guardian of Abbeyfields, could not know it, and there was nothing to be read in the man's face. Brother Jeremy could only make his best guess.
"Yes, Sergeant, my handkerchiefs are white ones."
Reeve said then,
"Mr. Hayward, the place in which you say you hid the shovel is not the place in which it was subsequently found. How do you account for that?" "I moved it."
"When?"
"Last Wednesday night. I went down to the river after dark, found the shovel, and placed it somewhere where it would be more visible. I wanted it to be found."
"As a part of your plan to incriminate the men that you had seen digging at the Badger's set?" Jeremy Hayward nodded, and Reeve continued, "But surely you knew that we had already made an arrest in the case." To her surprise, Smith intervened before the arrested man could answer for himself. "I think I can explain, ma'am. When I informed Mr. Hayward on Tuesday the 4th that an arrest had been made, he assumed that it would be one of the badger-digging fraternity. That's correct, isn't it, sir?" Another nod from Hayward, but a wary one this time. There was something a little unnerving in the small detective's manner, an odd sort of space between the friendly voice, the encouraging smile, the quizzically raised eyebrows, and the eyes themselves, the eyes that were an unflinching, unchanging azurite blue. Smith said then, "So when you were told on the Tuesday that some other person had been arrested, you felt a twinge of conscience and moved the evidence so that the right people would be arrested and charged, even though they were still the wrong people, if you see what I mean, sir. Is that what happened?"
"Yes, it is."
"So why didn't you move the shovel on the Tuesday night?"
"Pardon? Oh,
If you were that concerned about someone other than the badger diggers being arrested, why not go out and move the shovel the same night? Why did you wait until the Wednesday night, sir?" Reeve's gaze travelled slowly from Smith to the friar.
"Because I needed time to reflect on this situation. It had not gone as I had expected."
"I see. Reflection and prayer, no doubt. Have you at any point told anyone else about what you did?"
"I have not."
"You haven't been to confession, for example?"
"No."
That answer came slowly and guardedly. The two of them were facing each other across the no-man's land between their respective professions and their respective philosophies. Detective Inspector Reeve told Brother Jeremy that they would be taking a short break now, and then she told the recording machine the same thing before switching it off. "I was a bit surprised when you began to answer my questions on his behalf, D.C. A sprat to catch a mackerel. It led on to the question about the Wednesday night. I think he was lying about that. I think the whole story is a fabrication." The two of them were in her office, Reeve sitting at her desk and checking her emails while she talked, and Smith standing by the window that overlooked the rear of the station with its solitary lime tree, its faded green lawn, and its one bed of bright marigolds bravely holding up their heads despite the worsening summer drought. Reeve said, "I don't see your certainty about that. Everything he said fits. It even explains the thing that has bothered you from the start, the reappearance of the murder weapon. Okay, it happened a day later than one might have expected, and he isn't the most likely killer we've ever encountered, but you've caught more than a few odd ones in the past. He's perfectly rational. On the present form, he'll plead guilty and will only need a barrister for mitigation. It's a walkover and a win, and it will be another one credited to your team, DC. A walkover unless we get one of those annoying judges who decides to read all the evidence. Meaning? His story about the handkerchief doesn't match what was found on the handle. I've asked Waters to chase this today, but the fibres were not from a white handkerchief or a white anything. Reeve closed her laptop and gave his comment serious consideration before she responded. I see that, but we don't often get convictions based on what we don't find, do we? We have to go with what we do find. He said he was wearing the robe, so while he was using the handkerchief to wipe the handle, the robe snagged and left behind some of its own fibres. If the analysis tells us that the fibres came from one of these Franciscan robes, we know he handled it, don't we? There was a black cat sitting in the shade of the lime tree, and Smith thought, never in all my years at Central have I seen a cat in the back courtyard. Where has it come from? What is it doing here? No, we don't know that. All we would know then is that someone, possibly wearing a Franciscan robe, had handled the shovel. Sorry, Alison, you're looking at me as if I'm trying to be awkward, but I'm not. He waited 24 hours before he needed time to reflect upon his actions. I'm not buying that. At the Friary he told me that the argument that took place in his office the evening before he went out after dark to interfere with the evidence was, and I quote, a dispute about doctrine. I'm not buying that either. Debating the finer points of Catholic theology while he's planning to go out and move a murder weapon? How likely is that? There were approaching footsteps, and Smith expected Detective Superintendent Allen to appear with his usual immaculate timing, but it was Waters, holding a piece of A4 paper. Smith had been in full flow, and so when he said to the detective constable, "Go on," it must have seemed a little abrupt. The fibres are sheep's wool from a coarse cloth that has been through relatively few, if any, modern processes. Probably just bleached and then dyed a dark brown. They can get us a chemical analysis of the dye if we need it. Quite a loose, heavy weave, possibly made by traditional methods, so an unusual and distinctive material that should be easy to match to its source. I've got a reference number to speed things up if we need to do that, ma'am. Thank you, Chris. Smith said, Well, it doesn't sound like anything that Brian Davis would be wearing, does it? I think Wilson's going to have to unarrest him as well. In some respects, this case could already be breaking records. Reeve said, It does sound very much like what Brother Jeremy is wearing, and wears pretty much every day, from what I understand. We need to get a sample. Smith turned to Waters. Have you seen the interview we're in the middle of with the person that you arrested a couple of hours ago? No, DC. Good. Here's the scenario. A man confesses to a crime, and his confession is almost perfect. A couple of little niggly details don't quite fit, but he scores, let's say, 95%. If he actually committed the crime, how do we explain the 5%? 3 or 4 seconds were all that Waters needed. Depending on the exact details that he gets wrong, I'd say that's within a natural margin of error. No one can remember 100% of what they did or said. If we ask enough questions, we can always trip people up in the minutiae of any story. Very good. I'm sure we can all agree on that, with a confirming glance towards D.I. Reeve. And well done for using the word minutiae correctly. Now, the same situation and the same confession, but this time the man didn't do it. How do we explain the 95%? 10 seconds this time. Well, the first thing we do is to discount the C word. The use of coincidence was banned from discussion in Team Smith in all but the most trying of cases. They must be getting close with this one, but Waters decided not to risk it. He continued with, So either he is the world's best guesser, or someone told him the story of what happened, and he has an excellent memory. When Waters had gone, Smith said, I just think that we have to rule it out. How? How do we rule it out for certain? Get someone else to confess? That would be helpful, especially if it's the right person. She thought, and this is what happens time after time. Is it intentional, or is it some form of genius? Does he create these situations so labyrinthine that only he can sort out the mess? Or are they the unintended result of his peculiar way of viewing the world and its inhabitants? Jeremy Hayward looks good for this, and seems positively eager for us to lock him away for 12 or 15 years. John Wilson has been making a real effort recently, not that I don't know why, but if Smith is right, we'll be back to square one as far as inter-team relationships are concerned, and any moment now Detective Superintendent Allen will walk through that door and say, "Why have you paused the interview?" She wanted to say to Smith then, "Does it always have to be this hard?" but did not, because he would have some annoyingly clever answer to that as well. "What do you suggest, DC?" "I'll go back to Abbeyfields now. At the very least we should get some sort of corroboration of Hayward's movements to see if they fit his story." "But that's not the real reason you're going, obviously." And Smith, too, could see down beyond the surface of this conversation, see that Alison Reeve was being pulled this way and that by the growing complications of her position. It's what happens. The higher up the ladder you climb, the further you have to fall. You stop taking risks. Sometimes you even avoid doing the right thing. He kept silent. "And just you? You said, 'I'll go back'?" "I can't see any need for a team to go in there. In fact, it might be counterproductive." "How?" "The remaining people will already be shaken up by what's happened today. In my opinion, we're more likely to get somewhere by having a quiet word than by going in mob-handed and turning the place over." Perfectly reasonable and perfectly true, but she couldn't let it go. "Okay, just you and me, then." And she could see that he could see what she was doing. Would he give way? "Yes, we could do that. I don't think the two of us would be seen as a mob. But—" he hesitated and plainly thought about how to put what he wanted to say next. "But there is someone that I need to speak to one-to-one. Someone who can give me the lowdown on what's gone on since we took their man away. I've built a bit of a relationship with him, and—" "You don't want me getting in the way?" Neither a yes nor a no answer would do in this situation, and anything else could certainly make things worse. Smith could see that she was having something of a management crisis, and he was aware of the time. There were things he needed to arrange before he set off for the Friary. "Me, your boss? You don't want your boss getting in the way?" She plainly had something else to say, and so he continued to wait in silence. "This is why some of them hate you, DC." She saw then that his eyes narrowed slightly before he responded. "That I'm not a team player? Nothing new, ma'am. I've heard that all my life." "It's more than that. It's this sort of conviction that only you can see the truth, only you can get to the bottom of things, and only you can deliver the right result. It's a sort of—" "Arrogance, ma'am?" She sighed as she answered him. "Yes, at least that's how some people see it. I don't. I owe you a lot, and I like to think that we're still friends, whatever happens here. But—" he thought, "fatal error, ma'am. You cannot be friends with us and manage us properly. We can be friends later, when it's all over, when at least one of us has moved on, but not now, not in the job. Dougie Waters is my friend now, but when he was in my team, that's all he was, a member of my team. There were times when he would have said those words to her, but she already looked a little upset, and he was still aware of the time ticking away. Ma'am, I really am happy for you to lead the charge this evening. There's just this one chap who would be more forthcoming if he's only talking to me. Probably only take 5 minutes. I could sit in the car, take a stroll around the grounds. Bring your knitting. She told him to depart then in Anglo-Saxon. But when he was at the door, she said 2 things. If there is a chance of you making another arrest tonight, you do not go to Abbeyfields without some sort of backup in place. Second thing, have you made your funeral arrangements yet? I'm really not expecting that much trouble, ma'am. Because if you haven't, and I know it's become a terrible cliché, you cannot go sailing into the furnace unless they're playing My Way, DC. On his way down the stairs to the office, Smith began humming the tune and concluded that it was true. He did have a few regrets. Detective Superintendent Allen passed him on the way up, giving him barely a nod, and Smith thought to himself, "But you're not one of them." Waters and Richard Ford, where had he been all day, were at the former's desk. Waters was beginning the real induction process, and Smith watched them for a brief moment. That works, of course it does. Waters isn't experienced enough himself to become a full-on partner, but ways must be found to get these two to operate together sometimes. "Oi, I hope you two aren't planning to wash your hair tonight." Richard Ford gave a start and went slightly paler. Waters said, "I was planning to get someone to wash it for me, DC." It appeared that young Christopher had got over his discomforts of a day or two ago. "Waters, you are insatiable. It could be a medical condition. I'm having a word with your father. Ford, do not be misled by this person. Do not associate with him outside these four walls." But Waters had moved on already. "What's happening tonight, DC? What's going down?" "Going down? You are to the community centre where you can retake your English O-level if you're not careful." But there aren't O-levels anymore. There haven't been O-levels for a very long time, and neither of the young detectives quite understood what he meant, so he just got on with it and told them what might be going down. Chapter 22. As he turned off the Lowacre Road and began the gentle climb towards Abbey Fields, Smith thought that of all the places he had concluded cases, this must be one of the prettiest. Arrogance, you see, he told himself, making the assumption that he was about to do such a thing. But it was, nevertheless, a beautiful evening. The time was approaching 7:30, and the sunlight, though still strong, had that flat, even quality that photographers love. Patches of shadow from the roadside oak and ash trees made pools of dimmer light that alternated with splashes of sun, as the car made its way steadily up towards the stone pillars that marked the entrance into the grounds of the Friary. Alison Reeve had said, "That's why some of them hate you, DC." A strong word, and one that he had never used in his life with serious intent. Hate, hatred, to loathe, to detest, to abhor, to despise. Was that really how some of them felt about him? Looked at rationally, one had to conclude that those were disproportionate responses. He might go so far as to say that he could be mildly annoying at times if pushed, but surely hate was somewhere beyond the pale. Nevertheless, emotions have the disconcerting tendency to trump the cards of reason, however rationally one plays them, and he knew that what she had said had troubled him in some way. "That's why you're thinking about it now," he told himself. The plain fact was that once upon a time he would not have given her words a second thought. Water off a duck's back, his mother used to say. But recently such things seemed to bother him more. And before he left the building, Reeve had called him and said, "I've just had my knuckles rapped again." That would be Superintendent Allen. Smith remembered passing him on the stairs. In the end, you cannot defeat these people and what they represent, the group think, the deadening conformity of the official mindset. But you can fight a long and glorious rearguard action. Of course, calling it glorious was arrogance again, but it had certainly been long. The question no longer at the back of his mind, however, was whether it was finally over. Detective Inspector Reeves's knuckles had been rapped again, his fault. He glanced at his own then, on his left hand, holding the steering wheel, pulling it round to the left as the Friary appeared ahead of him. Those knuckles had been sore and a little swollen for a few days, not for the first time, and it was only a touch of arthritis, but he had not been able to play as freely as usual for a week or so, not been able to perform those B.B. King bends. When it had cleared up, he would get it back, but you do have to wonder how long it will be before you don't, before you realize that a part of you has gone forever. The heavy oak door was open, and Smith stepped into the crepuscular coolness of the old building. There was no one in sight. He waited and listened to the silence for a long time before eventually, somewhere away to the left, he heard very distant voices, perhaps just a single voice. The kitchen was that way, and he set off along the corridor. He had travelled perhaps 20 paces when a friar stepped out of a room on the right and turned towards him. Brother Paul, the young man who had first escorted him to Brother Jeremy's office. Paul's face had an expression of fear as soon as he realized who the visitor was, and that's something that you get used to, Smith thought. But this was the fear of the innocent, not of the guilty. There was no point in any pretense now. Smith asked where he could find Brother Joe. "In the kitchen, I think. That's where he was." Smith thanked him and moved on, but the voice came again from behind him, and he stopped and turned. "Brother Jeremy, is he—" "Is he what, sir?" "I was just wondering, is he well?" "When I last spoke to him, he seemed very well." The young man looked relieved, but said nothing more. Smith nodded, turned away, and resumed his journey to the kitchen. Joseph Ritz was there alone, wiping down a work surface, his broad back towards Smith. Men had been wearing that brown robe tied with that white cord for 800 years, and without seeing the face, this could have been any one of them. It was the robe that mattered, and those 3 knots, and the men who inhabited the robe and the cord were all no more than guardians, custodians of the rule and the principles by which they lived their lives. For a brief moment Smith envied them their certainty and this simplicity, and then he remembered that the uncertainty and complexity of the world with which he was all too familiar had found its way into this place. The rules and principles by which he had lived his life would be needed to restore some sort of peace, even here. "Hello, Joe." The friar turned, but without much sign of surprise. "It's you, Christ," followed by an apologetic glance upwards. "You certainly know how to upset the bloody apple cart. When I talked to you, I had no idea that—" "Are you still holding him?" "Yes, he's still at King's Lake." "Is he going to be charged? I've got to tell you, I think that's crazy." "Why? You have some other theory? Anything else you want to tell me?" Joe half turned away and finished wiping down the metal sink drainer. "After what's just happened, I reckon I should just keep my mouth shut." Smith waited until the man was looking directly at him again. "I need to speak to Andrew Waring, Joe. Any idea where he might be?" The friar took a few seconds to finish what he was doing, and no doubt to think before he answered. Then he folded the cloth neatly, put it into a cupboard under the sink, and turned to face Smith again. "This place has been in a state since your visit this morning. I spent most of the day trying to screw their heads back on just to keep a sense of order. And we had a coachload of Americans to look after as well. They've only just left. Paul thought we should call the Archbishop, if not the Vatican." Smith said, "Problems are just opportunities looked at the wrong way round. That's what the positive thinkers say, isn't it? Whatever the outcome with Jeremy, I doubt whether he'll be back, Joe. This place will need a new guardian. It might benefit from a new sort of guardian as well." "Oh, I can see that. Ex-con becomes the guardian of Abbeyfields." Smith was quiet, waiting for the laughter to end, and then he said, "It's a funny old road to Damascus, though." "Well, not up to me. Andrew is the only person I haven't had a word with at some point during the day.
He was in here when I first arrived, looking for something in the drawers, but he left then and hardly said a thing. We can try the kitchen garden and the greenhouses." They went out into the enclosed walled gardens, and found 3 men still working there. Andrew was not among them, but one had seen him within the hour, leaving the friary by the back gate, the narrow door that Smith had stood next to on the other side of the wall when he climbed the path up from the river. He glanced at his watch and saw that the time was 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. They left the men in the garden, and as they walked away, Smith said, "I'll take a walk down that way, see if I can meet up with him." "This is still to do with Jeremy, yes?" "Very much so." And that was enough for Joseph Ritz. He said, "Do you need a hand?" "No, thanks. I need to ask him a few questions. He's more likely to answer if there's only me to hear what he has to say, to be honest." Joe walked with him to the gate, which had been left unlocked. The friar opened it and watched the policeman walk away down towards the river. Nothing more was said, and after a few seconds the gate was closed. And when he heard the gate close, Smith stopped walking and listened. Then he took out his phone, wrote a short text and sent it. When he was certain that it had been read, he continued on his way down towards the river. Andrew Waring sat on the slope to the left of the Badger's set, half hidden behind a thin screen of cow-parsley and willow herb. The turf was soft beneath the willow trees that lined the edge of the Laveney, and there was a flattened area where he had sat before, and where Jeremy himself had sat with him a few short weeks ago in the spring. Jeremy had said, "I know a bank where the wild thyme blows," and though there was no wild thyme here, the rest of those words, when he asked Jeremy to say them, had seemed so suited to the magic of the place, to the mystery of this ancient, unspoiled corner of England. He had known that he was too early to see the Badgers, but a sense of urgency had brought him anyway, or a sense of something ending, perhaps, something that must be seen and felt now because it might soon be gone forever. When we go, so does the world as we have known it, for it is known only by us, and therefore only within us. At least, so some of the empiricists believe. But such beliefs are only another form of faith. Jeremy knew all the references, of course. Jeremy had done the reading and the study. But hadn't he said, too, that some were born with a gift to understand these things, and had no need of universities? Hadn't Jeremy said that he, Andrew, was such a one? And when he heard those words, he knew that for the very first time in his difficult life, he had been understood and known. When Jeremy saw the tears, he had reached out and held him in his arms, here on this bank, in this same silence, in this little Eden. To make a sacrifice, we must hold a belief in something greater than ourselves. We must value something more than our own insignificant existence. Jeremy had made this sacrifice for him. Jeremy had offered himself up for the thief and the murderer, offered his own freedom in exchange for that of the sinner. Jeremy had believed, still believed, in him. In that terrible argument, as two souls had struggled to understand each other, his guardian had told him that he, Andrew, could accomplish more in this world than any of them had ever achieved. Your anger was righteous, he had said. Ask forgiveness, and then go and carry out our founder's instructions. Go and rebuild his house. Behind him, somewhere on the path back to the friary, a blackbird shrilled its alarm. Andrew listened, and then a wren began to scold its own warning. Someone was coming. He sat up and reached inside the robe. To have been an inspiration to Jeremy, to the guardian, was enough. That surely was the placing of one stone upon another, a beginning. There could not be a finer moment than when they were here, he and his Redeemer, weeping in each other's arms. He was smiling, the sealed letter in his left hand, and the knife in his right. He held both objects out in front of him for a moment, and then he laid the letter down upon the grass. Smith came into the clearing where he had stood with Stephen Harper. The light was still good, and he looked around, but there was no sign of the man that he had come to find, no sign of any badgers either, come to that. Waring might have gone on down the path to some other destination, but he, Smith, had been somehow convinced that it would be here, at the geographical if not the gravitational centre of the story of this case, that he would find him. So he waited and listened. The river was somewhere off to his left, hidden beneath the weeping willows, making no sound. He could hear an engine far away on the Low Acre Road, where Waters and Ford were waiting in the car. He could walk down to them and see if anyone had passed by, but Waters would already have told him if that had happened. Waters would probably have apprehended Brother Andrew, the first detective in history to arrest 2 priests on the same day. Something stirred in the vegetation on the bank to his left, a small bird or a mouse, most likely. He watched, and a stem of the willow herb moved again, and then again. Smith stepped towards it, wondering whether he should have brought his old truncheon out for the evening instead of leaving it gathering dust on a shelf in his study. Some of these mice can be more of a handful than you think. Then he saw the sandalled foot twitching, and things happened very quickly. He was astride the body in a moment, seizing the left wrist and holding it straight up into the space above the body. Releasing first one hand and then the other, he wriggled out of his jacket, one of his decent linen ones, of course, and then bound one of the sleeves twice around the open wound as tightly as he could. Waring had done a good job, cutting lengthways instead of across, and Smith took spurts of arterial blood on his shirt front before he could control the flow. After that, he held the arm as high as possible, gripping the wrist so tightly in his right hand that it must have hurt both of them, and reaching for his phone with his left. Waring was still half-conscious. His eyes opened wider, and he swung his right fist up towards Smith, who dodged it easily enough before trapping the offending arm under his left knee. "Very good, sir, but you're not so handy without a shovel, are you? And you're not wriggling out of this so easily if I have any say in it." Waring seemed to collapse back into himself, but the eyes were still upon Smith. The phone began to ring. Smith glanced around and saw the letter on the bank. "Is it all in there, in the letter? Have you told the truth?" The wide-pupilled eyes were pale and having difficulty in focusing, but after a moment came a single nod before they began to flutter. The face was paler too, and Smith thought, "Why doesn't someone answer this sodding DC? Listen and do just what I say. One of you call an ambulance, get them on that footpath and up here as soon as you can. Tell them it's a police priority A, or make up something better. Tell them to send their fittest crew because they're going to have to run like hell." "Okay, onto it already. What does the other one do?" "What other one?" "The other one of us, you said—" "Right, the other one. The one with the first aid certificate gets his backside out of the car and up here pronto. It's starting to look like the end of a Shakespeare play." He could hear that Waters was already on the move, but still on the phone. "On my way, DC. Which play?" "The one with the most blood at the end, whichever one that is." And then the line went dead, because Waters was running full tilt. They were about to close the ambulance door. Over the stretcher they had rigged up a frame, and Waring's left arm was up and supported by it, wrapped in some sort of inflatable pressure bandage. It looked as if they had been able to stop the bleeding. On the right side a drip had already been put in place. Waring was not conscious, but Smith had heard the 2 ambulance men discussing whether a sedative should be used, and it seemed that the answer had been yes. Waters came up and stood beside Smith for a moment. "DC, Just a minute."
He wanted to catch the eye of the senior paramedic,
a man, thank God, who had known exactly what to do.
Eventually the man saw what Smith wanted and raised an eyebrow. Smith pointed first at Waring, and the ambulance man gave a couple of nods, which meant that as far as he was concerned the panic was over. Then Smith pointed to Waters, and the paramedic realized that this was not a question. He nodded again and put up a handful of fingers. They would be on their way in 5 minutes.
"Right, you go with him in the ambulance. Fordy drives the car back and lets D.I. Reeve know what's happening. He's unconscious, the friar, not Fordy, but you do not leave his side until reinforcements arrive. Write down anything he says or mumbles. Got that?"
"Okay, but what if they need to operate, which they will if he's cut arteries and nerves?"
"Well, you'll have to put on one of those gowns and assist as necessary. You know the NHS is understaffed. We've all got to pull together."
"Right. Are you sure you're okay, DC? You do look a state."
Smith had the jacket in one hand. The sleeve was entirely soaked in blood, and he held it up for closer inspection. "I'm not sure this will even dry clean." The blood that had spurted onto his shirt had now soaked in and spread across the chest. He'd need to be careful when he went back up to the friary. If he wandered in looking like this and carrying the knife, it could trigger a major incident alert. Smith said, "Have you got some gloves and a couple of evidence bags in the car? In all the panic, I left the knife and the letter."
Waters went to fetch the things that he needed. Smith looked into the ambulance again, but they were still making thorough, unhurried preparations for the journey to Kingslake General, which was another good sign. Waters came back. "Here you are. Do you want Richard to come up with you before he heads back? He's already spoken to the DI. She said she'll meet me at the hospital, and she has a few questions."
"Really? Some people are never satisfied. No, I'll go on my own. It's not far, and I need a word with my contact up there. If I don't do that, he's going to start thinking that we're coming for the rest of them."
Waters took a signal from the paramedic, just about ready. He said, "So it was Brother Andrew. Did you know?"
"No, but it was the best guess."
"Why?"
"He disappeared the day after Randall was killed, and at short notice. They usually book a taxi, but this trip was done in a hurry. He stayed away much longer than they usually do. In fact, he doesn't come back until he gets a phone call from the friary telling him that we've arrested the wrong man, one of the detectorists. Brother Andrew's real grievance is with the people who dig up animals, not artifacts. He comes back on the Wednesday and tells, this bit is a guess, tells Brother Jeremy what he's going to do. Jeremy, you understand, knew what had happened the day after Randall was killed. Secrets of the confessional and all that. Anyway, that's what the argument was about, I'd say. Waring going to make sure the evidence was discovered. Jeremy didn't want Andrew back at all, let alone going back to the scene, but nevertheless, on the night of the day got back, he goes out and moves the shovel to where it will be found. Jeremy saying that he needed 24 hours to think about it never did ring true to me."
The ambulance's engine was running now. Waters said, "More than one bit of guesswork in there, DC. The phone call? How do you know someone, Jeremy, presumably, called him?"
"Because I checked with BT. The call lasted 12 minutes. The timing fits with what I just said must have happened."
"Oh, right."
"And do you know what that's called these days in the business?"
"No, but I think I'm about to find out."
"It's called rocket science." Waters was climbing into the ambulance. Smith watched and then called out, "Don't forget your nails when you scrub in."
Fortunately, Waters had not asked why Jeremy Hayward had offered himself up to the justice system in place of his young apprentice. What people do is much more easily explained than why. The guardian of the friary was an academic, an intellectual, a clever, rational man. Generally, they make poor criminals for all sorts of reasons, but in the novice the guardian had perhaps found, or thought that he had, the one thing that he himself lacked, the true spark of the divine.
Smith had met the young man only once before tonight, but there was certainly something unusual about him, and onto that people might project all sorts of things, including their own feelings of inadequacy. In a moment, or perhaps several moments, Hayward had found that all his temples had been built on sand, and they were washed away by a torrent of spiritual passion. Or maybe it was some other sort of passion, who knows? Perhaps there was something in the letter. He ought to get up there before some wild animal wandered off with it. It was getting on for 10 o'clock by the time he got back to the Badger's set, and the light had almost gone. He photographed the knife and the letter on the ground. His phone's camera flashed and lit up the scene garishly, and noticed that there were splashes of blood on the envelope. Sort of appropriate. Then he bagged up the 2 items and took the time needed to write on the labels there and then. Old habits die hard. Old habits indeed. He turned away from the grassy bank, where not 2 hours ago a young man had tried to end his life, and thought about his own. There could be more to it than this, even now. What had she said? Okay, but not maybe. For a while he had been thinking that maybe it was time to go, and maybe the maybe was a mistake. While you're thinking about it, you're not doing it. The sodden shirt was clammy now, clinging to his skin as the air began to cool. Too much blood over too many years. He held up the bag containing the knife. Too many knives over the years. He would rather face a handgun any day. He could take the shirt off, of course, and walk back bare-chested, but there would be mosquitoes, and the remaining friars would be even more terrified than they were about to be. He kept a change of clothes at the station, and he was going there anyway. Couldn't leave all this until the morning, and Reeve would be ringing him soon. It would be 2 a.m. before he was home, and then back in for 8 o'clock. Maybe. Wind it down over, say, 6 months, or go for something quicker, a few weeks. You could make it days, of course, if you mentioned a bit of stress now that employers were so aware of their duty of care. Mention that, and you could probably get it down to a matter of hours. What had Hayward said? Hours, days, months, which are the rags of time. Rags. That's all this shirt was good for now. Something was moving out in the gloom. He stood very still then, and thought that he could see, just for a moment, a black and white striped head against the darkness of the Badger's set. The head moved slowly, this way and that, scenting the air, and then it was gone into a rustling, a twig snapping, and a silence. Smith waited, motionless, for another minute or two, but nothing else happened. Then he made his way, without the torch on his phone, back onto the footpath, and turned right, up towards Abbeyfields.